Well, I asked her over a Belgian beer in Amsterdam, what do you do with your time? I thought I had to speak clearer so that she could understand, but her answer was divine as her eyes. She said, I just quit school, I never liked it anyway. Well, I prefer to be out in the wild, but I like to feel at peace in my surroundings. So I'm going home to the Bulgarian mountains. And she made me feel like I could feel like she's seen me like she's going home to the Bulgarian mountains. But I quit uni too, but I told her proudly never made sense to me. But I dropped out of music school because I wanted to go play music, and I knew that she understood. She said, I wish that I could come to see you play tomorrow night. And I said, I can put you on my guest list. And she said, thank you, but sorry, I'm leaving town. I'm going home to the Bulgarian mountains. And she made me feel like I could be free, like she seemed to be like she's going home to the Bulgarian mountains. Well, I'd flown for 30 hours across creation and landed in a perfect conversation. Well, I really don't know anything about them, but now I'll always like the Bulgarian mountains. Yeah, I'll always like the Bulgarian mountains, 'cause she made me feel like I could be free, like she seems to be like. She made me feel like I could be free, like she seems to be like. She made me feel like I could be free, like she seems to be like. She made
on the next level. Yeah, I know you heard about it.
Motherfucker.
You know I'm bout it, and don't you ever doubt it. I'm incomparable, that's why they staring though. Turn up the stereo, check it out, check it out, check it out. I'm hot just like a sauna, New York to California. Too hot, too hot. You ain't seen nothing like this, nobody do it like this. I'm on the next level, next level, on the next level. They all trying to catch up to my next level, next level, on the next level. Check it out, check it out, check it out. La 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la.
Motherfucker.
You like that old school, back in the music, that shit is old news. I'm popping through the ceiling, that's my motto, that's my motto. I lead, they follow. I'm hot just like a sauna, New York to California. Too hot, too hot. You ain't seen nothing like this, nobody do it like this.
Motherfucker.
I'm on the next level, next level, on the next level. They all trying to catch up to my next level, next level, on the next level. Check it out, check it out, check it out.
What is up, everybody? Sorry, I was looking at my phone. I got my co-host with me tonight, and I'm trying to look for a link that I wanted to share with you guys tonight. I don't know how it went. I hate it when that happens. All right, we got SHEPU with us tonight, my co-host, my brother from another mother, my partner in crime. SHEPU is in the house. What's up, SHEPU? How you doing?
Hi, Jen. I'm doing good. Doing good.
Do you remember the video I sent you? I think I shared it with you. And it was some kind of crack in the mountain, and there's like some windows in there and stuff. It's kind of like a drone footage. And like in the crack of this mountain, there's like all brick and a few windows. Did I share it with you?
Not sure which one you mean.
Dude, that is so muffed up. I can't believe I didn't share that thing.
Well,
I should find that video. It was good.
Sorry, I don't remember it. But yeah,
Okay.
Partners Against Crime.
Against crime, yeah. Partners Against Crime.
Yeah. No, I don't know what's going on here. We have like crazy winds, almost like tornadoes. It's
yes, we have it here too. I don't know what's going on, but it seems like it's all day yesterday. My sinuses have been killing me because it's kicking up all kinds of stuff. And it's been really mild here, but we have been having really strong winds, and we usually don't get that around here. Trees go down a lot and everything. And I have woods right out back of my house. And every time this wind is swirling around and going crazy, I look out my window and it just looks like the trees are going like this. And I'm just waiting for them to go right over on my house.
Yeah, same here.
It's just, yeah, not good.
But here it was really hot today, and they announced like minus 12, 15 like tomorrow. So it's crazy.
Yeah, all the rain stopped, but it's still windy out, and the temperature just dipped way down. Now it was 75 yesterday. It was 65 the day before that. I mean, it's just like in the 60s and stuff. I'm not complaining, but this wind is nuts. And it's like the kind of wind that's whipping around that whistles through every crack it can. And I was up kind of late last night, and I'm just like I'm just like, the house was completely silent, but I kept feeling like I kept hearing voices. I know it sounds crazy, but the way the wind was blowing through, I don't know, the roof rafters or whatever, it sounded like it was just a really eerie, weird sound. It was creeping me out. I don't like all that wind.
It's crazy.
Crazy.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, what's new with you, Shapu?
Well, not much. I've been like really enjoying my time off now.
Yeah. See,
Just
now you're
doing
not gonna be
nothing.
so
Yeah.
tired.
No, I'm all good now. It's
I could tell. I could tell a difference in you. You know, I'm the same way when I don't get enough sleep, even, and I have a hard time sleeping ever since I went into menopause, which I'm on the other side of menopause now, but I still get the hot flashes and the sleepless nights. I don't even remember the last time I slept 8 hours. It's been years since I slept a straight 8 hours. Like, I don't even know what that is. And it just messes you all up when you don't get the right amount of sleep.
yeah. Yeah, but I woke up really early this morning. Jinx woke me up. I don't know because we always like sleep. She sleeps like right here, yeah, with her head on my arm, like every night.
Oh,
And I don't know. This morning, I think she was dreaming or something, and she just like woke up and like attacked my hand.
oh,
Like she bit my hand like crazy, and what's
oh
doing?
my God.
And she was sleeping. I'm pretty sure because she just licked me afterwards, and
Yeah, they do that. I had a video up on my original channel of my cat Bella. He was sleeping in his chair and he was dreaming. And I was like, what could he be dreaming about? And I had all these little video clips of him chasing chipmunks around the yard and catching them and stuff. So I would put like the clip in, like I would make this thing like he's dreaming with my power director, like this thing came up, and then it would be him chase, and then it would go back to his face was twitching, his paws are twitching and stuff. And I was just like, he's like dreaming about. Oh, and my fucking cat Lilu. I don't know how she got it, but somehow when I let her in, apparently she had a baby bird and I didn't know it because everything's good around my house. And then next thing I know, there's feathers everywhere. And I'm like, where the fuck did all this
oh no,
come from? And I go downstairs and I hear this weird noise. Again, I'm thinking it's the wind whistling through the house or something. This is a real low guttural growl that I heard. And I'm like, and I didn't know where she was because she hides out in different places. And I'm like trying to listen. I have one good ear, so I'm trying to figure out where the sound's coming from. And it's like just like kind of sound. And I've never heard her make this sound, so I had no clue it was her. So finally I find her and I realize she has something in her mouth and she's growling because Pepper kept trying to see what the hell she had. And she's like, you know, this is my catch. Stay away from me. So yeah, there was carnage in my living room last night. Feathers everywhere. Feathers up the hallway. Apparently she had it in here. I didn't even know there was feathers in this room. And when I got back downstairs, she was already chomping on it and finishing it up. So yeah,
yeah,
crazy shit.
crazy these wild beasts.
My cat Bella brought in a flying squirrel one time. I didn't even know we had those around here. Yeah, flying squirrels. They're really soft. Like they're really, because the skin that attaches between here and their legs is real thin, but it's furry and it's just, they're really cool.
Oh yeah,
Not bad for it.
yeah, yeah.
It ran up my wall and stuck there. It was like, and it looked almost like a bat, but it was like a cross between a bat and a squirrel.
yeah, yeah.
Oh man, I could tell you the stories of things that my cat has brought in here. I had a full-on grown bird in my bedroom. I had to get that thing out.
But I remember I was on a show with you and she brought something right in.
Yeah. Yep. And then in my living room, he sat there and ate it right in front of me. There was nothing I could do. It was already dead. And, you know, just let him eat it and clean up whatever's left. But eating out keeps your cat healthy. So you should let your cat eat out whenever he can. Because the cat food is just processed food. And they get the same diseases that we get because we eat processed food. And they take all the nutrients out of the cat and dog food, just like they take it out of our food. This is why your cat or your dog goes out and tries to eat grass. You shouldn't stop them when they do that. You should let them do it because they're looking for the B17 that is no longer, it's not in their food. Just like we don't have B17 in our food. And most people are probably saying right now, what the hell's B17? I heard of B12. I don't know what B17 is. But it's something that we need that's lacking. And if you can get your hands on some B17, you should definitely incorporate it into your bodily system here because it prevents a lot of things, and cancer is one of them. I'm not just
Do you hear now today people going out to drink like glass of grass, and grinding grass and going to oxygen? No, they all taken off this thing because it was a thing like maybe 10, 15 years ago. People were they were getting too healthy. People were
Yeah.
getting too healthy. They had to take all of these oxygen bars and these grass drinks that they were serving on these places, and all these places closed now. Uh, you know. And,
Yeah, I heard somebody say recently about God, I think I found that link. Oh no, this isn't it. Shit. Americans are all obese and out of shape, and even if they're not obese and out of shape, they have something wrong with them, and we have all these fitness centers. But you go over to Europe and all these other countries, they're not obese and they don't have fitness centers everywhere. So yeah, it's all being done by design. And like I've said before many times, none are more hopelessly enslaved than those who falsely believe they are free. And that's us, because we're not free. Everything is controlled, even our food. The food that we eat here in America, most countries don't eat it. It's not allowed. The ingredients are not allowed. They're banned from those countries, yet we consume them all day, every day.
Yeah.
And I was telling my friend about it. She's got irritable bowel syndrome. And I said, you need to start drinking distilled water and all this stuff. And I said, you need to educate yourself on food and start looking at it differently. That's what helped me, because you look at food a certain way when you're not educated about it. You think of it a certain way. And, you see FDA on the package, it's approved. It's all good. They wouldn't put something bad up there, would they? No, they wouldn't do that. But you need to start looking at the food as poison, and you get to pick your poison. And if you're not educated on the poison, well, that's your dumb luck. And ignorance is not bliss. It's just ignorant. And they know that. And they know that all you need to see, hey, Freya, all you need to see is FDA approved on there, and you're good with it. And of course, if it's got a nice commercial and your favorite star or singer is promoting it, well, they wouldn't lie to you, would they? Yeah, they would.
Yeah, they don't care about that. But
They
yeah,
wouldn't.
I've got a clip that from 2013. That's the clip I sent you about the document what they are going to do in 2025.
Mhm.
And
The lady from stopthecrime.net. We should play
Yes.
that, because
Yeah.
I used to listen to her a lot back in the day. Freya, this is not a new show. I have hair extensions in today. I miss my long hair, guys. I can't help it. And here it is.
No, this is live.
Yeah,
Really
it's live and in living color, plus hair extensions. Jen likes it when we talk about how she looks. She's in her 40s, and that is when we started paying attention. Yeah, I'm not in my 40s, but thank you. I'm quite proud of my age. I am 54 years young, guys. I drink distilled water. Yes, I smoke cigarettes. If you have something to say about it, I don't care. Okay. I smoke weed. I'll admit it. Okay. And I feel that when I smoke weed, it counters a lot of this kind of stuff, because this is really the only bad thing that I do. I eat well. I mean, now there's a few things that I eat that aren't great for me, but I don't eat them all the time. Like, I like a Dorito once in a while, especially if I'm having like a turkey and cheese sandwich or something. I don't use low fat or diet anything. Okay. 54 years old. I just lost a whole bunch of weight too. Just think, I'm just regular, there's not like a whole, I could probably work out a little bit more and stuff. I don't do that enough. Which, getting older, you have to stay active and because you'll lose muscle mass. But you need to educate yourself on all this stuff and be mindful of what you put into your body, because your body is your temple. And if you're not mindful and you put all kinds of junk in it all the time, and you're drinking soda or diet soda, which is even worse, all the time, well, you're going to find yourself at the doctor's, where he's going to doctor you up just enough to keep you coming back to him and feeding you prescriptions pills, which are, of course, no bueno for your system. We know all about them. I'm not going to go trust one of these companies who, produce this pharmaceutical stuff, and the doctor will become your best friend. And it's all not good. So as you're getting older, you should be even more mindful and take care of yourself, because things will start breaking down. Now, they put aging accelerants in the food. They put all kinds of crap in there, like aspartame, for instance. You go and you buy a diet Dr. Pepper or whatever. You're thinking, I want a diet. I'm going to drink diet Dr. Pepper. I'm going to do sugar-free yogurt and all this other crap. You're literally doing way worse than any good at all, because aspartame, if you're not educated on, it locks in the fat. It does not help you get rid of fat. It locks it in. Okay, you don't see skinny people walking around with diet soda. You see huge people walking around with. They don't know, and what they don't know is very detrimental to them. I mean, go to the doctor, you find out you have diabetes. They don't tell you how you got it. They say you got it, and now you got to eat sugar-free. Or he'll say less sugar, or stop the sugar altogether. Well, you're so addicted to sugar, you can't stop, so you're going to go with the sugar-free. But the sugar-free has an ingredient in it that's way worse for you than even the diabetes that you have now. There was a doctor that used to come into Cracker Barrel, and him and I became fast friends. Him and all his little nurses would come in, and they would get this big round table, and they'd have lunch. I would have the most amazing conversations with this doctor. He was actually blown away at the conversations that I was having with him. He's like, I can't believe you know all this stuff. Like, what are you doing working here? But he said a patient of his lost an eye to aspartame, and he knew how bad it was. And there's a lot of dentists now that are not promoting fluoride anymore. However, there still is a shit ton of them that do. Then you have to ask yourself, well, do they know and they're promoting it, or are they ignorant and promoting it? Because if they know and they're promoting it, that's really fucked. Okay. But if they don't know and they're promoting it, that's shameful, because they should know. In an age of information, ignorance is a choice. Just because these people have PhDs and all these plaques on the wall, and you got to pay them an exorbitant amount of money to go see them so they can tell you what's wrong with you and try to help you out with it or pull a tooth out, does not mean that they know everything. They don't know. It's either they know and they're not going to tell you. There's people out there in these medical fields and all this stuff like that don't give their families this stuff, but they'll give it to you all day long. Yeah. It's in their best interest to keep you slow, sick, and dying. So you keep coming back to them. That's why they call them doctors. They doctor you up. They're not cures. You're not going to see the cure today.
Yeah, exactly, Jen. The sugar that they gave us is not even real sugar. It's all been modified and transformed, and even now the other new sugars that sugar-free are just chemicals mix of things. There's nothing natural in it. But if you have like real natural sugar, your body just eliminates it, takes what it needs, and throw out the rest. But these synthetic ones, your body doesn't know what to do with it, so it just stand there and accumulates in your body.
Well, yeah, the sugars, it'll affect your organs really bad, because it's processed bleach sugar. It's not organic sugar in the raw, if you will. Yeah. And the other thing is the fluoride. Okay, so 90% of the country is fluoridated. We started doing that after World War II, when we brought all the German scientists over here. And what does fluoride do? Why would they say, oh, it's good for your teeth, we're just going to dump it in the water system? Because fluoride never leaves your body once it gets in you. Your body cannot get rid of it, so it has to store it in your bones. Okay? So one day you wake up, you fall, and you broke a bone, just like that. You didn't even fall that hard. The doctor says you have osteoporosis. Sorry about your luck. Well, how did you get it? They don't know. Well, you got it. That's all we know. And this is what you got to take to help you out. So you got to get this prescription, that prescription, whatever, and walk with a cane now all the time and everything. But you get osteoporosis from brittle bones. And that's why we see the elderly people, they're very frail. They have a lot of pain when they try to move around, because when your muscle, which is probably already degraded from not doing anything in your old age or whatever, when that muscle slides across your bone, there's no slickness to it. It's getting caught up on brittleness. That's your bones are starting to get these little spurs in them. And when you go to move your arm, you're like, oh, my arm hurts, this hurts. It's because when you're moving your arm or your leg muscles across your skeletal structure, there's no smoothness now. Now there's this sandpapery kind of texture, and it's getting your muscle stuff's getting snagged on it. Look it up. You guys can check it out. Once you educate yourself on health and your body, and you get to know your body, and you love yourself and love your body and treat it as such, you will look at these foods completely differently. And like I said, they're poison.
Yep.
Yeah. Borax can get rid of fluoride of the body, and it can help with osteoporosis. I don't know about borax. I'd have to check that out. As far as I have in my research is that, the fluoride is accumulative. And if you've been living in a big city for, say, 50 years of your life, drinking that water, brushing your teeth in that water, showering, hot showers, boiling the water and cooking your food in it, putting it in your coffee maker, which gets boiled as well. But a coffee maker is kind of like a distiller. But all this fluoride is getting accumulated into your system, which will guarantee that when you get into your latter years, you're not going to have good health, because you've already accumulated 50 years of fluoride in your body. Yeah, it's really muffed up.
Trisha Clark is back. She's from her surgery.
Hey, Trisha. Hope you're doing well. We've been thinking about you and praying for you. Oh, brutal surgery. My goodness. I feel for you, girl. I'm so sorry you had to go through all that. And that's another thing, too. Things happen to you, and you now have to go to these people and trust them after you know what they've done and what they're capable of, especially over those 2 years. That's scary, because we don't have any other real choices. If something happens, if you break a leg, or, you have a kidney stone or whatever, I don't know, clogged artery, who knows whatever you got to go there for. It's, you don't even know. Most people who go to the hospital wind up with staph infection. Let that sink in for a minute. Staph infection. One of the most common places you can catch it is in a hospital.
Yeah, exactly. And Jenny was talking about stevia. Stevia is all chemicals. It's just a chemical that makes your taste buds think that it is sugar. That's all it is. There's nothing. They say it comes from a plant, but they have changed it so much that it's not even natural anymore. They just
sugar in the raw you want to get. It's not bleached. It's kind of like a tan looking, and it's more of a square crystal that you can see with your eyes. It's not all granulated up really. I mean, it's
cane sugar. It's also refined a little bit, but what I use it's only honey, pure honey, or maple syrup. That's all I use as sugar.
Yeah, and there's this other stuff called something nectar. I forget what it is. Some other it's kind of like honey, but it's called something different. You can put that in your stuff to make things sweet. Sugar is like any kind of drug. If you drink a lot of sugar and eat a lot of sugar, now you got to understand, catch sugar in it. Your bread has sugar in it. High fructose corn syrup is sugar, and it's in everything. So you can think, oh, well, I didn't eat any sugar today. I had toast with eggs, or you had French toast. Well, I put peanut butter on my French toast, guys. There's sugar in that, and then you think, well, I just had a candy bar today. I didn't really eat any sugar. You've been eating sugar all day long. You just don't know it because you're not educated on your food and the ingredients and what high fructose corn syrup is and what that does to you. I mean, when you start waking up to the truth, you can't be selective in your truth. Okay. You'd be like, oh, I don't want to see that. I can't deal with that. I'm just going to skip over that and go over to this other truth over here. You got to look at all of it, the good, bad, and the ugly. And most of it's ugly, but you will set yourself free from all these chemicals and all their bullshit. You won't be so enticed when you're looking at your 72-inch screen TV in your living room and that Big Mac is on there and it's gigantic in your living room and you're drooling over it.
Yeah, the sugar that they gave us, like, it's not natural. That's why we get addicted to it, because it creates a craving in your body of your things. But if you eat natural sugar, you will never get that, because that's how it is. I don't know how really it works, but that's how it is.
You can wean yourself off of sugar just like you can wean yourself off of drugs. Okay, it's a process, but it actually doesn't even really take that long. If you say, what, I don't know, 4 or 5 spoonfuls of sugar in your coffee, right? You want to, like, each incremental day do a little bit less in that coffee, and you'll adjust to that taste of it. And then one day, if you go back and put extra in there, you'll be like, oh my God, it's so sweet. But it is possible to do it, but you have to have the willpower to do it. That's a lot of people don't have willpower. They just give up too easily, or they're just not committed enough.
Yeah.
Or, I am not even trying to go to the doctor at all. Okay. I'm not trying to be old or nothing. I'm taking care of myself. And one way to do that is to educate yourself on what it is that goes in here. It all starts with what goes in here from day one when they're trying to give you Similac and all this shit for your kids. That stuff's bad too. If anybody's, pregnant and about to have kids or whatever, definitely breastfeed and keep your system clean if you're breastfeeding, because whatever goes in your system is going to come out and go into your child who's breastfeeding.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I used to take 2 creams and 2 sugars in my coffee, and now I don't put any sugar at all, just 1/2 of cream. And when somebody give me coffee with sugar, it's wow. Oh my God, how could I drink this? It's so sugary,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. I firmly believe that all the dis-eases that we have, and it is a dis-ease because you're not at ease, you're having dis-ease in your body. We confuse these words. Nobody really looks at the word disease. They just say, oh, it's a disease. But it's dis-ease is what it is. You're not at ease. You're having discomfort.
Yeah.
Are not natural to our state of being. Getting older does not mean you're going to have dementia and Parkinson's and all this crap like that. We've come to be conditioned to think that these are normal processes to getting older. They're not. Okay, they are completely foreign to what our latter years should be like. As a matter of fact, people used to go to the elders of their communities and tribes and stuff for wisdom and information and advice. Well, now if you're, pushing 70, you're lucky if, you don't have anything going on with you. Yeah, dis-ease chainsaw. That's right.
Yeah.
I do drink coffee. I have 1 coffee a day, and you guys are going to freak out when I tell you this after what I just said. If I go to Dunkin' Donuts, okay, I can't just say, can I get a coffee with extra cream and extra sugar? Because they never make it right. I don't know what's wrong with these kids today. I don't know what happened over those 2 years, but they can't get a coffee right. I'm not asking for a latte with all this crap on it and everything like that. I just want a coffee, and I want it to taste how I wanted it to taste. So I have to say, and Denise has been on the phone with me when I've ordered my coffee at Dunkin' Donuts. I need a medium hot coffee with 5 creams and 7 sugars. And I know that sounds nuts, but if you know anything about Dunkin' Donuts, their little thing that they hit for sugar is like this little spit of sugar that comes out. I know, I used to work at Dunkin' Donuts a long time ago. So in order for that 1 coffee that I have to taste close to what I would like it to taste like, I have to say it like that to get them to make it the correct way. But that being said, I pretty much don't eat all day long until later in the afternoon. And another thing is, and I never meant to even talk about any of this today, but I'm glad we are. They have us conditioned to think that we need to abide by a food pyramid. You have to have breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Maybe a snack in between, but it better be something healthy, they say. And don't eat after 7 before you go to bed. Well, if you learn about your body and how it digests food and what the processes are and how long it takes to digest one meal, you will see that this whole pyramid scheme thing, that it's just one big scheme. You should only eat 1 meal every 12 hours. That's it. I know you're thinking, what? But when you don't have all the MSG, monosodium glutamate, and all this other crap that are addictive additives that make you hungry an hour after you've already eaten that thing that has no nutrition in it, then you're going to go back and want more and more and more. So your body is now having to process 5 different things that you've eaten in the course of 12 hours, each different, like a couple of hours in between here and there, when it hasn't even processed through the first meal that you ate yet. So there's that. That's important to know. So, like, I usually don't eat anything either until my husband gets home for dinner, or it's like around 3, 4 in the afternoon. I'll say he's not going to be home till 8 or 9 at night. I'll probably eat around 3, 4 in the afternoon. And I don't eat that much. It's not like I'm scarfing down all kinds of stuff because I didn't eat. What's up, Angela? I'm just saying, everybody out there who's listening to my words right now, you need to educate yourself on your body and how it actually works, okay? Because most people don't even know how their body works. And then what you're putting inside it. You really need to look at the company that's making whatever it is that you buy and what these ingredients are, and do the research. The only reason I can sit here and talk fluently about it without pulling up tags and reading you stuff is because I've already researched this. This is shit that I researched 15 years ago. And I've been drinking distilled water for almost 20 years now. And doctors, they don't want you messing around with distilled water because it will put them out of business. Okay, there will be nothing to doctor up because you'll be healthy. And you can say goodbye to your best friend and leave him behind, and it's all good.
Yeah, exactly what I was saying. That they got rid of these health bars that were popping out everywhere, but not anymore. They changed, but they can steer the society whatever they want. They do these green movement and all of this. It's just again to sell their stuff that they're making. There's nothing really. If you want real green stuff and natural, go outside, grow your own. Don't buy any of what
My son Ryan learned all this stuff when I was learning it, and he really absorbed this stuff. He learned all about dandelions. Now, dandelions, if they're growing on the lawn, the first thing you do is run out and kill them because they're a weed.
I do go gather them every spring here because in winter we don't. But
well, the base of the dandelion where the flowers, the leaves come out, that's the most nutritional part.
Yeah.
So I said to my husband one day, I'm like, "Where's Ryan?" He's like, "Oh, he's out front grazing." He's out there picking dandelions. He brings them all in, washes them off, makes a sandwich, puts them on there, and he chows away on it.
Yeah.
And so he knows.
Yeah, I made tinctures with them. Put it in vinegar or in oil. And oil also is good.
Yeah.
You just put the tablespoon when you have a body ache anywhere. You just drink it in water or a tea, and it does what it needs to do. I guess
dandelions are a superfood. If you don't know what superfoods are, start looking them up. Almonds are a superfood. Kiwi is a superfood. And you know what? I'm allergic to kiwi.
No, I think everyone. When I eat kiwi, it does that on my tongue also. It just tingly feeling, and it itches. I don't know.
That means you're allergic. That's the allergic reaction to it. Now, the first time I had kiwi was at some lady's house when we first moved here. A friend of ours, she grew them. They were hers. They weren't genetically modified or nothing. Oh my God, kiwis are so delicious. And then when I tried them again, or I bought them again, I'm like, what's wrong with my throat? And it was like my ear all the way in to where my ear canal, whatever's in there, links up with the back of my throat. It was like an itch back there. Like I wanted to shove my finger down my throat and scratch it, but I couldn't because there's no way to reach this thing. And it's like a burning itch. It's so weird. And yes, I can't eat it. Kiwi, it sucks. I had no idea I had that allergy at all. For me, it's intolerable. For you, I don't know if you can get through it and still enjoy it. But for me, it intensifies the more I try to finish it or eat it. I take one bite, and as soon as I feel that, I'm like,
Yeah.
Sinus drainage. Yeah, I've been having a lot of that lately. You make kiwi jam? Oh, I bet that's good.
Kiwi jam.
Juan's in the house. Are you late, Juan? I think CFM was a little late, too.
CFM is late.
Don't be shy for the party.
I don't feel turd.
Okay. How many people we got here? 50 people already. This is great. Yeah, guys, there's so many topics that I don't talk about. I used to talk about.
We just can't do it on YouTube.
Yeah. But if there's one thing that I want you guys to take away from anything that I say, as far as your body and everything, is start drinking distilled water. And you will see a difference. And, there's no weird taste to it. Don't let the name throw you off. It is literally the purest form of water. It's pure H2O. And that is the only kind of water you want to put in your body. Now, you got to remember, when you're drinking sodas, the main ingredient is water. Do you know where they're getting that water from? They don't tell you. It's just soda with water in it. That's how they make it. Most likely it's fluoridated water that they're using. Fluoride is hard to escape because it's in the water. We need water. And if you're not educated about water and what they're doing to it and why they're doing it, you're never going to get it. You'll just keep, people are showering in this stuff, taking hot showers in fluoridated water. Your pores are wide open. It absorbs directly into your skin and then goes to your bones. It's nuts. It's crazy. You have that video of stopthecrime.net, that lady, right? I think we should play that.
Yeah, we
Okay.
could play part of it, not, but I don't know how long it is.
I don't know. I thought it was like maybe 13 minutes long, or maybe it's a little longer
Yeah,
than
it's
that.
not that long.
So she talks about the NASA war documents. What the hell does NASA have war documents for?
It's 35 minutes, so
Oh, it is?
we'll skip to a couple.
Okay. Well, it's relevant to what we're talking about right now, because she does talk about the food and everything. You know, people are like, oh, they're going to control us through the food. You know, they're going to cut it off and everything. You should be grateful if they cut off our food. And you should have alternative ways to feed yourself and your family. What that looks like on your end, I have no idea. But you cannot rely on this system. This system is designed to kill us and shorten our lifespans. And nobody is immune to it. You know, the people who are running this show they're not eating aspartame, guys. They're not eating all this crap. They're not eating margarine. Do you eat margarine? Margarine is one process away from being plastic. One process away from being plastic. I only eat real butter. I don't eat it. I like slather it on everything. I eat it in moderation, you know, when I need it for some toasted stuff like that. But real butter is what you need to be.
Yeah, I've replaced all my butter for coconut oil now because of you, Jen.
Yeah, coconut oil is really good for you too. Now Angela and like say Jeannie and stuff, they're all into making these tinctures and going all that extra stuff to, you know, I keep things pretty simple on my end. I'm just, you know, some people are inclined to do that stuff and they got it in them. And, you know, on my end, I just drink distilled water all day. I have that one coffee in the morning or in the afternoon, whenever it is, I get it. And then I just drink water all day. I have my water right here. If you look at all my live streams, you see this bottle and I'm drinking it. Also, if you go out and buy ice, okay, like, say you go to a gas station and get a bag of ice. Where did that ice come from?
Yeah.
Or they say it's a spring. Did you call the company? When I bought my distilled water for the first time, I called the company on the label and talked to them. You need to call these people and talk to them. I'm in line at the store. Wrigley's gum, Juicy Fruit now has aspartame in it. And I almost lost my shit in the middle of the Walmart. Had to come home and call the lady. I'm like, what the fuck? I can't chew Juicy Fruit now because you put aspartame in it. She's like, oh, we're trying to enhance the taste. I'm like, are you effing kidding me, lady? You're trying to make it taste like crap? Because that's what it's made from. You need to understand how they make aspartame. They take E. coli. I could stop right there and not say anything else. E. coli. Whose brilliant idea was this? Let's take some E. coli, feed it this little toxin that we put together over here, and wait 5 minutes. It's going to defecate out shit. And that's your aspartame. Eat shit and die. That's where the term came from. And we're all doing it, or you're all doing it. I'm not. I avoid that crap like the plague. But, you know, I'm just saying, even if you're eating, having like a breath mint or one of those little android things or whatever for your throat, even the lozenges for your throat, like when you're sick and stuff, they have aspartame in them. It's in everything. Why are they sticking this poison in everything? Because they want you to be poisoned. And they want you to go buy your poison like a good little slave because you're not free. If you were free, you would have good, clean food. And you would have a choice in the matter. You would have a say in the matter. But we don't.
Yeah. And if you feel bad about your body or your thing every day, then your mind doesn't work how it should be. And, you know, you're just trying to go make the pain go away, you know, from the aches that you have that you don't even know what is going on in your body, but it's probably the things that you ate that you put into your body. You know?
Yeah, absolutely. You just don't eat. Well, you know, I don't know. There are people out there who fast and can go a really long time without eating. I heard about this guru one time somewhere in India. Some guy, he's like 70 some years old and he hasn't eaten in years.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know how all that works. I'm not telling people not to eat. I'm telling you to be mindful and educate yourself and your family on what it is you are eating.
Yeah.
And start looking at this stuff differently. It's not food.
Yeah.
It's poison.
Exactly. But this guy, that Britarian guy that you're talking about, he is not going to run a marathon or build a house. He doesn't have the energy for it because
Yeah.
food provide you more, but you can still live without it. But they don't want you to know about. They
Yeah.
they want you to consume everything.
Yeah, I mean, the guy across the street from me here, I don't know if you guys remember my Dogman video when I ran across the street trying to get that really good audio of Dogman, and that one house was right there, and it was kind of like in between those two houses. Well, he passed away. He had colon cancer. I had no idea. I mean, they sold his house and everything and remodeled it, but, and he didn't even seem that old. He was probably right around my age even. Well, anyway, they want you slow, sick, and dying, and they're doing it, and they're doing a good job of it. And we're the idiots that keep consuming these things. There are alternative ways. You can educate yourself and pick your poison a little better.
Exactly.
Even if you go completely vegetable, you'd have to buy all organic or grow your own. Most people don't even know what organic is anymore. It's like you say organic, they're like, oh, I don't like organic. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Do you even know what the word means? Can you spell it? It's like, you don't like organic? Somebody kept saying to me, I don't like distilled water. I don't like the way it tastes. I'm like,
What's toothpaste?
it doesn't taste like shit, I guess. That's the problem. Like, it has no taste, okay? And as you're drinking your distilled water, you should be living in the attitude of gratitude as it's going into your body and you're swallowing it down. That's even better. Because our intentions do have an effect on things. The Yakimo video where he shows that people, meditate or say stuff like, I hate you over the water, and the water, they freeze it and look at it and it's all distorted and everything. And they do the same thing with another glass that's in there. They say, I love you. And then they freeze it and look at it and it's completely different than the other water. And it's repeatable test. You can do it with rice. You can do it with plants. Plants respond to your intentions as well. So everybody gets a little, oh, there she goes. She's talking about manifesting again. We believe in Jesus and we can't talk about manifesting. But that experiment shows that energy goes where your intentions flow. And we cannot deny that, guys. Okay? It's undeniable. We have a certain power within us because we come from the Creator. Okay? The Creator, that's his name. He creates. And we can create our reality as well. It doesn't have to be this way. And I've seen videos of people in, it may be somewhere in Indonesia, Asia kind of area where, they get together and they're chanting over somebody who has a tumor. And while they're chanting over them, the tumor, you can see it on an X-ray machine, and it's getting smaller and smaller. And, so thought is impactful. That's why it says in the Bible to keep your thoughts pure. Because if you're thinking bad shit all the time and all this stuff, well, where that intention's going, more energy is going to flow that way. And that's not good. But I do feel like, we've been disconnected in this short season of Satan from a lot of our true potential that we were meant to have. I think when Adam and Eve were in the garden, if they didn't screw everything up, they would have still had a lot more abilities than we have, like, today. You know what I mean? But they lost all that when they disobeyed God and ate from this tree and they weren't ready for it. And, then they get thrown out into the wild. That's why it's like, we don't even seem like we fit here. We have no hair all over us. I mean, when we do have hair, it's in the places that don't make any sense. We can't go trekking through the woods without any shoes on. If it gets too cold, we'll die from the elements, and exposure. So it's almost like we don't even fit in here. But we did at one time. It was created for us. So those things probably wouldn't even affect us. And if you don't have to walk and you can fly or glide or whatever, you don't need shoes, right? I'm just saying there's a lot more to things. Now, I'm not sitting here saying like, well, if you want to be a millionaire, manifest your reality and all that stuff like that. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the energy that we put into things. If we use that energy, because and especially if it comes from a place of love and gratitude and, glory to heaven and everything, because this is where it all comes from. When you're in heaven, you manifest like crazy. I think SHEPU, I'm there with SHEPU. SHEPU's right here with me or whatever. I can think, I want to climb a mountain. Well, I'm climbing a mountain. You know what I mean? So that's how it is in heaven. You know, there's no like, I got to plan a trip. I got to book a ticket. I got to rent a car to go climb this mountain. No, boom, you're there. And I think possibly during the millennial reign, the people that were here had that connection. That's why I say that I think that these amazing architectures that we see, like Cairo says, could possibly have been manifested during that time, not actually built in the manner that we would build things today with our hands and stuff and using tools and materials. I think collectively they sang those things into existence through the glory of God. So when you hear the word manifest or manifesting, try not to get your panties in a twist about it. Okay, it's not always this new age intention thing. I think they take it and use it and try to manipulate it and suck people in over there. Like, you know, we are co-creators. We are lings of the earth. We are earthlings. We're connected to this plane, and they've had to disconnected us by putting rubber soles on our feet, and we walk around on cement and asphalt all day, and these carpets and stuff and whatever. I don't even know where I'm going with all this, guys. All I'm saying is, you know, things can change drastically if you put your mind to it, and you start looking at what you eat, and you're looking at your body differently, and seeing, you know, the people who are in charge who give us all this stuff to consume differently. Until that happens, and you don't see it differently, you're still going to fall for all this bullshit. You're like, oh, I know it's got this aspartame in it, but I really like it, and I'm going to eat it anyway. Stick the gum in your mouth. I've had people say that to me. I look at them like baffled, like, what? I just told you all this stuff, showed you proof and everything, and you're like, I really like this gum. I'm going to eat it anyway. I'm like, okay. See you later. Have fun at the doctor's. Oh, no, I think a doctor. You'll be there soon enough.
Yeah, exactly, Jen. That's all where it starts in your thought process about everything. You know, it starts from you to the outside, everything. So that's where you need to.
One of my thought processes never included getting old. I've never, ever thought about getting old. I'm old. I'm going to get old. I'm going to get this. Blah, blah, blah. No, it's never factored into my reality. And I think that's one of the things that keeps my body system young, if you will. Like, yeah, I got aches and pains and stuff. I got some issues, you know. But when you think a certain way and live a certain way and don't let these negative thoughts creep in, and, you know, some people, they just can't wait to have something wrong with them. They get that 1 foot in the grave when they get over 50 and stuff like that. Oh, this, now I'm falling apart here and all this stuff like that. Meanwhile, I'm just bopping around doing my thing, and they're like looking at me like, what the hell's this girl doing? Why isn't she old and decrepit like me? She's 54. I'm 54, whatever. But, you know, I've been educating myself on this stuff. And I am the kind of person that when I learn something new that is relevant, I apply it to my life. You have to do that. If you don't take that step, what is the point of even learning this stuff? Tell me, please. I'll wait. There's no point to it. No. You shouldn't even have learned it, because how can you learn something like that that's critical to your well-being and ignore it and still eat the crap?
Yeah, exactly.
Make it make sense.
No, Jen, it's I see it everywhere. You know, these people that's always angry and always whining and saying that things don't go out there. But probably that's why it doesn't go how you want it, because that's how you think it is. You know, you always, if you change just your mindset on everything and how you see things, everything will change. And they don't seem to see this, and they continue saying that, oh, they say it to themselves before it happened. Like, I've got a friend that every time she goes out on a car ride or something, something's happened. And she said it before she go, oh, I know that someone's gonna just cut me off and make me mad. But you just made it happen by saying it, you know?
Yeah.
When you will go out, something's gonna happen like that. And that's how really it is. It's really...
Yeah. I mean, this reality has had to have left all of us at one point scratching our heads. Like when you buy a brand new car or you get a used car, whatever. Say it's a white Honda Civic. Suddenly you go out, everybody's got white Honda Civics. You see it everywhere. Say you're not dating, right? And you're not even really looking for love or thinking about even hooking up with anybody. And then suddenly everybody wants to get with you. But when you're looking for it, it's nowhere to be found. Like even my son said that recently. He's like, when I'm not trying to be dating anybody, all these girls want me, and it's like, like I have to beat them off with a stick practically. But that's the way it is. This world is definitely communicating with us in some kind of way. We are interacting with this 3D reality that we are in, this duality, and we have an effect on it. We think that it just affects us and we have no effect on it, but we do have an effect on it. And now whether you can master that effect and hone it and fine tune it, I don't know. I've never gone down those roads. I usually just say, thank you, Jesus. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Even when I found Lola, when she was passed away, I just immediately thanked Jesus because I found her so quickly and she was not dead very long. And she could have been anywhere. It could have took days for me to find her, and that would have killed me. I mean, literally, it would have killed me if I had to look, and I would not have stopped until I found her. Live in the attitude of gratitude and drink distilled water. That's a start. Start there, okay? Just saying. And stop drinking soda and fast food. Stop. And I don't even go down half the aisles in the supermarket. I don't go down the cereal aisle. I don't go down the candy aisle. I don't go down I go down the coffee aisle. But so many things I don't buy anymore. It's like, I just don't, if you don't buy it, you won't eat it. Don't buy it and be like, I really shouldn't be buying these, but whatever, I'll just eat one or two here and there. Don't even let it in your house if you don't trust yourself. You'll build up those willpower, and when it comes time to run for your life, you might actually be able to do it.
Yeah.
All right, Shrew, you want to play that video?
Yeah, for sure.
Right.
Just wonder, some people said that, these entities or the evil people, they manifest things, but they try to. They put it out, but it's you that follow what they are saying. That's the true thing. They don't make anything. They just put it out there to see if you're gonna react and follow what they're saying or what they put out. And it's your own judgment that makes it real for you in your life. If you follow these guidelines or things like this is how your life's gonna be. But if you decide not to follow what the beast system calls on it, you won't be in it. So you have to make the choice.
Yeah.
If you want to be in it or not. Just like Jesus said, be in the world, not of it. It's the same thing. They give you the choice without giving you a choice, but you have to make it. And that in that document, the last page that she's gonna read, it's all about that.
All about it.
It's
They bank on our ignorance, and the way they've confounded people's consciousness, and you don't have to go out and buy their poison food.
No.
But if you don't know any better, and you just accept and find and trust these people and stuff like that, well, that's your fault. The FDA would not approve aspartame for 16 years. They're trying to push it through. Donald Rumsfeld. If you don't know who he is, you should. Okay? Because to be on the battlefield, you need to know your enemy. You need to know who the players are. You need to stop what you're doing and look up Donald Rumsfeld. You have to stop what you're doing and look up, all these other people, George Soros and all this stuff. That's what I had to do when I was doing research. I'm like, okay, who the hell is Donald Rumsfeld? Oh, he's the Secretary of Defense during Bush. Okay. And yeah, what an asshole he is. He owns the company that makes aspartame. He got his people on the FDA and it got approved. And now it's in over 9,000 products. Other countries ban it. It's illegal. You can't eat that shit over there. They won't allow it in their country. But we're eating it up all over here because we're ignorant. And we choose to be ignorant. There's no Donald Rumsfeld knocking on your door, twisting your arm, shoving aspartame down your throat.
No.
So,
All right. Let's get into something.
Okay. I could go on and on.
Okay. So, are you seeing this? You're not looking at your screen. Okay. Oh,
Yeah,
guys.
I'm sorry. I was just typing some. Okay.
No,
Okay,
okay.
I see 'em. It looks good.
All right. Okay, so I don't know where I want to start. Not at the beginning, but now, yeah, I can, because it's 35 minutes. I just want to play like 10, 12 minutes section.
Yep. And also, I just want to mention real quick, once you get your appetite under control and you detox from all the toxins that are in this food and all the addictive additives and stuff, you won't have to eat that much. Okay. So your grocery bill, you're like, oh, it's so expensive to buy organic or all this stuff. It's too much trouble to grow it and can it and all this stuff like that. But once you get your system cleaned out and you got yourself on a regular way of eating and stuff, you don't really eat that much. You just don't.
Yeah.
You don't need to.
No, exactly. Because we eat that much because your stomach or your internal biome needs that craving. It's like a drug for your gut, not even your.
Yeah.
And it craves it, and that's why I remember the first time I tried these fasting and stuff. I used to have these really big craving of eating, and then I had like headaches, and I would be like mad and angry and have mood changes because I didn't eat.
Yep.
But after I made my first fast, all of this went away. Never afterwards I had a headache because I didn't eat, or I was like not like angry, or not angry, but irritable. Like I don't know the word.
Well,
when you don't eat.
Well, when you're getting off that addictive
Yeah.
additives that are in your food, you're going to go through withdrawals, and that's
Yeah.
the same as any kind of drug. People get moody, they get sick, they
Yeah.
get just really irritable. The littlest thing, they can't think things through. They're scatterbrained and all this stuff like that.
All right. Okay, so I'll start this short clip of this woman. She gonna explain what we're gonna.
Okay, so first off, let's just say this. This document came out, I think it was 2003. This interview is 2013, and they're talking about what they plan to do in 2025.
Yeah, exactly. All right.
Coppola for Anthony J. Hilder.
So just tell me if it's
I'm
too
with,
low,
Deborah
maybe because the
Tavares.
video
We're gonna
was low.
discuss a few topics here.
Thank you so much for the interview. I appreciate the opportunity. One of the things that we want to talk about is what we were discussing a little bit ago, and that is the significance of this NASA war document.
There's a
that
little
was on
echo,
the
it seems
NASA
like.
website, and the need to urgently.
Do you hear an echo?
It's like a slight echo. Can you mute yourself while it's playing?
Okay.
See if that works.
Get this out in front of as many people as possible because of the content of this document.
So was this document available to everyone, or this was on their actual website and someone found it?
That is correct. It was on the NASA website, and it was a document that actually is a PowerPoint presentation by Dennis Bushnell, the chief NASA scientist at the Langley Center. And it was presented in 2001, July.
Oh, 2001. I said 2003. I'm sorry, guys. There you go.
Of 2001, just a few months before 9/11. And what brought my attention to it and immediately rang some uncomfortable realizations was when we first came across it. It says on the website, future strategic issues, future warfare circa 2025. And as I decided to just flip through it quickly to see what it was about, I was a little stunned on page 4. It said the presentation is based in all cases upon existing data, trends, analysis technologies, no pixie dust. And the entire premise of the document or the PowerPoint is about robots, cyborgs, and humans. So I immediately saw a conflict between future and now. And I thought, what are they covering up? Because that was a definite cover up. And then I started to continue looking through the document with shock. And that's why we're talking right now, because I think most people would be shocked to find on page 93.
So who wrote this NASA document, and was this intentional? Did they want the public to see this, do you think, or?
Well, again, the Illuminati, the reality into the United States. Now, CNN, of course, say increasingly critical are human limitations and human downsides. Humans are too large. Humans are too heavy, too tender. Humans are too slow, both physically and mentally. And we require huge logistical trains, meaning we cost way too much money to maintain. And humans have rapidly decreasing to negative value. Can you even believe this? I mean, you're hearing this, and it's got to be rather shocking coming off of a NASA website, particularly when some of the agencies that are involved are the US Air Force, DARPA, the CIA, the FBI, Southern Command, Atlantic Command, Australian Department of Defense, and other agencies criminally with the war machine. And on page 9, this is very interesting and horrifying. Humans have taken over and vastly shortened evolution. They're going to direct evolution. They believe, the bankers, the global elites, believe that they have
Can you
accomplished.
pause it for a second?
And
I want to say something about salt. Jenny said, I do my best, feel healthiest when I just eat red meat, bacon, butter, egg yolks, and salt. You want to make sure your salt is iodized salt. Just saying, or sea salt, but you don't want to just eat the regular salt. Iodized salt is good for your thyroid. Just saying. You need to know about all this stuff. You need to know how it affects your organs and everything like that. I'm just saying. Okay, you can go.
they're doing that again, keeping in mind that this entire document is about robots, cyborgs, and humans. They've already mapped our brains. We've just recently heard that they can transfer a human brain into machinery. So whenever they tell lungs, the dust mechanic, they say that this micron's finding out about these things.
We're skipping
And
through, guys.
they also talk about microdust as a weapon. They say that this micron-sized mechanized dust, which is distributed as an aerosol and inhaled into the lungs, the dust mechanically bores into the lung tissue and executes various pathological missions. They say it's a completely new type of warfare, and it is legal. It's legal. This is what they're going to do to all the humans on the face of this planet. It's all legal. And then they talk about how the use of frequencies will be used in warfare. And we know, for example, the smart meters that are being deployed around the globe.
Yeah, and at that time there were no talk about the letter and the G, the number and the G at all. She should just talk about frequency because it wasn't even in the talk. But
Right. So they knew back in 2001 that they were going to roll out the 5G and all that stuff, and put the towers up everywhere, and that we would have these type of devices. They plan out this stuff way in advance. And like I said, it's generational. They're in it to win it. They're in for the long game. Okay. They know you're not in it for the long game, but they are. That's why they keep you slow, sick, and dying. So you never figure out the long game, and they can continue on through the generations with it till they fulfill their plan, which we're at that point now where it's getting to the end of the whole thing.
Globe, the replacement of our electric meters, which will also and does include the replacement of all of our gas meters and our water by these frequencies. Some will be the canaries in the coal mine, which is a term that they've been using as people have been dropping like flies.
Oh my God! What you just said, that's what they did. Remember with Tom Hanks with his canary in the coal mine skit and all this stuff right at the beginning of this. Oh, it's
Yeah.
crazy.
People are experiencing all kinds of health maladies. Generally, it starts with ringing of the ears, heart palpitations, skin rashes, inability to sleep through the night. And what they're doing is they're jamming our immune systems with these frequencies.
So how do the elite shield themselves from their own weapons?
Well, that's a really good question. And some of the information that we've come across is, of course, they have methods far ahead of anything that we have available to ourselves, such as cancer cures. They don't get cancer. There's chip mechanisms that we understand can fend off certain frequency attacks. We also know that they're interested in transhumanism. So much of what they're doing globally, they're interested in. And to what extent they're affected by all of the chemtrails and all of the nanofibers that are being dropped, which is phase 1 of the first protocol. It all lines up. Everything lines up. You connect the dots. You see the NASA war document. Not only does it talk about the effects of frequencies and how it will be used, they acknowledge that it will interfere with our performance, that it will cause seizures. They acknowledge this in this document. It is no longer a debate about smart meters. We don't need any more scientists or doctors saying people are getting sick. This is the intention. Our documents should read this because and you've got 36 pages. And it's not hard to read. They came across technology were aired and our frustrations could come out. But the bankers were behind everyone who was elected, and they laugh at us. They laugh at us. The very, very last, and I'll go to this right now because we'll come back to the document itself, but the very last statement in this document, it says,
Here, can you pause that for a second?
cattle.
I don't know who this person is. They're saying, read the scriptures, Jen. Don't just make stuff up. I'm listening to earlier in the stream. I don't know what does that say. Are they supposed to say? Are they trying to say that I don't make stuff up, or they're saying don't make stuff up? Because I'm not making anything up. I'm just trying to figure out who this person is and what they're actually trying to say here. But yeah, ask anybody here who's been with me for any length of time. I don't make shit up.
Just a troll, Jen. There you
Okay.
go. Yeah.
Just saying.
And I'll go to this right now because we'll come back to the document itself. But the very last statement in this document, it says, factor 6, cattle. Those who will not use their brains are no better off than those who have no brains. And so this mindless school of jellyfish, father, mother, son, and daughter, become useful beasts of burden or trainers of the same.
Yep.
So what they say in this document is that,
And that was like the most important part because, again, it's your own choices to follow what they put out or not. And they tell you that you will be cattle if you follow what they're saying. And you will be fleeced, and your mother and your dad will tell you the same thing, and they will teach you it again, and it would go on and on and on.
Yep.
And that's the fucking plan.
And you know, the parents want to raise their kids and send them off to college. So, you know, you got to pay your taxes and all this stuff like that. You got to get your, you know, jabs and all this other stuff. You got to be a good little citizen.
This is
Yeah. So I think we're gonna stop it here.
Okay,
Because
we can drop that link in the chat so everybody can check it out on their own. It's about, I think, almost 30 minutes long, we said.
yeah, 35 minutes. I just put the link.
Okay.
I have uploaded it on my BitChute. So
Alpha 16 Alpha is late. Gosh, you're late.
Don't be shy for the party.
Wait, an hour and 7 minutes. That's catching up to do.
Yeah.
I haven't seen Melanie yet either. Is she in here?
No, where is she?
Where is Melanie? Melanie, catching a felony, getting a crazy glue.
Yeah, that was nice.
Oh
happened.
boy. Yeah, you're right. They do support submissive government. Yes, they probably put that part in there. I don't know. Because I don't think God would want us to follow along with this draconian government that's happening across the plain.
No, God asks you to follow nobody. That's what He asks you. Just follow. Yeah.
You know, we worship authority. You know, people are like, oh, I don't worship authority. Well, you do everything they tell you to do. I get an itch, a little back scratcher here. You do everything they tell you to do. Okay? And but you don't do anything God tells you to do.
Yeah.
Just saying, I don't know.
Okay, so I sent you like this this video of the gem makers. I don't know if you've seen it.
I don't think I got a chance to watch that one. We'll watch it now, though. That's cool. Yep. Oh, and I just wanted to say a while back, I don't know, maybe it was like a couple months ago, on one of my shows, I had said that somebody had left a comment saying to me, not on here, it was on Facebook or something, you know, good job scaring people away from your channel talking about Jesus. And I was really kind of taken back by that comment because it's somebody that I know, and I really didn't expect this person to fire that at me. But I didn't hold any grudges, and, you know, I just left it alone. And today, out of the blue, this person contacted me and apologized. And I was so grateful that he did that. And we had a really nice conversation about this whole situation and whatever, you know, Jesus and everything. And I was just really, really grateful. I told him, I said, look, I forgive you the minute you wrote that statement. I said, I was a little taken back, but I forgave you immediately. And I don't try to force anything on anybody. But I'm not going to stifle where I'm at in my life with things either, just to appease subscribers from, you know, not being scared away. That's not who I am. That's not how I roll. And that's not the path that God put me upon. He put me upon the path of truth. And, you know, anyway, just live in the attitude of gratitude. Treat others how you want to be treated. Forgive others as you want God to forgive you. This is how it works. If you can't forgive others for sinning against you, how do you expect God to forgive your sins? Okay? Thanks, Juan. Juan's been with me a long time. CFM and Jeannie been with me a long time. They've been drinking distilled water. Juan started drinking distilled water a long time ago when I used to talk about it. If you have gout, I don't know who's got gout, but if you have gout, distilled water takes it away. You'll notice so many differences starting to drink distilled water. Yep, Kairos. They don't like that. They don't like the name Jesus. But you can say Allah, Shiva, whatever, Buddha all day long. They're cool with it because it doesn't affect them. All right, so where are we going now, SHEPU? Are you talking?
No, I wasn't muted. I'm not sure if I'm gonna show this maybe another time. I had like a video of how they make the lime, like in India. These they just broke up pieces of the mountain and just put it in the kiln. But what was interesting is that when you got that lime in a powder version state, if you just had water, it becomes really, really, really hot and start boiling.
Hmm.
Yeah, because these guys, when they sweat, when they break this sin, and the powder gets on their skin and they start sweating, it burns them right away. So they have to take precautions. And
Wow.
Yeah.
So lime is what they're using in the mortar.
yeah, not only in mortar, in every and a lot of things, like in road, when they do road, when they do concrete, when they do many things, even in medical applications, and so much stuff. But yeah, I guess we I don't know if you had some stuff to show, Jen. I'm gonna go.
Oh yeah, that's stuff. Let me
Good.
see here.
I'm gonna go to Bulgaria.
Yeah, we're gonna go. We're gonna look at Bulgaria, but I'm gonna get my stuff together here. Here, I got one thing here I want to show. All right, let me get into the screen share. Where's that? 43 people here. We lost a few people. We were up to 50, 52 or something like that. I don't know what happened, but oh well. All right, guys. So I was looking at the Monopoly guy. As you can see, there's something very strange about the Monopoly guy. He's missing something from his outfit. And I'm sure y'all know what it is. He does not have a monocle anymore. And we all remember him with a monocle. Just the way it was. And he doesn't have one now. So I was looking at something and I saw some residue. It came up on my phone. It was an ad or something. Hold on, where it is. It's right here. Oh God, what did I do with that? Jeez. Here it is, right here. It says, stop playing games with your money. Invest in yourself. It came up on some kind of ad thing. And look, they got the Monopoly guy with his top hat and monocle. But yet, he's never had a monocle, according to this reality that we're in right now. No monocle, looks bizarre. It's never like that, but yet there it is, and they say it's always been that way. And yeah, so I thought that was interesting.
Yeah. Really.
And what else did I have here?
The fact that they say, "Oh, you're probably mistaking it for the peanut guy." Well, the peanut guy looks like a fucking peanut. Yeah, how can I mistake?
The peanut guy has a monocle, and so does the Mr. Moneybags.
Yeah.
Okay, so here we have the American flag with the red under the blue. The residue right there. It's on a tattoo. But that was interesting. Red under the blue. It's just more residue stuff. And I think, let's see, I have a link up here or something. That. Looking at this. Oh, I had this up from last show. All this meshing stuff. Okay, just let me look at my tabs here. There we go. Okay, so I want to talk about this. Brian Stavely and I, when we used to do shows together over on his channel about Mandela Effect, we covered World War II. We covered all this crazy stuff about Germany that has changed. Things that happened with Japan, the beginning of the war, the end of the war, and everything in the middle. There's all kinds of crazy stuff with World War II and Germany and the Allied forces and all this stuff. So apparently they had bat bombs. And Brian and I scoured everything about World War II. I never heard of this stuff. I sent it to him. He hasn't responded yet to see what he has to say about it, but this never came up for me at all. And I've never learned this in school. Put a 1 in the chat if you've heard of bat bombs and learned it in history class. Put a 2 if you've never heard of it. It says bat bombs were an experimental World War II weapon developed by the United States. The bomb consisted of a bomb-shaped casing with over 1,000 compartments, each containing a hibernating Mexican free-tailed bat with a small time incendiary bomb attached to it. Okay? I don't know where they get these little miniature, tiny little bombs to strap onto a friggin' bat, but this is what they say. It says, dropped from a bomber at dawn, the casing would deploy a parachute in mid-flight and open to release the bats, which would then disappear and roost in the eaves and attics in a 20 to 40 mile radius. The incendiary, which were set on timers, would then ignite and start fires in inaccessible places in the largely wooded and paper constructions of Japanese cities that were the weapon's intended target. Okay, so there it is. This is the
It's
container.
crazy. Sounds
Right.
like something you would see in a crazy evil movie. You know, a guy that lives in his castle and wants to take over something. Let's create bats with bombs. It's crazy.
Bats with bombs. Yep. So this is how they came up with the concept. It says the bat bombs were conceived by Latil S. Adams, and I guess he lived from 1881 to 1970.
He probably said, "Fly, my pretty fly," when you let him go. You know.
He's a dental surgeon from Irwin, Pennsylvania, who was an acquaintance of the First Lady Eleanor Roosevelt. The inspiration for Adams' suggestion, oh my goodness, was a trip he took to Carlsbad Caverns National Park, which is home to many bats. Adam wrote about his idea of incendiary bats in a letter to the White House, January 1942. Little more than a month after attack on Pearl Harbor, Adams was intrigued by the strength of bats and knew that they roosted before dawn. He also knew that most of the buildings in Tokyo were constructed of wood instead of concrete. He believed that if time-release incendiaries could be attached to bats, some kind of container could hold them, could be dropped over the city after dark, and bats would simply roost and burn Tokyo to the ground. The plan was subsequently approved by President Roosevelt on the advice of Donald Griffin. In his letter, Adams stated that the bats was the lowest form of animal life. Now listen to this, guys. Lowest form of animal life, and that until now, the reason for its creation has remained unexplained. So they're like, what's the purpose of bats, right? They don't even know why there's bats around. Why did God create bats? And then he says he went on to espouse that bats were created by God to await this hour to play their part in the scheme of free humanity's existence,
Wow,
and to
that's
frustrate any attempt of those who declare dare desecrate our way of life. So this guy seems to think that the whole purpose of bats is because of his idea, and that's why they were here, because he was going to come up with this idea at this particular time, and this is what they would be.
Yeah. It looks like it wasn't destructive enough, because that's not what they used. They used the supposed.
Well, they actually did use it, but it didn't work the way they wanted. Now listen to this.
So they used this before they put out the A bomb on Tokyo, on Nagasaki, because that's what they say right here, right 1 month after Pearl Harbor. But what they did after Pearl Harbor, they're supposed to have gone there and bombed.
See, what they're not saying is that 1 month after Pearl Harbor, Japanese were sending over Japanese balloon bombs. And that's a Mandela effect.
Yeah,
and it's changed over time. Each time I've covered it, it's become more inland the bombs got, and there was more of them, more states that they wound up in and stuff. So
theater of war is crazy.
I want you to look at this picture right here. I'm going to zoom in over here. Look at this. See this thing? It's on fire. Okay. It says errant bats from the experimental bat bombs set fire to Carlsbad Army Airfield Auxiliary Base in New Mexico.
Oh yeah. So one got loose.
I guess. Apparently he had the thing on him with the timer. I don't know. It says a reasonable number of destructive fires can be started in spite of the extremely small size of the unit. The main advantage of the unit would seem to be their placement within the enemy's structure without the knowledge of the householder or fire watchers. thus allowing the fire to establish itself before being discovered. And these people in war and all this crap, it's so muffed up. I mean,
Oh, yeah, I don't know.
it's
How would
ridiculous.
you like to destroy people's life? You know, how can you fucking think like this? And they're sick. They're sick. These people.
Yeah, the National Defense Research Committee observers stated it was concluded that X-ray is an efficient weapon. They called this Project X-ray. The chief chemist report stated that on a weight basis, X-ray was more efficient than the standard incendiary bombs in use at the time. Expressed in any other way, the regular bombs would give probably 167 to 400 fires per bomb load, where X-ray would give 3,625 to 4,708 fires.
When they talk about X-ray, what do they mean?
I don't know. They just call it Project X-ray.
Okay, the Project X-ray is the bats
Bat.
with the, okay.
Yeah, bat bombs. See,
Yeah,
right here it
okay.
says the United States Navy took control in August 1943 using the code name Project X-ray.
Another X.
Yeah.
But
X Factor, X-ray.
It's really weird, X-ray.
Yeah.
Because there's no actual ray. That's weird.
I don't know. All I know is this is just crazy. Just crazy. Look, anti-tank dogs, animal-borne bomb attacks, explosive rats. They had rats too. I'm just like, what? And Project Pigeon. This would be for Ceiling Fan Man right here. Project Pigeon. I'll have to read all this one. Anyway, I'm going to drop this link for you guys. You can check it out yourself. If you know any historians or teachers or anybody who talks about World War II, or you can even ask some vets if you run into them. Hey, do you remember the bat bombs? Because they don't remember dazzle camouflage. I can tell you that. And I've talked to over 300 vets about JFK assassination, and they all remember 4 in the car. But sometimes I would throw in stuff like, well, have you ever heard of dazzle camouflage? Or, razzle dazzle camouflage, all this stuff. It just brings things up. Ed McMahon, this type of stuff. But yeah, so there it is.
Yeah. Hey, Cheryl, a nice video you put up today about bricks.
Oh, yeah, I didn't see it.
Yeah, Cairo substituting the drone for bats is the same thing. Now they use drones and same story. They light fires and blow shit up with these drones.
Okay, so I don't know if they're going to show the bats with anything on them here. I don't think they have any pictures. Oh, what was that?
Yeah, I don't think there's something on. I think they inject the bat with something inside of them. Probably.
No, it said it had something that they were going to hook onto it.
Yeah, but I don't think that. I don't think that's how it is.
It says, okay, so the thing has 1,000 compartments in it, right? This thing right here, this bomb down here.
Yeah, these are full of bats.
Hibernating Mexican free-tailed bats.
Hibernating.
with a small timed incendiary bomb attached. Not in them, but it's attached.
Who made
these bombs? Are you kidding me right now? You got. I mean, I don't even know if it makes sense. So yeah, that is just some crazy stuff right there. What else did I have here? Oh, Monument of the End of Time. This is weird. Okay, so it's this one over here. I think I wanted to show. No, it's not that one. I was looking at all these crazy monuments again. Oh, shoot. Give me a second, guys. I gotta scroll up here. Let me go back a couple here. This one.
No, Ben, you're a little bit late. A tad late. Yeah, now we're...
Okay. So I found another crazy monument, and fuck if it don't look like a melted building. I'm just saying. It looks like a melted building, but yet there's tanks inside it. See all these things sticking out of this muffed up, weird looking building here?
Holy shit, there are tanks
sticking out of it.
What?
Who makes this stuff? I don't know.
Shit.
Look at it. See them? It's crazy, right? I know. I'm just like, what's happening here? And this one too. This is weird. Is China Sphinx or something? I don't know what they're doing there. And this. Oh,
Oh
what's
my
this
God,
look like?
what's that?
What is this?
Melanie, where are you?
I'm just saying. Okay, are these people hooked up with NASA or something?
Probably.
This is called the People's Daily Headquarters. It's in China. Where is it? Is it here? I don't even know what I just clicked on. All right, hold on. Let me go back to where I was. Where the heck was I? This? No. This? Yeah, okay. This one here. Okay. Yeah, this place is in Beijing. It's the offices for the People's Daily. I guess it's a newspaper or something. This is the finished product of it here, what it looks like when it was all done. I don't know who got the idea for this thing, but wow. And it just happens to look like that weird meshing that we see on Agashima.
Look at the description on the side, what they say on that.
Upward thrusting buildings. Ejaculating into the skies. Oh my God. You can't make this stuff up, guys. There it is. Okay. I am not making this up. Oh boy. Yeah. Make it make sense.
Yeah.
I was looking at other monuments too, just kind of going down these pages and seeing what they're all about. Of course, let me see here. I got this other one up here that I want to show you guys. There's this one here. It's really strange. It's got all the monuments down this page, I think. But I have pictures of them too. No, maybe not. Let's go over here. Inappropriate monument. Let me see here. Where was I? Yeah, I gotta scroll down on this page. Sorry for all the scrolly up and down stuff. You know what I find about a lot of these monuments, which mostly went up in the 60s and 70s, to me, they look like they're giving a nod to the X Factor event. I don't see anything that has to do with war with these things. I see what looks like weird, janky, muffed up buildings. That's what I see. You know, this monument is for the Battle of Sujeka, whatever, in Bosnia. That's their monument there. It's very strange looking. And they're usually out in the middle of nowhere. Just nowhere. This weird one here next to this church looks like some weird building jutting out of the ground, some muffed up building or something jutting out here. It says Astra Monument near Kakek, Siberia. And this one here is another weird one. But I think there's a picture of it down here. This one here is interesting. This, I don't know why, but it screams X Factor to me. That's what I'm getting from this. X Factor. Black hole sun. This other one down here. If there's any more, I don't know. Oh, that might be the end of that one. Okay, let me go to this next page. Okay, yeah. So, I don't know how. Bikegeist, Ballgeist.
Ballgeist.
Again, these monuments make no sense to me at all. To me, it looks like these are muffed up buildings or a monument to the X Factor muffed up buildings. Okay. How this has anything to do with war, I have no idea. But this is what it's screaming to me. I'm just saying. Very, very strange. There's a couple other weird ones in here too. I don't think I have them over here. Hold on. Oh, that was that page. Let me go over this page. This one here. This is another one that looks very like X Factor to me. Oh, I gotta go. Hold on. Kind of like a muffed up building or something. There's a few other ones on this page that they had that were weird.
Oh, really, Mesa? I hope it looks great.
Oh, look at these swords, SHEPU. I didn't even see this one. Well, I could say they're crosses, I guess, but they look like swords. Poland. This is in Poland. Look at that. That's big. I mean, that's a pretty big monument right there.
Yeah.
Probably some weird sword technology.
Yeah, but we do these types of things today, and they don't serve any purpose like the ones that of the old world that serve multiple purpose, like energy gathering or landing pads for airships or everything. Now these are just nothing. I don't even know what they are used for. It's,
And this just looks like some twisted, melted building. I don't know how that represents anything for war or whatever. To me, it seems like they're. Oh, and this freaking weird thing. What is this?
yeah,
Are you
that's
kidding
a
me?
starship from Star Wars, I guess.
It looks like the ships that they were using in Dune, the movie Dune. I don't know if you remember the movie Dune.
I don't remember.
It looks like one of those. But again, it's out in the middle of nowhere. And it's just another monument. A creepy monument. There's another one here I got to show you guys here. I think I have it on Pinterest maybe. This one's interesting. Okay, so it's a stairway right here between these two things. But when you
see that thing, Jen? I'm
what?
going to show you something in Bulgaria that looks like this, but it's two mountains with a staircase right there. And
Yeah, this thing is bizarre. I got to find the other pictures on it. Hold on. What's over here? Oh, not that one. Hold on. I left all these tabs open from yesterday. Again, here's another building monument. To me, it screams X Factor. I don't know why. I just feel like it screams X Factor to me. It's just the way it looks.
yeah, that's the Canadian. Yeah, I know that.
Yeah, the Canadian one. You guys have this one. That's right. I meant to tell you about that. There's another one over here. This one. Look at this one. Oh, hold on. It
Yeah,
says,
that's not. Is that a monument or a part of a bunker? That.
Yeah, let me scroll back up here because this was a whole page and I wanted to go. This is a page that I
Okay, that's the one that. Yeah.
It says top of the blocks, the world's strangest war memorials in pictures. There's one. Again, like they're always this dystopian, brutalist architecture. That's one thing right there.
Yeah.
They're not attractive at all. Like you don't even want to go near this thing. It just has like negative energy all over it. Look at this fucker. What is this?
Yeah, what is this?
Like, it's always in the middle of nowhere. We got the X Factor monument right here. Look at this one. Look at this one. This one here is a monument, guys.
That's the monument.
Yeah, a muffed up building.
Just a muffed up building.
Here's another monument. I have no clue
these things. Yeah.
There's this one here. This weird thing. And this one.
Yeah.
And I think that's it for
Because
that
like
one.
the last one, I've seen some real, like I suppose bunkers like broken on the seashore, just like that.
Yeah, there's a monument here on this page. I have to get it to come back up, the whole thing. I can go back a page on this one and see where it was that I was looking at. This thing. I think it's this thing. This is a monument, guys.
Yeah, this thing is crazy. The insides are even more crazy.
Yeah, it looks like it's just some kind of old world building of some sort.
Yeah.
But it also looks like it's depicting some muffed upness on it. Like if it's not from the X Factor, oh, this is not a good picture. Let me find a better one. Maybe this one. If it's not from the X Factor, it's yeah, I can't play that one either. It's trying to look like it. You know what I mean? Especially the way the front of this looks here, where this guy's like coming out of this doorway thing. It has this really muffed up kind of look to it, like as if it's a monument to the X Factor.
Exactly.
That's what it really is.
But they call it a war monument, so you know.
Yeah.
But you don't have any pictures from the inside of this Volk?
No, I don't. I mean, I'm sure if I click on one of these sites here, like maybe this one, it says, here's the
it's in
interior.
Leipzig. Oh, almost. Because inside there's like all around it is giant statues of don't even know who.
On the interior, it's all giants and stuff.
Yeah.
Huh.
Giant statues in a round circle on the base and on the top part. It's crazy.
Yeah, look how small the people are here. Look, here's the people.
Yeah, and yeah, exactly.
Sorry.
And these statues inside, there's some holding like small humans in their arms and stuff like that. It's really interesting.
It is very interesting. It doesn't look like there's too many pictures here. for
Maybe you got
inside.
some from the inside.
Oh, here we go.
Yes. No, you don't even see them. No, you don't see that. It's these ones. It's not the one.
Let me go to this one.
But this is at the lower section. Then on top, the top part, this is where are the big ones. Yeah, you don't see it, but yes, it's a crazy building to have been built during.
This one's in Germany.
Yeah.
This one, Leipzig, Germany. Leipzig,
Yeah.
Germany.
The monument to the Battle of Nations in Leipzig. Anyway.
Oh, yeah, that's that again. And what else do I have up here? I was really enamored with this place. I just kept looking at it. 'Cause it just looked to me like it was like showing the X Factor.
Yeah.
You know, you could see. You can tell when they're making something look like it was an X Factor, but it's not. It's like I have been in cemeteries and there are headstones that are made to look melted. Like the headstones all kind of coming up, and then the one side goes like that down. Like it's like they're making it like it's a nod to the melt. You know what I mean? And yeah, it's just this monument thing's just crazy. What else do I have over here? Oh yeah, here's another one. I'm not sure what this is. It looks like some crispy building though.
Yeah, these are small pictures.
Like, what are you doing here with this building? You just want it to look all nasty and muffed up and cooked out? I just don't get it. What is it? What's the purpose? I don't know. But there it is. And then, of course, there's this one. I think we've covered this already on some of your stuff, SHEPU. These massive, massive monuments here. And then you got like the display of like soldiers and everything like that. And then there's always like a janky wall coming down the side here that's all muffed up.
Yeah, I think we look at it like not too long, a couple of shows back.
Yeah, yep. And then I had distilled water. All right, let me go down here real quick. What doctors say about distilled water? I love this site. I'm going to drop it in here for you guys. It's got every doctor that spoke out about, the distilled water and how good it is for you. I will read a little bit to you. Educate yourself on distilled water. Say goodbye to your doctor. All right, here we go. Okay, what doctors say about drinking distilled water? What 24 doctors say about drinking distilled water? There are a lot of lies and deception about the health of drinking distilled water, such as it strips minerals from the body and may cause death. Do I look dead? No, I don't. Just saying. Distilled water is the greatest solvent on earth. It is the only water that can be taken into the body without damaging tissues. The only water. What we as scientists and the public have never realized is that minerals collected in the body from water are all inorganic minerals, which cannot be assimilated, digested, if you will, by the body. The only minerals that the body can utilize are the organic minerals from fruits and vegetables. All other types of minerals are foreign substances to the body and must be disposed or eliminated from the body. Today, many progressive doctors prescribe distilled water to their patients. All kidney machines operate on distilled water. There's that. This doctor here, Dr. Bragg, says the greatest damage done by inorganic materials, hard water, plus waxy cholesterols and salts, is to the small arteries and other blood vessels of the brain. The brain is 75% water. Hardening of the arteries and calcification of blood vessels starts on the day you start taking inorganic chemicals and minerals from tap water into your body. That's when it starts. What goes in here? When distilled water enters the body, it leaves no residue. of any kind. It is free of salt and sodium and is the most perfect water for the healthy function of kidneys, which is 83% water. It is the perfect liquid for the blood, which is 83% water. The ideal liquid for the efficient function of the lungs, which is 86% water, the stomach, liver, 85% water, and other vital organs. Why? Because it is free of inorganic minerals. It is so pure that all liquid drug prescriptions are formulated with distilled water. The shocking truth about water. This one says, Dr. Bauch, Bauch, I'm not sure. Okay, there is only one water, and that is clean, steamed, distilled water. No other substance on the planet or the plane does so much to keep us healthy and get us well as water does. And this guy wrote this in 1993, and that's absolutely true. Water is important, but clean water is what you have to have for your body to function correctly. Used as a drink, distilled water is absorbed directly into the blood, the solvent properties of which it increases to such an extent that it will keep in solution salts already existing in the blood, prevent their undue deposit into various organs and structures, favor their elimination by the various excreta, and tend to remove these earthly compounds which have already accumulated in the body. There is no doubt as to the high value of distilled water used freely as a retarder of ossifying conditions, which appear to constitute the condition of old age. It's a fountain of youth for your body, guys. It literally retards the ossifying condition, which appears to constitute the condition of old age. I'm 54. Do I look dead? Okay, instead of drinking hard water of springs or chlorinated water in the cities, it will be to our advantage, to drink distilled water to prevent calcification of the body. So it helps with the aging process. It is a fountain of youth for your body. It will pull out the impurities because it's pure H2O. There's nothing attached to those molecules. That means those molecules are free to have things attached to it. So they attach to the water molecule, and then you urinate it out. Distilled water, which is what I read to you. What I just said. Distilled water is empty water, a hungry water, a water capable of absorbing body poisons. You have had the experience of trying to use an old post office water. Anyway, it goes on here to say something about post office stuff. Such water does not have the capacity to absorb body impurities. So if you're drinking water that already has minerals added, you don't want that shit, because that's going to go into your body and deposit throughout your body. That water's going to put it there. It's not going to take it out. But that's what they want. They want you to be ignorant and not know this stuff and be like, oh, minerals added. I need that. Minerals sounds good. Crack it open, water, drink it down. No, you're a dummy.
Exactly, Jen. Just look who came in. Melanie.
Melanie. Where have you been? Where have you been, Melanie girl? We missed you.
Don't be shy for the party. I don't feel turd.
Love you, girl. Okay.
You just missed the dick building, Melanie.
The penis structure. Let's just say that. That building had to be dedicated to Lucifer.
For sure.
Okay, it says Dr. Alexander Graham Bell, inventor of the telephone, recognized the health value of distilled water and claimed that its daily use prolonged his life. Afflicted and bedridden with sciatica, I'm not sure what that word is. Dr. Bell could find no relief for his pain. Sciatica, maybe it is. Okay, the attack came just as he was investigating the deposit of salts in the human system. A well-known scientist has written a book in which he said that old age comes from such deposits. And that the ills of advanced years were due to their lack of elimination. Fluoride is accumulative in your body. It stores in your bones. So if you're 50, 60 years old, you've been living in a city that fluoridates, you have 60 years of fluoride accumulated in your body. And that's just one thing. We're talking about all this other crap too. All these other minerals that are inorganic to your system get deposited around your body. And now you have gout. Now you have all this pain in your joints and all this stuff. This man has rheumatism. When they went to the kidneys, he had kidney trouble and stones in the urinary organs. And when they lodged in arteries, they produce what's called hardening of the arteries. In the same way, when such deposits coat the nerves, they cause sciatica. I know that distilled water was pure. I thought that if I drank plenty of it, it could get rid of some of the salts that were covering my sciatic nerve. I tried drinking it and it worked like a charm. I have kept up my drinking of distilled water, and I attribute my almost perfect health largely to it. Alexander Graham Bell. Boom, baby. Okay? The evidence of distilled water, I'm sorry, guys. The evidence that distilled water acts as a solvent within the body, dissolving the inorganic material deposits, is very important. A growing body of evidence suggests that distilled water dissolves and removes these diseases, causing minerals and flushes out the hundreds of dangerous chemicals that have been taken into the body as well. Distilled water is not only free from pollutants, but it apparently helps remove them as well from the cells of the body, thus purifying the body so that it can function as it should. These people who are giving you your FDA approved shit does not want your body to function as it should. They want you slow, sick, and dying. They want you to age quickly, lose your mind, and take whatever they tell you to take, and then you're out of here.
Yep, exactly.
Even tap water irreversibly contains a variety of poisons such as chlorine, chloramine, asbestos, pesticides, fluoride, copper, mercury, and lead. The best way to remove all of these contaminants is by distilled water. You're not going to get fluoride in your system if you're drinking distilled water. I don't know if it takes it out of your bones or not. I'm not sure if that's what he's trying to say here or anything. But I lived in Philly up until I was 2000. I moved out of Philly when I was 30. Moved down to Florida. And they have hard water down there. And I started having stomach problems. And then I started drinking the distilled water, and we moved here and everything. So I've never had problems like that ever since. I rarely get sick. I do have allergies, but yeah, we live in a toxic environment. This whole world's toxic because that's how they work. It says how to save your teeth, toxic-free preventive dentistry. So this guy's a good dentist. If you decide one bottled water, make sure it's distilled. However, in the long run, you'll save money if you can clean your water at home. It is more convenient than hauling gallons of jugs from the store. The gold standard for purifying your water is a system that distills your water and filters it. You have the comfort of knowing that there is no chlorine, no fluoride, no bacteria, no viruses, no pesticide or lead. You get nothing but pure H2O. So if you own a home and you're able to get a distiller unit attached to your water coming into your house, not your spigot up here or down here, you want to get your distiller put right where the water comes into your house. So it comes in and goes right to the distiller first. That means your toilet water, your sink water, your upstairs sink water, and all this stuff. Even your wash water will be distilled. When you go and clean your filter out, wait till you see what's in it. That's the stuff that would wind up in your body. And it's brittle and it's sharp and they're like shards, and it's insane. Anyway, I get really passionate about distilled water because it's one really amazing thing that you can do for your body, and it's not expensive.
Yeah, for sure. Since I've been drinking it, I saw the change. I've been maybe I used to drink always like natural spring water, but this has a lot of minerals in it.
Yeah.
And I had probably too much minerals in me.
Yeah.
And since I've drink only this type because we eat so many minerals that are already added in the foods and stuff like that we don't need more, you know. So since I've been drinking distilled water, I've seen the changes in my life, you know, everything. You know, I used to lose all my hair, and now it's just came back. I don't know. I just used to be way more tired and way more like uh, I used to look older. Even I don't know. It works miracles.
Somebody earlier, Melanie, thought this was an old live stream because my hair was longer. No, I'm wearing hair extensions today, guys. I don't usually wear stuff like this because I'm just not like that kind of girl, but I really miss my long hair.
Yeah. No, yeah, right, Johnny. You need some, but there's enough in what you eat.
You need organic minerals. That's what it said in the beginning, not the inorganic ones.
Yeah.
The
Not
organic
pills.
minerals that you get from fruits and vegetables.
Yeah.
And reverse osmosis, yes. So if you're having fluoridated water come into your house and you use reverse osmosis, you can get rid of the fluoride that way in that water, or a distiller. That's really the only two, okay? They're really like, oh, I have a filter, I have a Brita, I have this. Doesn't matter. That doesn't get out the fluoride. It'll get out a lot of stuff, but it's not going to get out the fluoride. And that's what you want to get out, okay? Because that shit stores in your bones. And what's your skeletal made of? Bones. It's going to affect your teeth. It's going to affect everything. You don't want to add any minerals if you can just avoid it. You don't really have to have any minerals in there. Your body is craving pure H2O. And, last time I had a blood test done, they said your blood test was unremarkable. Everything's just looking at me like I'm crazy, too. Like, he's like, you're 50-some years old and nothing's wrong with you. Like, I had staph infection. Okay, so there's that. That's why I was there. And I'd never had staph infection before. But, they do the blood test and everything. And they're like, yeah, no, you're good. Just here, take this and you'll be fine. I had a hot flash, though, before they called me back. And the interesting thing about that was, I was on the tail end of the hot flash. And then they're like, Jennifer Santelli. So I get up and I'm like soaked. I can feel it. And I'm walking back there. But I'm at the tail end of this thing. It's starting to subside, but it's not over yet, right? And first thing he wanted to do was take my blood pressure. Okay, no problem. Take my blood pressure. And he's like, huh. And I'm like, what? And he's like, well, this ain't right. This can't be right. And I'm like, what is it? And he's like, it was like 110, it was like 200 and something. I don't know what it was. It was a really big number. And he's like, this is like stroke zone. And I'm like, really? Well, apparently I go into stroke zone about 8-9 times a day and about 3 times during the night. I said, look, do all the other stuff, height, weight, and everything like that. I said, then come back and we'll do the blood pressure at the end of this, little thing here before I go see the doctor. And sure enough, he took it again and it was 110/70 like it's supposed to be. But I am apparently going into stroke zone at least 5 times a day. Every day. Every damn day. I even told my husband, I said, one of these hot flashes is going to kill me one day. I know it. But whatever.
Okay. That's not.
Oh, boy.
I hope it doesn't happen, but
Yeah, I hope not either. But, when it's my time to go, I don't want anybody to cry. I want y'all to celebrate, have a party. Because I'm going home. I ain't from here. I'm just visiting. All right, SHEPU. So what do we got here? Where are we going? I blew through all my tabs for 2 hours.
well, this show is about Bulgaria, so it was
Let's go to
let's go
Bulgaria.
some
Let's
Bulgarian
get
stuff. Anyway, there's so much there. It's crazy. I have so much. I don't even know where to start. So I'll just
Right. So
start somewhere.
listen, this is what I want to do real quick. If you don't mind, if we can do this, let's take a quick break. Go to the bathroom, freshen up my drink here, and then we'll get right into Bulgaria. Does that sound good?
And if you want to, we can invite people to.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll put the link out if anybody wants to jump on here and hang out with us for a little while. We're gonna put on a 4-minute song, guys. We'll be right back.
Meltology is the study and
exploration of melted structures that were damaged during an extreme heat event that apparently took place in our not-so-distant past. We're talking temperatures well above 6,000 degrees. The evidence is all around us. You just can't miss the melt. And once you see it, you cannot unsee it. Once you see the melted bricks, you won't fall for their lame-ass tricks. Geologist, you're fired. The word mountain has no standardized geological meaning, so there's that. Meltology 101. Boom, baby. Tardy glue buffet right here. A successful woman is a woman who can lay a firm foundation with the bricks that others have thrown at her. I don't have haters, I have fans in denial, baby. This is a jackwagon free zone. How many people were in the car when JFK was assassinated? Boom, baby. And there you have it. This music is the instrumentals to Hotline. The song Hotline.
What is this song? Hotline.
Oh, it's a song. And that's the instrumentals I used.
Oh, okay. Right. So let's jump. I'll start with one of my favorite ones.
I love hanging out with you guys, by the way. I'm just saying. Just saying. I love it.
Yeah, me too.
And thank you for hanging out with me, SHEPU, and everybody who, subscribes to my channel and is interested to hear what I have to say. Even the haters, they come by and listen too.
Oh, Cairo's gotta go. So
Oh, see you later, Kairos. That was a really
Yeah.
good show you did the other day with Old World. I forget the rest of the name of this channel. I'm gonna try to get him on the show though.
old world explorations.
Old World Explorations.
Yeah, Chris. Yes.
Yeah, he seems like a really nice guy.
Yeah, really.
I can't believe how many people are talking about Millennial Reign short season state now. You just sent me something. Oh God, did I get kicked off? Everything's frozen. Looks like I'm okay. Can you guys still hear me? Put a 1 in the chat. All right, maybe not. Oh, 111. Okay, so he's frozen. Look, Red Storm, just close your mouth when you chew. Guess what? My mom used to say that to me all the time ever since I was a little girl. That's right. I have always had ear, nose, and throat problems. I used to go to an ear, nose, and throat specialist. And I chew with my mouth open because usually I can't breathe through my nose. So, and I've been sitting here staring at this plate right here with food on it, talking to you guys, reading all this stuff, wanting to take a bite of this, but I knew somebody was going to say something if I did. So I got YouTube friggin' censoring me, and then I got my own subscribers censoring me. You get your own show, you do what you want. Chew your mouth shut, don't eat, I don't care. I'm going to do what I want. Bummer. Yeah, my mom used to say, close your mouth, stop chewing like a horse. Well, I can't close my mouth and chew, I can't breathe. You want me to live through this meal? Just saying. Okay, you're allowed. See, because without the mouth open, I used to sleep with my mouth open when I was little because I couldn't breathe out of my nose. One time my glands got really swollen, and my sinuses were all swollen, and my glands got swollen in my throat to where they closed up the back of my throat. And I remember running out of bed. I couldn't breathe. I was like, I ran down the hallway. I ran in my mom's room, and I'm like, and she's like, what's wrong? And I'm like, and she ran me in the bathroom. And my stepdad at the time, I don't know how he knew to do this, but they put the shower on steam and had me in there, and he just took his fingers. I'll never forget it. He took his fingers and went into the Vicks and had this big glob of Vicks on his hands. And he grabbed my face and opened my mouth and shoved it down my throat. And I swear to God, it saved my life. I mean, it's scary when you are not being smothered, you're not drowning or anything. You're just there doing your regular shit, and all of a sudden you can't breathe through your nose or through your mouth. I mean, it's scary. That's why I think I kind of have close claustrophobia. I get in too much of a tight spot. Like, if I could not go crawling through some of these caves and mines with that little space. I don't know why. I feel like I can't breathe. I don't know if it's from that or not, but I tried snorkeling one time under this thing and I couldn't do it. It freaked me out. I automatically get that feeling like, oh my God, I can't breathe. You're not cracking. You're just struggling with putting up with stupid time. What? I don't know what you guys are saying here. Hopefully SHEPU comes back because he's got all the Bulgaria stuff. Yeah, Cheryl, I almost died. I almost died a few times. When I was a little girl, I wasn't even like 3 years old, I don't think. I got pneumonia really bad. I was in the hospital for a couple of months. I almost died. Parkview Hospital in Philly. And then there's just been numerous things along the way. I really shouldn't be here, guys. I really shouldn't be here. And I'm not going to tell you some of these things because, it's really nobody's business. But the situations, I was carjacked one time. Literally, a guy jumped in my car and demanded me to take him somewhere. He didn't pull me out of my car and take my car. He jumped in my car. And he had a poker. Anybody knows what a poker is? If you don't know what a poker is, it's a filed down screwdriver. But I didn't know he had that at the time. he was just demanding me to take him somewhere, do something. I'm like, just get the fuck out of my car. Like, who the hell are you? Blah, blah, blah. And, he's screaming at me. He's all like some crackhead or something. I don't even know. And then I saw a cop coming down the road. So I quick went over into the lane because it was the opposite way. He was coming. And I slammed on my brakes, like right near the cop as the cop was coming down the road. And, the guy saw what I was doing and he kept reaching for something. I remember driving and I kept looking over at him and he's like, just keep driving. He's reaching around the floor, like around the door panel and stuff. I didn't know what he was doing. Well, the next day, after this guy jumped out of my car, he saw the cops come in and I told the cop what happened. That guy just jumped in my car. He's crazy, whatever. Yeah, it was in Philly. And it was right near my old high school, as a matter of fact. And the next day, my ex-husband got in the driver's seat and I got in the passenger seat. Now, the night before, I was in the driver's seat, but he was driving my car that day. I don't know why. I think I was just still like frazzled from the whole thing. And I opened the car door and I looked down. You know how you can see your seat and then you can see, the foot rail going into the car and then that little space there, like if something fell in there. Well, there was something in there, and it was a poker. It was like this long. It had a wooden handle. And this long pointy thing, and the handle had red blood stains on it. It was blood on it, so he clearly used it on somebody else. I mean, all he had to do was grab that thing and go to me as I'm driving. Jen wouldn't be here right now. Yeah, it looked like an old screwdriver with a wooden handle, and he filed down the top of it. Yeah, I remember looking at that thing and just looking at it and just thinking what happened and looking at it, and I was just like, how did he not find it? It was right there. I mean, I opened the door and I saw it right there, and he was all feeling all around. Guardian angel, maybe? I'm telling you, there's a lot of instances where I should not be here today talking to you guys.
Yeah, sorry. We have like a fucking huge storm here. It might happen again, but we lost the power. So.
Yeah. I was wondering if you're going to come. I was like, you better come back. It's in Bulgaria. He's got all the stuff.
I know. I tried now. I had all these tabs open and ready, and I had to do it again. I tried to restore the tabs, but I think they changed all the section because I'd prepared all this video at the right place and stuff, but now I have to do it all again. But we'll just do it on the fly, I guess.
Yep. Okay, sounds good. Freya, I am not a heavy smoker at all. I only have a few cigarettes a day. Sometimes I go all day long without smoking a cigarette. And I don't have the coughing and all that crap like that, like smoker's cough or anything, or, my lungs hurting or anything. I do get a little winded sometimes, whatever, like not like I can't walk anywhere or anything, but. Hey, Patty, you are 2 hours and 20 minutes late, girl. Where you been? It's okay. Better late than never.
Don't be sorry for the falling.
Nice to hear, girl. I didn't know.
All right. Okay. Yeah. So let's
Now,
start.
my husband, Johnny Cool, my husband smokes almost 3 packs a day, and he's been smoking like 2.5 packs most of his life. And he's 58, and he gets physicals every year or 2 years for truck driving, and his lungs sound great. He doesn't. During allergy time, when allergy season's kicking in, I notice he coughs a lot, like in the morning and stuff. But I'm just saying. He's healthy as a horse. All right. So what are we doing? What are we going to do?
We're going to go to Bulgaria. That's
All right, guys. Let's go. Pack your bags. We're going to Bulgaria. I smoke left-hand smokes. I'm left-handed. Left-handed people are highly intelligent. I'm just saying. I'm not bragging. I'm just saying. It's the truth.
all right. So
A pack of cigarettes lasts me like 4 days. I'm the light smoker. Just saying. JJ's ready from Bulgaria.
All right. Yeah, James posts on the group. We posted many stuff about Bulgaria because there's no, it started. Let's see. Okay. So let's start with this place here called Wonderful Rocks in Bulgaria, and you'll see.
Let me put this on big screen for everybody. There we go.
Wait, and you see, I have to put all this section that I want to write back
Okay.
again, because, and you see all around like this, it's all like smelted. All of this, I will show you later, but it's all part of this section here that slid. It's crazy.
Oh, that's not a war monument right there? Kind of looks like one of those war monuments in Russia.
And you see how it slid all over this.
Wow, look at
Nice.
that, guys.
Really interesting place, that one. You can see how it just slid down the entire like mountain.
Yeah, that's cool.
You can see the shape. There's arches that they don't know if they were originally there or they put it there afterwards. But when I think it goes, you can see it goes all over, but I think it goes like closer up in a section. I think you show. Oh yeah, that's the other side of it, right there. Yeah, look, all of this.
Oh,
Actually,
wow.
one piece, all of it.
Yeah, you can see it melted down and slid sideways, causing that cross-bedding effect.
Yeah, and on top of this big hill, there's a castle, like most places. And look at here, also some kind of wall going all here. Not
Yeah.
castled here.
Yeah, this shoreline here is very questionable of this river here.
Oh, all of this?
Yeah.
Yeah, wait till you will see all the brick lines when he gets really close. And at some times in the season, all this water is dried. It's dry, and you can see that
Oh.
it's all mud flooded, like with earth everywhere.
Wow.
And you can see here like just one piece
Oh yeah.
remaining. But these old walls, they are old walls connected.
Oh, they left that there. Yep. They just
Yeah.
utilized what was there, put a road through it, and said, anybody
And
has any questions, get the plaque maker over here.
Nope. What's going on? Did I lose the internet or what? Okay.
Look at this. We're going in, guys. Here we go.
Yeah, I don't think he's going in this one. There's another one he does, but I think he goes to just fly over. Really close.
Sedimentary layers do not exist.
What's going
It's a
on with
myth.
the connection? I'll just drop it. Yeah, because you have to believe that all of this has been layered by sedimentary lines and then eroded by either wind or water.
Yep.
But look, as you can see, all these lines all over it. Still able to see, even with the melt, just like we showed like in the fort in Russia.
You know, the sedimentary layers are always the same everywhere you go. It's not like there's a sedimentary layer and then maybe, another layer comes in, but that layer's thicker and it's 3 feet thick. And then there's another layer that's a thin layer. Every layer is thin and condensed down on itself, just like the brick layers that we see everywhere you go across the plain.
Then here, if here you follow these brick layers, you arrive in those layers, those lines, exactly the same location. So that should be telling. All over, you can see these blocks. Just one of my favorite spots. There's so many.
Yeah, Bulgaria seems to have all kinds of crazy stuff going on there.
Yeah.
The melt is everywhere, guys. You can't escape it. Even where it doesn't look like there's any melt, you just look closely, you'll see it. Look at all these bricks, guys. I mean, wow.
Yeah.
Looks like it was like a castle or something.
Yeah, for sure. Castle that was probably on top of that hill and just slid down. They will say, how can it stay up? But that's how it is, because the weight is on the bottom.
Yeah, and once it solidifies and hardens in that position, it's there forever.
Oh, I have to. Yeah, shit. I have to restart the place where I have my pictures that I forgot. So
Gotcha.
while we wait for this, I'll try to find another one. Oh, that's what that place here. It's really a popular place in Bulgaria. It's called Perikon. It's like a huge destroyed city, melted city on top of a hill.
Wow, look at this, guys.
Yeah. You can see the entire thing.
This is like Herodium.
Yeah, kind of even more melted. Because I don't know what happened, but I kind of know what happened in that area. Look at this. All of it. Here you can see all the melted steps, melted structures, arches.
Wow.
You know, all of this was structures. It's undeniable here. Not only these square things, but all that is all around it. Because if you build something there, why would you just leave these parts?
And also, it looks warped out and wavy looking on the top. It was most likely flat at one time when all these structures were built and stuff. When this whole thing was made, it's wavy and warped out of shape from the melt.
Yes, you can see.
Wow.
You can see remains of walls like here. Oh, you know that is the same thing as this, but now it's just rocks.
Just connect the dots. It's not hard to do.
No, even here they didn't carve this inside.
I can see some melted steps over there.
Oh yeah, and where?
Yeah, right there.
Right there.
Right there, yeah.
Yeah. So I didn't prepare like boots on the ground because I have like so many pictures.
Uh-huh.
So I just like prepare many drones video just to go with the pictures. But now because it has my computer has reset, I think it's gonna be a little bit trickier to get everything. Look at this, all of this melted down.
Yeah, it makes no sense to come up here and build your stuff on all this janky rock everywhere. You know, it had to have looked different in the beginning when it was originally constructed. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but the story is they say that the Ottomans.
Let's pause it right there. Wow.
Came in and destroyed all of this.
These pesky Ottomans.
Yeah.
Wow.
But destroy with what makes things change like this?
Yeah, how did they destroy this?
It's just another story. The only thing they say it's again with cannonballs. Come on.
Which brings us back to the historical narrative of the time with what they had to work with, which is we know again is all lies. And if they can't blame it on war, they'll blame it on a volcano.
Yeah. And as you can see here, I never heard of volcanoes around in Bulgaria. I didn't find any. So, but most of these places, they all attributed the destruction with the Ottomans, the Turks, and all the wars that they have around there. But I think that all this region around the Black Sea was once a cradle of everything. There was so many people around that location, and so many wars.
Bullshit!
Yeah. So many wars all around this Black Sea. Like even today in Crimea, they're still destroying stuff.
Crimea River.
But look how big this.
You know, it reminds me of that thing in somewhere in Indonesia, that rock that they built that stuff on top of. It's got like the lion paws at the base, or dragon paws at the base of it.
Oh yeah, the
Singapore?
Sagoria Rock. Yeah.
Yes. That's kind of what that's reminding me of there.
Oh yeah, on the top of like a rock. Yeah. I see what you're saying. And then I have to reload all my stuff. Bulgaria here.
It's okay, you're good.
Okay. And
You know
I
why?
had
Because you could melt all this stuff.
oh, Steve Martin. Yeah. Okay. Do I go into pictures or drones again? I don't. Because I have so many pictures here that I didn't classify. I just put that folder on the side because I don't want to look at any more things right now in Bulgaria. I've seen too much. Not only that, but some other things that I won't mention here tonight. Okay, which one? Oh, this one. This one's really crazy. This one's crazy place. Again, all the mountains, and also my. Oh, I have to stop every time. The group picture, the banner for the group, all mountains, is a place in Bulgaria that I will show later. I have to find, but look at this one. Just all natural rocks, but that changed into this
Yeah, it's
building.
kind of treacherous to get your ass up there to build this, and it's reminiscent of the Great Wall of China.
Yeah, exactly. All of this was connected once, and probably all even, and now it just dropped.
Yeah.
Look at all of this.
Wow. That's crazy. Like we say, guys, the mountain is the building.
Yeah, look at this. It's really hard to make the difference between.
Again, this looks like it's out in the middle of nowhere. I mean, there's.
Yeah, it is, Jen. It is in the middle of nowhere.
Wow. I'd be like, you want to do what? You want to build what? Where?
Yeah, just a narrow wall.
It's going to take a whole village to do this.
Exactly.
Yeah, wow. I'm trying to imagine people up there building this thing,
Yeah.
I can't even make it make sense, so it's just...
Yeah, look at this.
Yeah, this is crazy.
Just a random location to build anything, and even here, it's part of the mountain itself.
Yeah.
Yeah, all over. Because I have one. The guy goes around this location at that one. I've seen one. I probably don't have it. He goes like he wants to go to a place similar to this, but he has to walk. But during his walk, he found like bricks pieces all over the place.
Nice.
And he said, "What? Why are there bricks here? Out of nowhere?" But
we know why.
yeah, it comes from these buildings actually.
And like I said, all these channels now are talking about Millennial Reign, Short Season of Satan. We've been talking about that for almost 3 years now.
Yeah.
And I'm sure 3 years from now, they'll all be talking about this, and we'll be like, we were talking about that 3 years ago.
Yeah.
I'm not bragging about being ahead of the curve, but clearly there's a reason why we're seeing this early on before other people are putting this information out. I think it's all part of God's plan to bring out the truth, and it's coming out through us.
Yeah. And here, this is the same location. Do I have? I think I have like close-ups, and you can clearly see the remain of the bricks. Yeah, you see one here. But all of these lines are supposed to be. Usually, we see the red bricks left inside of these lines when we see this kind of a building.
Right.
And then this one looks like someone came in and removed them all.
Ah.
You see, but you can see
Yeah, they're
one.
probably like, how the hell are we going to explain these red bricks in here with all this stuff? But there's one up there. I saw it.
Yeah, look, yeah.
Yeah, way
But
up there.
There's
Yep.
some still left there. Here.
Boom, baby.
Because most of these, if I could show you right now, what these building looks like. You see that these are brick lines that.
Oh, wait, right there. Go back 2 pictures. Yeah, right here. It's reminding me of the windbreakers up on Mauna Loa. And those 2 things that look just like this that were flanking either side of that one pathway that looked like it probably led to an old house or something.
Yeah.
What's that? Is that a lava field down there? Or is that just dark?
No, it's just the bushes.
Okay.
Or trees.
Wow, look at this.
Yeah, it's all bricks. Yeah, same location. Just
wow.
One of the many. But there's so many places that don't have any things remaining, but you will see that the shapes and everything is just reminiscent of buildings. So that was the enable.
Kind of reminds me of Machu Picchu a little bit.
Yeah, you could say that. Okay, so let's go to another site. Which one? Because I've left so many. And
I've been looking at the chat, guys. I'm sorry.
And I want to show that the site where I took. Oh, right here. This one. You will see that. It's really crazy. This is the banner of the group. I took the screenshot from this video, actually. And you can see here, if you go search for this, you won't find anything, but look at this. How can you not see what this is,
Exactly. And isn't that reminiscent of Crowley columns as well?
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, this is crazy looking. You can see the building slip sideways heading down.
Yeah,
it was more upright, of course, before, and just solidified that way.
Yeah. Okay, and look at this. What is this one? Just an entrance. Just blocks laying over on the side.
Nothing to see here. We got water running in the building, of course, running out of the building. What's that down there? Is that an archway? Yeah, let's pause. Yeah, what's that?
I think it's an entryway into the mountains. Probably they will say it's a mine.
Yeah, but how you getting there? It's like a cliff right there.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a door and it's open. You can see the door open on it.
Yeah.
At least I can.
Yeah, I wish I had another video of this location, but I couldn't find it because he goes more in depth to this place, but just this one, you don't need to see like. it's so
Mark,
nice.
you're definitely right. There's a lot of stuff going on underneath of us that we don't even know about, and the processes that they say take place for geology with tectonic plates and molten core and lava and all this stuff is all BS. So we need to make it make sense. What's going on under our feet? How does this place work? And how did all this stuff form? Because it didn't form the way they told us. Clearly, it was all built at one time.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. Oh, this
I
one.
don't
This is
understand why a lot of these bigger channels that cover flat Earth and stuff don't tackle these critically thinking questions that arise from finding out the Earth is flat.
so here. This is the one I was talking about. These two walls with the stairway in between, but I think there's a stairway and a wall just between. Look at these walls. One wall here, and these ones are really
Oh,
close up. Tell me this is a natural formation. Come on, it's I don't know what to say to you.
Oh, wow.
But this, you can see brick walls just sticking out, just block formations, just a tunnel
Wow.
or a train. But I'm going to the most obvious ones.
Hey,
Look
Mark.
at this. Nature does so crazy things, huh? It's just a wall, just a big wall.
This reminds me of that wall that leads up to Ship Rock.
Yeah.
And they
Yeah,
call
sure.
it a dike.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And look at here. Just all this, all of it.
All of it. All of it. Not
Because
just
I will
some
show
of
you.
it, all of it.
No, all of it. Yeah, so this was another. I'll go just through all of the places because really don't need to explain what you
Yep.
see, you know.
Curtis, I see what you're saying there. I have a little progress here and there, but if the person does not even know flat Earth, I mean, you have to do like a mini educational thing on that, and if you don't lose them during that time, then you can get into the melt because you have to explain why you think geology is a big fat lie and these things are not natural, that they're actually buildings. And the reason geology is one big fat lie is because it's tied to the globe model.
Yeah. So now I'm going to show you places that have no narratives at all because they cannot explain it. Like this. What's going on here? Is it made like this naturally? Or it was melted like this and collapsed together? For me, what I see, it's like too much black lines, too much. Look at this. This is like a wall that was broken
Oh, yeah,
off,
I see it.
and the melt slid all over it. And I show a lot of these video come from Alex Markov. He's got a channel on YouTube. He does drone video all over Bulgaria and really great shots.
All right. So listen, Patty, I don't know if you're on your phone or you're on a laptop, but if you are on your phone and you bring up a link that you want to share, in the upper right-hand corner of the link, the page that you're on, there'll be 3 dots. You hit that and it should say share. And then you hit share. You can copy the link or you can share it to Messenger or your phone messages. If you're on a laptop, you just take your mouse, if you're using a mouse, and right click over the link, copy it, and then paste it into the chat.
Yeah.
I think you have a wrench. Let me make sure here on my phone. Can't tell through StreamYard.
Look at this, arches everywhere, windows even in the back. You can see all these giant arches.
Oh yeah, you got a wrench, Patty. It's pretty easy. If, like I say, if you're using your phone and you're on a page where there's a link, usually in the upper right hand corner there's 3 dots where you can click that and it'll give you the share option.
Yeah, you see all this mountainside. Sometimes now many places in Bulgaria, they have made like monasteries, and they say the monks made this, but in this one there's none, so they cannot attribute it to the monks. So this is just a natural formation. All this melt.
Oh, Trisha, here you go, honey. Add moderator. I got you. When I lose a channel, and I did lose my last channel back in June of last year, and started this channel that we're on now, and not everybody got their wrenches back. Don't take it personally when that happens, or if it ever happens again. It's just I can't make you a mod through StreamYard. I'd have to do it on my phone. Like right now, I just did it for you, Trish. So if you type again, you'll see you have a wrench. Yep, Melanie, I just gave it back to her. And I want to thank you guys so much for any time, when people have come over to my channel, or you've seen other people on other channels talking about this stuff, or trying to give us some shit about it, for sticking up for me, for sticking up for us, for sticking up for this topic. And you guys are truth soldiers. And I really appreciate you guys.
All right.
Oh, I don't need a wrench. I'm just happy to be here. Oh, thank you.
Yeah, can you hear the wind? Oh my God.
The winds are crazy, right?
My house just shook. Yeah, it's crazy. Again, just another location in the woods somewhere in Bulgaria again.
You were pissed? Why were you pissed? You weren't pissed.
What?
Oh, she says, thanks, sister. I was super pissed. But I think she's just joking.
Oh, okay. Yeah, probably.
So when I lose a channel and then I start live streaming on another channel that I make up, if everybody's not in that chat, I can't give the same people the wrenches. I have to wait until you're there in the chat, or you comment some way for me to find your name and give you a wrench. That's why sometimes it takes a while or two. Yeah. Anyway, it's neither here nor there.
You've seen that this was all looking like normal rocks and everything, square rocks, but here you will arrive at the section that, just a building remaining, like here, the formation of it.
Wow. See, Jenny even got wind too. Everybody's getting these crazy winds. You know what I call them? The winds of change. And guess what's coming, guys? Guess what's coming? March Madness. Get ready. Get your armor on and get ready. And do a lot of praying. March Madness is right around the corner.
Yeah.
I've been talking about March Madness for years now. If anybody's been with me for a while, you know that I've been experiencing March Madness to the extreme these last few years. And it's no joke. No joke, March Madness. Bad winds in Alabama. Yeah, this is where I'm at, Alabama. I'm in northeastern Alabama, Oxford area. Yep, the cold just blew in here too. It's still windy, but yesterday it was like 70 degrees, and then it was 65 the day before and stuff. But this wind is just insane.
Yeah, it's just all day today here. And now it's just ramping up. It's crazy. It sounds like thunder, but it's wind. It's crazy stuff.
This person here named Sherry, I don't recognize it.
Yeah, my Sherry.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's been.
Has she been here before?
Yes.
Okay, well, welcome. I'm sorry. I just didn't recognize your name.
And here we were going to mountains everywhere, same type of location. Oh, but you arrived at this thing here, just a wall, just between rocks, with no reason.
That's millions of years of form right there, that wall.
Yeah, exactly.
Who's building melted walls? I mean, look at this thing. Just look at it. Out of nowhere, out of all this natural stuff, pops up a freaking brick wall at the top of this thing. Okay, that means mortar had to come up here with all these bricks. Make that make sense.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, look how precarious this is. If you look at it like they just built this part that's sticking out and the rest of it's natural, even that's precarious, but it's not. The whole thing is the building, guys.
Yeah.
You look at enough brick lines and you start looking at sedimentary layers, you can very quickly deduce that the sedimentary layers are the brick lines.
Because here you can see it's only a wall, whereas the rest of it you don't just build a wall. You know.
Yeah, and look how steep this is. I mean, I'm getting dizzy with my vertigo just looking at this thing.
Yeah. No, it's treacherous terrain to get there. And you can see the same formations all over the hill back there. Same as this.
Now, what's this?
What's this thing?
What's that blue
Well,
thing there?
I don't know. It might be a flag or something just hanging. All of this, you can see this kind of a tower. But
Oh,
now,
yeah, you can see that's all structure. Now, I said something on the last show. I forgot how it went, but I remember now. If they find it above ground, they say they found it. If you dig down and you find something, it's mine. They mined it. It's
Yeah.
mine.
Yeah.
That's yours. This is mine. And if you find it above ground, they found it. That's why they say they found it all these places.
yeah, exactly, Jen.
Wow.
But
See?
Bulgaria is full of these places like this. It's crazy.
That is really high up there. If you're trying to make sense of it, you'd have to say that these people scaled all the way up here with their bricks and mortar. Let that sink in. Mortar. It's fluid, guys. It's sloshy and slippery and stuff. It's not an easy thing to haul around.
No.
Bricks are hard enough, but you got sloshy mortar with it too. You know, you got to make that mortar is time sensitive. It's like cement. You got to keep that shit stirred. I imagine it's pretty windy up here. You know, I'm just saying. It does not make sense.
No, not at all. All right. So let's. I think I've got one boots on the ground at this
I know,
location.
Trisha. I love you too, girl.
So this is just suppose destroy again. Look, just a destroyed place. They say it was a monastery. All above ground. This you can see the melt everywhere. But oh, look at this. There's like underground.
Oh,
But if you go in, oh, it's all bricks. You can see
No.
here,
no way.
right here.
Next, they're going to say that bricks are just a natural process of the planet. It spits out bricks, and they just happen to form masonry.
Yeah. They're about to say that if we continue.
This is where geologists and archaeologists slam into each other at this location. They're like, holy crap, watch where you're going.
Yeah.
Watch where you're going. What are you doing here? Well, what are you doing here? And then the
Yeah.
meltologist
Bricks,
comes in and
bricks.
gets rid of both of them.
Bricks all over, and it goes down again. You see?
It goes down. Look at this, guys.
Oh,
Wow.
2 more bricks. Even
Look at all
look at this.
Sedimentary layer bricks in
Oh.
here.
And look, it goes even down further because there's another arch.
Right. Because, and you know what this looks like too? If this was more cooked out and squished down, it would look exactly like the slate mines do.
Yes.
Exactly. We even showed one of the slate mines that have this kind of look to it with steps going down into it that are perfect. But this, again, will prove that these mountains, you're not just seeing things that are built on the surface. It's the whole mountain, the interiors of the mountain. This thing even goes down into it.
Yeah. So you can see all of this interior was all bricks, all made of bricks.
Patty, I could tell you something you can use on your cell phone for video editing. It's called Power Director. I've been using that ever since my first channel when somebody told me about it, and I do all my videos on my phone. I don't use my laptop or anything. It's really easy to use. and I can always help you with it too. Um, the videos turn out pretty good. Agreed, Jenny. Agreed.
So here you got just another hill again. But when they start digging, oh, they found structures all over it, all underneath. All this is melted. All of this, what you see, was building once. And then you can see that inside, all bricks inside of this mountain there.
Hold on. Oh wow.
Yeah, just like you're gonna say again, erodium or something.
Yeah,
Same.
it does have the herodium feel to it, but look, guys, you can see. Okay, so this thing has depth to it. This is way high up there, and yet they're going down into this thing. Okay, and it's not like they carved it. They can't say they carved it. There's brick everywhere inside.
Yeah.
This whole thing is the building. Call me crazy, but there it is.
Yeah, all of it.
Give me proof. I want people to give me proof that a mountain is not a building. You can't. You know why? We come at every day, all day, 365 days a year with proof after proof after proof that these are buildings and not natural formations. They cannot prove to us in any kind of way that a mountain is not a building. The word mountain has no standardized geological meaning.
Yeah. All of it.
Yes, it's free, Power Director. And you can pay for it, like if you needed more options, like say if you wanted to get the watermark off, which is a little tiny watermark in the lower right-hand corner. It doesn't really affect the video, so I never get it off. I just leave it there because I used to have people on my first channel ask me, what do I use for my videos? So I figured I just leave the watermark there. I'm not going to pay $25 a month when the free version of it does everything I needed to do. And I'm not really looking to do this like advanced editing stuff, and y'all see my videos. I think they turn out pretty okay. So no, Power Director is not hard to use. Are you using it on your phone? If you use it on a laptop, it might be hard. I tried it on my laptop and I'm like, I don't even know what I'm doing. I got to go back to the phone and do this shit. If you type Power Director Cyberlink Power Director into your Google Play Store, you will see it come up.
Now I just switch to another location. I'm just gonna go to all my videos and then to the pictures but yeah, this is just a natural mountain, Jen. There's nothing.
Yeah, nothing to see here. Smelted brick layers everywhere.
Yeah, look here. You can clearly see. So what's going on? You're gonna tell me that this is water erosion? That water was flowing so hard here that eroded all of this?
This is up high, isn't it?
So yeah, look at this.
Yeah.
Yeah, look. There's water down there.
We'd be like, well, in Jurassic times, the water was all the way up here and it's receded down.
Yeah, that's what I would say.
And you would be like, okay, you know what you're talking about, Mr. PhD after your name, piled high and deep. Let me get my shovel so I can shovel this shit out and get out of here.
Yeah.
You're going to need shovel and boots.
Yes, look. All of it. All of it.
All of it. Remember, guys, we showed you the coast of Italy? It looked just like this. All of it.
Yeah. You can see arches and everything everywhere. I was imitating Patty.
Park the car in the garage. Yep, we got Japan in the house, Cheryl.
Oh, I'm a Chinese here. Nice. I
Can
didn't
you guys
see.
hear me? Here.
Can you guys hear me?
And here you can see it goes all the way, all the coastlines, all the same. Brick lines, arches, windows, doors. And see here, there's another one on top here. Like,
Wow.
what you make of this? Erosion, caveman. You know, they will try to put everything on this one, but
Ancient cavemen carved this out with their saber-toothed tiger tools.
yeah. All right.
We got
So,
Japan talking about the melt. Everybody's coming on to the melt. Undeniable at this point.
so this is one of the most popular spot. Every tourist goes into this Prahodna cave in Bulgaria, but you will see brick lines all over, and look how big it is.
Small that. Yeah, wow. Wow. Look at this.
Yeah, you'll see that there's section here. It's all
You know what this is reminding me
Brick.
of? When we were looking at the, when I had up the brutalism architecture, and we were looking at the interior spaces of those brutalistic buildings, and it looked like this kind of stuff.
Yeah, like big ceiling, big arches.
Yeah, open spaces, really plain kind of.
Yeah, look at
Wow, look
this.
at that perfect skylight up there and stuff.
Yeah, there's like 2, 3, 4, maybe four skylights. They call it like the two eyes. It's two eyes of a. You can see it
Yep,
here.
Cheryl fits right in
Much.
here. It's like she's always been here.
I can't see. I don't see the chat.
So I have a question for Cheryl. I know that you've just recently started to talk about the melt on your channel, and your subscribers who've been with you for a long time are new to this topic. Have you had a lot of good questions from them? Do they seem interested? Do they think you're crazy? Just give me a quick answer in the chat how that's going for you. But how are
Or
they?
just hop in because nobody came when we
Oh,
asked them.
yeah. You want to hop on with us? We'll drop the link. Here, let me drop the link, guys. If anybody wants to come on with us, you're more than welcome to. Let me get this link up here. Invite. Copy. All right. Let me put this in here. If you don't, you can use your avatar if you want. You don't have to be on camera. I'm just saying. Anybody wants to come on, you can.
Yeah, you can see the lines. Something squished. Brick lines. Here you can clearly see the lines and the hair on the sides. But it's
If we didn't have all this foliage, man, there's just so much stuff we're missing because of the foliage.
Yeah. Exactly, Joe. Just melting in this cave.
We got Patty G in the house. Welcome, Patty.
Hello,
Welcome.
Patty.
Hey, I'm not going to stay on. I just want to say thank you for telling me about that thing. I downloaded the. You have no idea how many.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm echoing. Wait a minute.
No, you're okay. You're okay. No, if you need any help with it, figuring it out, because it's user friendly, but this will be your first time using it, so you have to play.
Yeah,
with it.
you have no idea. There's so much evidence, like videos and stuff. Some of them I deleted because they were just like I didn't like what this part was, that part was, and I didn't know how to edit. So
yeah.
Anyways, thank you. I'm going to fool with that tomorrow, but I'm just going to
You're doing
watch
it
the
on
show
your phone,
now.
right? It's on your phone, right?
Yeah, I did it on my phone. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
I can even show you on here in a little bit.
No, don't show me on the laptop. I'll be too screwed up.
No, I'm just gonna like I'll make a little video screen capture on my phone as I'm making a video because I can screen
Yeah.
capture my phone and I'll hit everything and show you how it works and I'll send it.
Oh my God, that'd be awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you. SHEPU, I didn't mean to interrupt, and your evidence is marvelous. It really is. It
Oh
always
no,
is.
no worries, Patty. I'm just.
I'm not
going
going to stay on. I just wanted to say thank you in person. Love you.
Oh, we
All
love
right.
you too. Yeah, hang out for a little bit. Don't go anywhere yet.
Maybe I'll come back in after. I'm going to leave right now, though.
Okay. All right.
All right.
No
Thank
problem.
you. Bye, guys.
Love you.
Love you too.
Bye, Patty.
Bye, SHEPU.
Bye, bye.
Did somebody else came in?
Cheryl's
Yeah.
here. What's up, Cheryl?
Hi, can you guys hear me well?
We can hear
Can
you.
hear.
No echo, right?
No
No.
echo. No. You're
Okay.
good.
Good. Oh, well, thank you. So you were asking me how it's going on my channel. And
Yes.
like for the most part, my subs, they're very open-minded and they're seeking truth in general. So I find in that way, like I have had maybe one person troll me and they weren't, one of my subs. But what's happening is that each video I'm getting less and less and less views because YouTube isn't showing my video to my subscribers.
Yeah,
And
you're
it's
being shadow
really
banned.
frustrating.
Oh,
It
yeah, get used
hurts
to it.
my heart, because I
Get
put
used
so
to it, girl. It gets worse.
don't say that, Jen. Oh,
But you know what? It's you're on the right track when you see that happening.
yeah, I
No,
know. SHEPU said the exact same thing, and I do know that, but it's still hard, when you put like I put all my heart and soul into it, and then they filter me out. It just
Yeah.
drives me nuts. So
Yeah.
that's okay. I'll
Yeah,
keep
I
on
know.
keeping on.
That's all you can do.
But if you were
Yeah,
doing
exactly.
cat videos and unboxing, you would get thousands of
Oh yeah, we'd have
views. So.
millions of subscribers. We'd get super chats left and right. All this crap. I've never been monetized or ever been able to get any super chats because I've always been flagged by YouTube since my first channel as being a bad girl. I don't play along with their rules. I
Yeah.
speak my mind.
Yeah, they got me the first on maybe the third video I uploaded maybe in 2015. It was like a Bill Hicks video, and since then they always been. In my case, they had flagged me, and I had to go to YouTube school, and they just brought it back. I just saw that they brought it back like this year. That YouTube school.
For real, YouTube school.
Oh, you never before you had to like.
No.
They give you like the policies and stuff. You got to read it, and then they give you a test with questions, and you have to pass.
Yes.
So the first time they got me, I passed the test like with 10 out of 10 questions because I know the policies, and afterwards, they didn't bother me with this test, but they just remove my stuff whenever they want, and.
Yeah.
You realize how ridiculous that is? This is a social media platform. This isn't your driver's license or anything like that, and you have to go through this video training.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
No, I know.
When they took down my first channel, I had no strikes. I had just gotten the 2 strikes that I had on, and for 90 days I had to tiptoe around because I had 2 strikes, and at any moment they could drop that other strike on me, and I'm done. I finally gotten off that last strike, and then not even a month later, they just decided to review my content on their own. Just decided and said, "You break too many rules too often. You got to go. Sorry about your luck." And we know this is disappointing to you, but we have to protect our YouTube family and all this stuff. I'm like, I had no strikes. So even with no strikes, and you think, well, your strikes are done. They're gone. You're starting fresh. No, it's just like your driving record. Even though you paid all those tickets and went to driver's school, whatever, insurance and stuff, that will still always show up in your background of your performance of what you're doing right now.
Yep. It's horrible. And there's nothing worse when you have put all that time and energy. It's not because you want to be famous on YouTube, but your heart and energy and doing this work and getting out the truth. And then you are just shut down by the man, and that it's a horrible, sickening feeling.
Oh, yeah. But when they took my first channel, it was, and I had so much work into that channel, so many
Oh, I
videos,
can
because I wasn't
imagine.
even going live then. I was really just making my own videos, doing car rants and different things. And when they took it, I felt like somebody just burnt my house down. I mean, it was
Yep.
horrible.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But
Exactly.
I think that is in some way, somehow they know who will be affected most by this, and they do it. Because I think they know your pattern or thing, Jen, that that if you lose your channel, you'll be really, really bummed out and really sad and really upset about it, and they use it against you. And as
Yes.
for me, I don't really care losing it. I never cared for having
No,
any, and they never took it down. They just took out some video. I have the same videos as you, Jen. They
yeah,
never took my channel down. Why?
yeah,
There must be a reason.
Exactly.
yep.
Exactly.
And the video that they took down when we did the what was the one that I was streaming on 2 channels and it was still on my backup channel? Oh, the one where I played Mama Ray's a True
Oh,
Seeker.
yeah.
That
Imagine.
video is still on my backup channel, the whole live stream. But this channel, they gave me a strike for it, said it was hate speech.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
my God.
And as a matter of fact, that song was up for a while on my one channel when I first made the song with Squeeze. It wasn't until I started getting a lot of blowback and trolls on some of these subjects that I guess, oh, she made that song. Oh, that's really going to hurt her if we get her on that song. There's no hate speech in the song, right? But they took it down for hate speech.
Yeah. Exactly.
I've never heard it. Is it on BitChute or something?
Oh, it's on almost every show on the beginning of our shows. I have it on my channel on all the
that.
video.
That's the
Whenever-
one you're talking about. I thought it was some. So you're still using it now and not getting strikes.
Well, it's in other videos, like on a break or third song in on an intro and stuff like that. But that Friday night when I went live, SHEPU was supposed to be with me, but he wasn't, and I still
It's
went live
SHEPU's
anyway.
fault.
I played it, and it's just crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. No.
That's horrible.
Yeah,
There's
I don't care anymore about it, but it is a lot of work that you put into your channel. And that's a frustrating thing when they take it down and you're just like left with, oh, I got to start a whole new channel again. You have to back up all your videos and have them download it and save, because my first channel, when it went down, I had nothing backed up.
Yeah.
Everything went. And
Oh, no, Jen.
you can't get that back.
No,
I
you
think
can't.
they know that because, me, I have everything back up. I can put all of this back into a channel if I want, but
Exactly. Same here.
But Jen, you know that I saved all your stuff when your first
Well,
channel got down.
There's one video that I've been looking for from my first channel. It was when I got that. I snuck. Well, I didn't sneak. I saw that helicopter flying around my neighborhood when I went to get coffee, and I was doing a car rant on my way to get the coffee, and I'm like, there's this helicopter and it's coming and it's landing right over here, like not too far from my house. So I saw where it landed on the way back, and I was like, we're gonna go in here and we're gonna see if we can get a ride on this helicopter. I don't know who these people are. They're having a big party at their house and they were giving people helicopter rides. It was like Christmas or something. So I went up to the house and I knocked on the door, and everybody was out back, and they're like, oh, hey, come on in. I was like, yeah, I'm a neighbor. I live right around here. I said, you guys have a helicopter here. And she's like, yeah. I said, can I get a ride on it? And they let me get on this helicopter. I even got to sit in the front seat, and I videoed the whole thing. I come back. My husband's like, where you been? I said, I just went on a helicopter ride. He's like, what? I thought you were running a helicopter. I said, yeah, you had a helicopter flying around? I was just flying. I got to show him the whole video and everything.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Like, that's really funny.
It was really cool.
Yeah, like that happens every day, you know. You just go out and end up on a helicopter.
Yeah, and I'd never been on a helicopter before. Yep,
They're amazing. Yeah, did you like it?
It was amazing. I kept saying in the video, I was like, I get me a helicopter. I wanted to get a Cessna, but now I'm like, I want a helicopter.
Yeah, screw the Cessna. I think helicopters feel more safe, and you can see more too. You know, you can see the whole, like, under you and that.
Yeah. All his instruments were set on level, by the way, just saying.
Yeah. Flat and level. That's right. And the Earth didn't spin away from you as you hovered up there.
That's right.
Okay, what do you have now, Shepu?
Oh, I just going through the stuff while you were talking. You know,
Yeah.
this is another popular,
This.
really popular spot in Bulgaria, Belograd.
Wow.
And how can you not see like a castle? You know, when you look at this.
Exactly. I mean, part of the castle's still there.
Yeah, and all over this region, you can see here in the background. Same kind of formations all over. You can see walls going into each one and going on. And I even have like a look. This is the same area, and at some point, look, there's like ladders and
Wow. Look at
stairs
that.
in all the places here. I don't think it's in this video, but in another one, other pictures, you can clearly see that
Oh.
there's structures all over. And look, here it goes
Wow.
into, I don't know if it's big enough, but it
Underground.
goes down into, what's this bar? Yeah, it goes right into this mountain. I tried to find some pictures of what's underneath. I've never able to find any.
Oh wow.
You need to actually just go and tour. But speaking of that, my youngest son did time with the military. He did a tour in Latvia, which is right next to the Ukraine and Russia. And every weekend he went to melted castles, and he has hundreds of pictures and videos. So
Nice.
I have been begging him to send them to me so that I can share them.
That would
So
Yeah,
be
if
that's
I do
cool.
get them, I'll come on the show and share them with you,
oh,
because
that
they'll
would be
be
really nice.
That would be really
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah, I wanted to go to Bulgaria also. I look into everything to go there. I had really plans to really go because I wanted to go meet someone. But you know, it's a 32-hour flight if you.
I can't even.
well,
do
and you need a passport too.
And
so-
I need a
you
passport. I
know,
know.
like that's pretty important.
I have all the papers for the passport and everything, but you know, things did not work out how it was. So.
Well, it actually worked out exactly how it was supposed to, even if it wasn't the way you wanted it to.
No,
That's
yeah,
right.
nothing happens for no reasons. That's how I live my life. So I accept the fact that everything that happened and just move on.
Yeah,
One
yeah, you
day.
have to. When you look at your life in hindsight, you realize, like, I realize if I would have deviated anyway, like, say, when I was married to my ex-husband and I never wound up moving to Florida and met my husband that I'm with now and moved here, I wouldn't be doing this. You know what
Yeah,
I mean?
exactly.
And
Exactly.
I went through 13 years of hell with my ex-husband, but you got to go through hell to get to heaven, I guess. I don't know. But the second I left him and got away from him, suddenly the truth was just flowing at me like crazy. And it was 2005 when I got divorced and I got remarried. And by 2006, I was already awake to 9/11, and that was
Yeah.
the start of my journey.
Yeah, that's so nice.
It only takes one path in. As soon as you start to see one piece through the lie, it all crumbles on you. Like you see through the whole shebang, eventually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember people would be saying to me, like, "Why are you so passionate about this? Like, why are you?" Like, yeah, okay, I get what you're saying, but let's talk about something else. And it's like, there's nothing else to talk about. This is what we
What
need.
could be more important or better or more interesting to talk about?
Yeah. People
Yeah.
don't want to deal with the truth. They just don't want to deal with it because they have to rethink everything they've ever thought, and they have to take responsibility for their thoughts and their actions and their decisions, and face the fact that their decisions have been based on lies, especially the people who've sent their kids off to war and they've died. All this stuff. They don't want to hear that it was all a false flag event and it was all staged and your child died for nothing. All this,
Yeah.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
But I mean, it also includes your whole life growing up, everything you are and believe about your entire world and reality is a lie. And that's really hard to face. It's hard. It was hard for every single one of us who went through this to go, oh my God,
Yeah.
it's all a lie.
I've never considered myself like smart, like, like, oh, I'm going.
Are you kidding me?
No,
Oh,
no,
you
no.
stop right there. Wait, we need to have a talk right now. This is an intervention. Because you have got one of the sharpest, quickest minds when it comes to, you can quickly analyze anything that you're having a conversation about and whip out about 28 facts. Like, Jen, I wish you could see yourself from outside the way that we see you. Yeah.
Oh.
So,
Well,
yeah.
it takes
Yeah, can
years
say
and
the same
years
to you.
of practice with all that.
Yeah, but it's it's who you are.
Yeah.
You have a way of delivering a message in a really powerful way, and people can hear you because you speak with authority, and a lot of the times that's what people need to hear. I know, damn it, and this is what it is, and it's not candy coated.
Yeah, I have a passion.
Johnny Cool.
Oh, I didn't see what he said. Hold on, let me minimize it here.
Jen is sharp as fuck. I think, is he thinking I'm saying, Cheryl, cut that shit out right away. Jen is sharp as fuck. Johnny, are you having trouble translating my English?
I guess must be your accent.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. It's my.
This is
my
probably why that
Canadian
nobody's
accent.
ever asked me to go on like a debate show or anything. They always pick some weird jackwagon. Not that I would debate it anyway, because there's really nothing to fucking debate.
No, but I
Yeah.
I remember Jen.
Over on me like they got over on them other jackwagon people.
I remember only one interview that you went. It was with UTV. I'm not counting Brian. I'm not counting this, but the only one I know of it was about with UTV, and it was really a good one also. But
Yeah, I don't know. Do you have that video? God, I don't even remember that.
yes, I have it somewhere. I think it's in the BitChute archive.
Oh, I get you, Johnny, now. Sorry. I understand what you were saying. Okay.
I put it in the BitChute archive too.
Yeah, but like I said, like I didn't go to college. I had average grades in school. I was not. But when you get in line with truth and you're passionate about it and you're curious and you want to know the truth, especially like I always say, to understand the truth, you have to first understand the lie that you've been told for whatever subject it is. Why it was told to you, why you bought that lie, what the agenda is behind that lie, and what is that lie hiding from you. And like the truth of the matter is these are melted buildings, but you can't go right in on that to somebody who doesn't know about it. First, you have to explain the lie and why they've been lied to, and then bring them over to the melt.
Yeah.
Yes, it's true. And it's not easy. Like it's to even get somebody to listen to the fact that they've been lied to. They cannot believe it. It's too beyond comprehension that the powers that be in our world would ever do that.
No.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, exactly.
But yet they'll admit that they know that the powers that be lie and control us and everything, and they're doing nefarious stuff. But they don't take it that next step and connect it to
Connect the dots.
The history that we've been told and sold, the globe model, all this stuff. I mean, why are these big flat earther channels not talking about, well, what are volcanoes? What are earthquakes? What? It's flat. Yeah, it's fucking flat. Big deal. We've known it's been flat since the Bible's been around. Nobody paid attention to it, but there it is. How does all this work? What is all this stuff? It clearly didn't take millions of years to form.
Yeah, exactly. Did you see what Mark said? Jen lives in Alabama, so that in itself makes someone super smart.
And you know what's interesting too, and I know Mark, you've experienced this. We all have, and Cheryl, you're probably going to start experiencing it too. Is that when you're starting to try to explain this to somebody who's never heard of it, you automatically know when you lose them. Like you could just see their eyes glaze over, and you know that you know what I mean. You can tell when you lost somebody, and they've lost interest because they just don't get it. They don't want to get it, but yet you're still like halfway through it, and you're so passionate about talking about it, and then you're like,
"You've got to keep going."
I lost you, didn't I?
I lost you, didn't I? Yeah.
They're gone.
I asked this one girl that I used to walk my dogs with. I'm like, how come every time we walk the dogs, all you do is talk about this and you never want to talk about anything I talk? She's like, well, I really don't understand what you're talking about. I have nothing to say about it. I'm like, oh, okay. So basically you're going to dominate every conversation when we walk our dogs. And it's all about petty bullshit that you and whoever. It's like, yeah, okay. So I just nod and agree when we walk our dogs, you know.
Yep. Yep, that's life. That's why having this community is so friggin' important. Otherwise, I mean, you're just you have all of this inside of you and you have no one to discuss it with or share it with. Like it's powerful to have all of you guys. It's changed my life by actually involving myself in the social circle.
So let me ask you this, Cheryl.
Yeah.
Did you already know about flat Earth when you got to the meltology stuff?
Yes, I did.
So, all right, that's good. I'm just trying to gauge how far into truth you were by the time you hit meltology.
Yeah, but I've always been into all of this because I think a lot of the times people who, you know, there's some people who just follow the mainstream road, and there's people who are alternative in their understanding and belief system, and they're very open-minded, and I've just always been that way. So it's always just been a part of my life, you know, like the 9/11 and all that stuff. I knew all that when it was going down. But am I making sense? I feel like I'm talking in circles.
Yeah, no, you are.
Okay.
What it's funny because I was circling the make it make sense on the screen for this thing at the same time you said, do I make sense in circle? That's weird.
That's hilarious.
Meltology is advanced. I only know a few people that came into meltology without knowing anything else. Like Crystal, she didn't know about flat Earth until she got to meltology. Usually people come in to meltology with some kind of background to truth. You know what I mean? Or at least they're on the flat Earth anyway. But it's definitely advanced research. And, you know, we're so far into it, we forget that we're advanced, I guess. And then we try to explain it to somebody. You know, when I went to DeSoto Caverns with my family after I woke up to this melt and I saw it again for the first time, like after being there, I don't know how many times, it was like, I said to the tour guide, I said, do you ever, and I had it on camera, SHEPU, you probably still have this video.
Yes.
I said, do you ever wonder why it looks melted in there? She's like, yeah, you're right. I said, because it was melted. And, you know, she's just like, she was really receptive. She's like, oh, wow, you know, that makes sense. You know, once you get it to make sense for them.
Yes.
It's just so many people are invested in so many different narratives and not actually realizing how tied together all these narratives are. You can't have tectonic plates without millions of years and the globe model and all this stuff. You know what I mean? And if you're talking about volcanoes, they lied about the shape of the earth, but volcanoes are real. It's like, well, are they? They seem to be spitting out bricks everywhere.
No, I completely relate because, you know, I'm introducing melt on my channel, and, you know, I have some amazing footage that I shared on the Brickathon that I can't show it on my channel because it's too advanced. You know, like I don't want to lose people. I want to bring them up to speed. Do you know what I mean? So it's a really fine balancing act because
it's
you know,
it's something that you have to figure out your way through that, and you'll get something down where it's because at this point in the stage where I'm at, it's like, okay, well, this person I'm going to have to go at it this way, and this person over here I can go this way with them. And you'll learn how to pick your battles with that stuff. And you'll have your little arsenal of, that one thing you could pull out where they're gonna be like, oh, okay, yeah, I see it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But it's just not one-on-one. I'm doing this in a really general way just by posting up that video, So I can't explain it to an individual, and I have to kind of make it for the group.
Yeah, you're doing
and
really well
average
with
it
it.
out.
I think you're very well spoken, and you have that calm voice mannerism, and you pointed out, you describe things really well. What I used to like to do is like always recap in there somewhere. You always want to have the impression that you have somebody new. I used to get too
Yeah.
lackadaisical, think all my subscribers, they're always with me and they know everything I know and they're up to speed, when actually you always have new people and they're not.
Always.
And so it's always good to do a little recap to bring people up to speed and then try to move forward with everything. Some people are like, I heard all this before. Why are you talking about this again? But you have to sometimes to tie it all
Reiterate.
together.
Yep.
Reiterate.
Yep. I totally agree.
Yeah, that's the thing about being like, don't like to call it like a teacher or something. You need to repeat everything more than once, because you don't get every time, when you explain something to people, they don't get the full explanation every single time, so you have to say it and say it. That's
Over
that's
and over.
I have trouble with that, and Jen helped me with this, because I don't like to go over things that I already did, but I have seen now that I have to do it, because people don't remember everything. And
a lot of times when people are new to your channel, they never go back and watch the old live streams. They just watch the current ones, and maybe once in a while click on an old video and they think, oh, this is from 2 years ago. What could they be saying 2 years ago that, but our study into meltology, this new field here, is it's ever growing and ever expanding. And, there's a lot of new stuff that we've come upon that we weren't on 2 years ago, even. It's just an amazing subject.
Because I don't, I don't talk about anymore about the erosion and how, because I've made that video about the erosion and explaining how they played with it and how it is really is. And I don't have to repeat it on every show. Erosion is not what they tell us, but sometimes yes.
Yeah, at some point you have to go over it. But you guys do that. I think you guys do a really good job of that when you're going through, because when I did find you, SHEPU, because I've been following Mark for a while, but then I found SHEPU, and it took me a while to realize that you guys were doing the real live shows on Jen's channel, and you were reposting the old, reposting them after. But I think that you guys do that, like you kind of float through every level of meltology, right? So you talk about some basic stuff, and then you get into the hardcore heavy hitting stuff. And I think you do a really good job of covering a lot of material, and it's not just melt, but all the other things that are really interesting to people who are minded like us.
Yeah, thanks. Sure. Cool.
This looks like the Lena Pillars a little bit.
Yeah, they could have become the Lena Pillars one day, maybe.
570 million years old, those Lena Pillars.
Wow.
It's interesting because when you go in closer and see all the...
Look at that.
The bricks, this one. I have another one. I didn't have time to classify everything.
So what blows me away is these sedimentary layers that they call these things. They're always perfect. They're always the same space apart, no matter where you go. There's not like huge space, little space, huge space between these sedimentary layers. They're always consistent and the same.
Yes.
And it's just undeniable. Look at this. Just look at it.
Yeah, exactly, because they're perfect rows, except for
Yeah.
where it got smashed in the middle,
Right.
where it,
But what I'm
some
saying
of the
is like
structure fell.
they're always the same space apart from each other, pretty much. Like there's not
Yeah.
like an extra 5 feet between a layer or something, and it's kind of like different, like as if you would really imagine sedimentary layers. Okay, here comes sediment rolling in, and it's 3 feet thick, and then another thing is sediment. After that thing hardens and dries, another sedimentary layer came in, and it was only 2 feet thick, and then another one was 4 feet thick. These are always perfectly paralleling brick lines. You know what I'm saying? And
Exactly.
it's everywhere.
Yeah, you can even see a little bit of the C14 left in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's
Yes,
a brick
yeah.
right there. You
And
don't
up in
even
the
see.
tip. Yeah, like
Yeah. You can see.
Yeah, look at
See
that.
right, it's yeah.
I mean, it was hard for me to wrap my head around the fact that all of this is melted buildings, but everywhere you look, you see the evidence of it. So it becomes undeniable. You can't deny that.
well, I mean, even as a kid climbing over the rocks in Nova Scotia, I'd be like, damn, this is square. Like how did it get so square? Right? We know as kids, we just get it programmed out of us.
Yeah. Yeah, this is why they get us at such a young age with all these narratives too, like the globe model. The globe's waiting for you when you walk into kindergarten. What do they teach you in geology or geography class? Here's the continents,
Wow.
and this, that, and then they spread apart millions of years out. This is all the stories that they tell us when we're young in the lower grades. They don't teach this to us when we're older because we'd have too many questions and we critical think it out. They give us that anchor memory. This is why you have news anchors on televised your vision. So they anchor a certain emotion into you for whatever the
Oh, well,
story
that's
is.
why they have us singing, Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star, right? Or Hey
Yeah.
Diddle Diddle, that, the cow jumped over the moon, because they're programming us that space is real, Space is
Yeah.
real. So, yeah, they're getting us at a super young age.
Yeah, they try. Like there's 1 out of 10 that just don't follow, and it's probably us. Because I didn't buy anything when I was young, and I was grounded and put in the corner for a lot of things that I didn't want to follow.
You were put in the corner? No, SHEPU, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, because you aren't that kind of just follow along kind of person. So I'm not surprised. Like, childhood must have been tough for you. So do you want me to answer, Curtis?
Yes, Curtis
Yeah.
has a question for you.
So it actually started because I was into like the ancient history, ancient temples, all of that stuff. And oh, they were carved and they were an ancient technology. And all I knew at that point was it isn't whatever it is they are telling us. And so it was going down that road that I ended up coming on to, I think, whose video, Tartarian Meltdown. And this was a while ago. I think it was him. Anyhow, it was his video that when I watched it, and he's saying, the bricks turn into rocks or whatever he was saying back then.
Yeah.
It might not have been him actually, because this was a long time ago, like about 2 years ago. But I saw it, and then I went, no, and I like walked away, and then I'd come back for a couple months, binge all the melt, and then go, no, and it took me like about a year to kind of really accept it. So
Wow.
because I knew it was right, but if I was willing to believe that, then I had to let go of my life the way I knew it, right?
Yeah.
So that was really what my struggle was. It wasn't about seeing the melt because I could see it, but was I willing to let go of my reality? That was
Right.
the struggle.
Right. Shepu, this is an amazing picture right here. And a few pictures back.
This
you
is
had a really
mind
cool-
blowing.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, but I've
One more
been
picture
through a
back.
lot of pictures that were crazy, but
One more back. Go one more picture back. Or maybe two more pictures back. It was like a wall laying on its side.
oh yeah, this one. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, there. See, remember you were saying they took the bricks out of that thin layer there on that other
Yeah.
side that we were? But look at here it is here, and this thing's laying sideways on the ground like it fell over. This would be what we call cross bedding in geology.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Amazing
Look,
cross bedding.
yeah, you can see this and this. Look, it's the same thing. Same thing as
Wow, look at this.
this is what I was telling
you
you
know-
when I on the video
Yeah.
where the brick are missing, like the lines that were
Yes.
empty.
Yeah.
Look at this.
And
how
you know,
far
this
down-
concrete, the concrete looks like it is also old concrete in that photo
This
on
this
that
thing?
ramp. Yeah.
Yeah, it could have, but you know that they have put it.
Yeah, they touch up
later.
everything.
One of the big bones of contention was people who were trolling us. Well, the first thing was, well, where did all the brick come from? I don't know where all the brick came from, but it's right there. You can't deny that it's brick. Because I don't have an answer for you where it came from. You're just going to poo-poo on the whole subject, whatever. And then the other thing was, there's no way that this janky rock here in my backyard was a brick at one time. We're crazy. We don't know what we're talking about. But over and over again, every time we bring proof, undeniable proof. Even the sintering and grain growth stuff that Shepu came up with on a microscopic level is totally exactly the same on a macroscopic level.
Macro. Yeah.
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 Look at this, guys. The whole thing was a building. All of it.
Look at that.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Jeez.
I've showed
I
like a
just
couple.
want to say, sorry. I just
go
wanted
ahead.
to say to Old World Exploration, I love your channel. It's brilliant.
here?
You do a very fantastic
you
job
see-
at what you do.
You see, you can
Okay,
talk to him right away.
I have something I want to say to Old World Exploration. I want to have you on my show, and you need
Get
to
on the
hold of-
show.
And I have the StreamYard link right here. If you want to come on tonight, you can. Here you go. But I want to do a show with you, and we need to set up the time and everything in a day that you can do it, because I think we'd have a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Definitely.
I would agree with that. Yeah.
And Mark, I followed Mark for a long time. Like your work is brilliant, Mark. And you do just top-notch work.
And ever since he's gotten that drone, he's gone to a whole new level, literally.
Oh my God. Yeah, he's like
I love the drone.
he's the melt version of National Geographic now.
You know what he is?
Yeah.
He's like the melt version of, John Levi's in the melt, but he's kind of like, it could be John Levi's brother. He's got that real nice, calm, soothing voice, it's easy to listen to.
Yeah.
And I love it.
Yeah. Well, but John is into melt.
Yeah, he is.
Just did a boots on the ground, like 2 or 3 weeks ago, and he found a really neat place in the middle of the nowhere in the mountains with melted bricks everywhere. So
yeah, we watched his progression 3-4 years ago when he was still talking about mud flood, and all of us like Spartan Red and JJ and Taria Meltdown and Mark and everybody, even Jerry DeCamp. We're all listening to him sometimes. Like, it'd be like, oh, he mentioned something, that it looks melted, but he's not sure. Like, he wouldn't just come over to the melt. He took a while, kind of like, you did. Like, he didn't just jump on the bandwagon. But for some reason, like, for me, I got it immediately. When Flat Earth came across my desk, I got it immediately. Mandela Effect, got it immediately. It wasn't like I had to ponder it for a while or anything. You know what I mean? It was just like,
same.
I don't know why
With
it's
those,
like that for
no
me.
problem.
Yeah.
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 I hear you. But
No,
the melt
those-
is different. To me, the melt is different. It's on it takes everything to a whole new level when you realize that you are living on top of devastation, that
Yes.
this scenery that I've been programmed to see as beautiful is death and devastation, you know?
Yes.
So
Yes.
it's
Exactly.
that was
And I
tough.
had somebody else say that to me. I think it was Crystal. She's like, the more I think about it, the more I realize, this was like probably millions of people that suffered through this thing or whatever happened. And it's like, it's a process that you have to go through with your thoughts on. And it's like every step of the way you experience, like you get to the realization that, oh shit, it is everything.
Yeah.
It's everything. Oh, all these Cappadocia and Darren Kuyu and Undergrounds, it all makes sense now. So many things start to click once you get into the meltology and stuff. And what really pisses me off is how many of these narratives people are still buying into. And being able to look in hindsight and seeing all of the alternative media stuff that you thought was putting out the truth, but it was just controlled opposition,
Exactly. Like Graham Hancock.
Hancock, I was just thinking about him. Yeah. Oh, he'll touch on the melt, but he will never tell you where it came from because he'll have to say it came from space or a volcano.
Well, that is what he says. Well,
Yeah.
he doesn't say volcano. He, alludes that it was cosmic.
Yeah, asteroids or something.
Yeah.
Something, from far, to keep people in that fear base, like, oh my God, this could happen again. We can be, bombarded by these
it could happen again, but I think we're at the end of the cycle. But the point being is that he'll tell you the truth, but he'll sandwich it between a lie because clearly he's still on a ball. And that's what they have. It came from outer space, It was some extreme fireball that came and melted everything, or whatever, Planet X.
Yeah, exactly. From what I can tell, because he pushes the ancient narrative, and from what I can tell, just from, like one of the things I really love to do is to break down historical photos and prove why they're, wrong or not even of the place that they're saying that they are. And from what I can tell, you saw the one video that I did where I broke down these water houses that it was post X Factor. And then the newer photo, which was still, historic, was all damaged of the same building. And so there seems to be, whatever period it was somewhat recently when the X Factor happened. And then something else went on, with our big great fires and all of that stuff, which I think is reset stuff
I couldn't
going on.
figure out all that fire stuff because I know they made miniatures of cities. They did that with San Francisco. They made a miniature copy city of it. They did it with France during the war with the Germans. So Paris wouldn't get bombed. They actually built a whole nother Paris city. It's just crazy.
You can just whip one of those off in, a month or two, Jen. That's easy. Throw up another Paris,
Yeah. And it's just like, going by the narrative in the pictures, we don't know how much of it they're lying about. You know what I mean? What's new construction? What's refurbished construction? Although say like the megalithic stuff on the bottom was from an earlier civilization, and then this civilization came and built a church on it, and then that got covered and destroyed, and then another, whatever. It's all the same structure. It's just, the heat damage down the bottom is making it look megalithic, if you will, because it's ballooned out and swelled up from the heat, like this stuff here.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I have a picture. I actually have a little thing that because I said at one time, I told you I wanted to come on the show, but I wanted to have some material that was like worthwhile. And so I have been collecting stuff. I know you guys did a show on it maybe a year ago or more on Hole in the Wall, and it's on Vancouver Island. I don't know if you remember Hole in the Wall, but it's clearly melt. It's, it must have been some sort of archway or something. And the town that it's in, Port Alberni, they say they built it. And so I just want to, next time I come on, I'm going to debunk it totally because I have it in writing.
Yeah.
proving they're
Nice.
lying.
Cool. That would be nice.
You know, I remember presenting somebody with flat Earth one time and all this proof, and they're like, "Okay, so what? How does it make any difference in my life?" I'm like, 5 minutes ago, you were all into NASA and fucking all these exoplanets and stuff, and now you're going to tell me, well, what difference does it make? It's like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
okay, whatever. I
Crazy.
mean, it's kind of important to know where you live and what your house is made of, and all
Well,
this stuff.
what I find interesting is I have people in my life who believe space is fake. Like, they've seen the damn mouse running along the rocket engine that's supposed to be in outer space, launch, and
Yeah,
have you seen that clip, Jen? I'm
yeah,
sure.
yeah.
Yeah, okay. So, they're clear, space fake. And then I say, why do you think that is? Why would they fake space? Why do
Exactly.
they need to fake it? Like, let's take that one step further. Like,
Yeah.
it's just one more step. And then you
Uh-huh.
get the big aha, you know?
Exactly, and it's another thing. A lot of the flat earthers, I'm not saying any names, but there's a lot of big flat earther channels out there that don't ever ask those questions, or even attempt to tackle those questions. It's like, yeah, it's flat. They're lying to us. Space is fake. Okay, why are they lying? It's got to be huge. Okay, they could have told us the
Yeah,
truth of what we're on and lied about everything else, or maybe, but they couldn't because all the other lies are tied to their globe model. And
exactly.
they
But,
have a
oh,
perception deception of this reality.
yes, exactly. But I think you hit a key point there when you said that a lot of big channels don't address this colossal question of
Yes.
why. And I think in meltology, we dive into that a lot more. Like we don't shy away from the hard questions, right?
Yeah.
That a part of meltology isn't just to prove the building's melted, but to say there's something wrong in our reality here and why. Like,
Yeah.
why is this going on? Because I think most of us ask that to ourselves, like, what the is going on?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why
What are
would they
they
do this?
hiding with all these
Yeah.
lies? Why the lies? It's got to be huge, huge. And the
Huge,
only thing I can think
colossal.
of that's that huge is the creator.
Yeah.
And that we are that special and we are the center of everything. Everything is revolving around us. Just like, well, you think you're that special or the world revolves around you? Yeah, it does. It does.
That's why that sarcastic saying exists.
Yeah.
Because if you have a sarcastic saying like that, then you feel like belittled, right, by that. And oh, I shouldn't think of myself in that way. And I just had a conversation last night where we were both talking about this exact thing, is that a lot of what's going on here is for us to forget who we really are,
Right.
what we really are. We
And
are
why
powerful
we're here.
spiritual beings,
What is
you
this
know?
place? Why are we here?
Yeah. Yeah.
According to them, we're just one big bang accident, you know?
Oh, yeah, we're just walking, talking monkeys, evolved from an amoeba out of the ocean, you know.
Yeah, first there was nothing, and then there was boom, and then there was everything. Okay. I mean, I was
Yeah,
into space. When I was into space, I was like, yeah, get me off this planet. I'll go to Jupiter, no problem. Send me on the next rocket. Um, uh, but now, I can look at these movies that involve space and view it as entertainment. But I understand now their motives and why they were doing it, and how important it is for them to keep these lies going. People are like, oh, do you really think they're going to do all this just to convince us? Yeah, look what they're doing with space. Yeah, they're shooting rockets up there that are going nowhere and over into the water and telling
into
us
Bermuda Triangle, you know.
it's crazy.
Yeah.
It
Exactly.
is. I think for me, like like you, I'm okay with the movies about space and stuff, probably because we've been conditioned to be okay with that. But I think what I have the hardest time with is since, the big great toilet paper shortage of 2020. um, I don't even want to say the words about that, but since then, what they've done with our um, television programming,
Mhm.
and the I I don't even want to talk about those things, but you know what I'm talking about. Shims and
Yeah.
hims and hers, and that all of the stuff that they're pushing to kind of to create this division between us, so
Mhm.
that we're always sitting on opposite sides of the fence when we need to actually come together
Yeah.
instead of getting pushed apart.
Yeah, they have us so divided that you can't broach a lot of these conversations with people, because then we start arguing amongst ourselves over narratives, them defending the fake narratives and us trying to show them that there are false narratives. And you know, it, once you break down the narrative and you know it's false, well, then you got to keep going forward and ask the bigger questions. Why are they lying to us? What's the purpose of this? And what is it really? And how did it get here? you know, um, these are the questions that burn holes in my brain at night. I just feel like wouldn't be doing anybody any kind of justice if I didn't go there and for myself. This is where it
Yeah,
leads me, and I've taken all you guys along with me.
but
I
you
always
have
say,
to,
put
because
one in the chat if you agree, put a 2 in the chat if you think I'm fucking nuts.
I don't think you're going to get very many twos, because I think we're all a two here, right? You
Yeah.
have to be half half crazy to be able to let go of the narrative, to let go of the reality, to let go of this false world, right? You have to
Yeah.
be a brave person, and it's a very small percentage of the people who are able to do that.
Patty said something earlier up here a little ways
Yeah.
about. She said, "Wait, what? Truth seeker? Like, what are you talking about, or something?" So she says, "The truth seeker, no, what? Question mark? I don't know what you were saying here, Patty. Maybe clarify. Is it something that I said about the flat earther channels or something? Because I used to watch them, and I hung out with those people. I went to the flat earth meetups and stuff like that. But you can only do so many tests and prove your point. I mean, yeah, it's flat. Water finds its level. There's a dome up there, and yeah, everything's revolving around us, and we don't. But that only takes you so far in your thinking. And if you're a critical thinker, you might not even know you're a critical thinker, but you'll ask these questions like, well, why the lie? Why are they doing this? And why are they working so hard at it? And and then you realize how hard it is to try to talk to somebody about this and show them, and that gets frustrating, because I just always thought that everybody would get it just like I did. I mean, I'm not that smart. I mean, if I can figure this out, why can't everybody else see it?
But it
I
is
don't.
because you're that smart. Honestly, it takes a level of intelligence to be able to
Oh,
look beyond the programming, right? Because our minds are just hammered with this programming, to be able to look outside that and see something. It takes it takes intelligence, and it takes a lot of things, courage,
yeah.
and
It blows my mind to think that when I came on flat earth I was 45, and I was just like, I thought I had a lot of things kind of figured out and stuff, and then I was like, oh shit, I don't got nothing figured out. And all of this has been here this whole time. The mud flood buildings have always been here. The flat earth has always been in our faces. All this melt has always been here. We just never saw it before, and it's always been right in front of our faces. Hell, you go out back your house, you can find melt. It's just everywhere. Um, and Patty, I was asking, or Johnny, Patty, I was asking a question, answering a question earlier. Somebody asked me if I had been to a star fort in Alabama somewhere, and I said no. No, that's what that was.
well, you know what's funny? I grew up in Halifax, Nova Scotia, and we have Citadel Hill, which is a friggin' star fort, right? And like, I grew up with melt all over the place. Halifax is covered with melt. And I'm like, I wish I lived back there now to be able to do boots on the ground there and show
Right?
it all, because it's nuts how much there is.
Yeah,
Nuts.
it's everywhere. It's everywhere.
Kind of, though, because, like I've said, Vancouver, I don't know if it's because if the Rockies were hit harder, or they have just done a more thorough job of removing it and covering it so that they can keep to the narrative that we were the last area to be inhabited by the Europeans, because we're like almost turn of the century, like late 1800s, that we became populated. So we have to look like we're very, very young. So I
Yeah.
don't know if it's that, or if that we were just hit really, really hard in the X Factor, but it's really hard to find melt here.
Huh.
I know on my channel it looks like it's easy. I just walk out the door, but I trust me, it's really hard. Yeah.
Wow. Look at that.
That's me. That's a brick wall.
All day.
No, that's a natural formation. Come on, guys. Come on.
Oh, sorry.
Don't
Look at that.
don't
It
go
could be the
against
belly of a dragon.
don't go against academia. What are you talking about? No, all you said, it was really good, and you really need to care about you and the others to be doing what we do, because we don't not want to lie to anyone. We don't want to bring people into a direction that they don't want to. We're just saying what we think it is. We're not asking you to believe everything we say or to follow everything we do. Just look with your eyes and look for yourself. That's all we ask.
Well, that I actually had a conversation. I don't know if I should say who, it doesn't matter.
No,
And we were talking about, those of us who are sharing the melt out in social media and stuff. I feel like we have a bigger responsibility to grow as we learn. Like, the more we research, there's going to be areas and places where we're going to have to kind of maybe alter our understanding or alter our view to be able to encompass it, because we know so little now that we are going to learn more as we go, and we're going to have to be able to grow with it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Am I explaining that? Okay.
yeah, but the more we learn, the less we know. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, sadly, that is true. It just becomes and I think you've hit a good point there, Shepu, because it's like it just adds one more thing to this convoluted pot of stew that
Yeah.
you can never, like, it just becomes more convoluted the more you try to unravel it.
Yeah.
Yep. So geology was formed it says the 17th century here, but it was taught in the early 1800s. It says it was not until the 17th century that geology made great strides in its development. At this time, geology became its own entity in the world of natural science. It was discovered by it was discovered by the Christian world that different translators of the Bible contain different versions of the Bible text. The one entity that remained consistent through all of the interpretations was that the deluge had formed the world's geology and geography. So it's geology is tied to the Bible in the sense that it's meant to discredit the Bible, the young earth, 6,000 years, and the creation. So here it says, with the enhanced desire of data came an increase in observation of Earth's composition, which in turn led to the discovery of fossils. Although theories that resulted from the heightened interest in Earth's composition were often manipulated to support the concept of the deluge. A genuine outcome was a greater interest in the makeup of the Earth. Due to the strength of Christian beliefs during the 17th century, the theory of the origins of Earth was most widely accepted. Was a new theory of the Earth, published in 1696 by William Whiston. Whiston was used Christian reasoning to prove that the Great Flood had occurred and that the flood had formed the rock strata of the Earth. And then it goes on to say about how who came up with the millions of years theory, tacking that onto everything. Found that the age of the Earth was not only 400 million years old,
Yeah.
75,000 years old, and the individual described the theory of the Earth with references to neither God nor the Bible was the philosopher Immanuel Kant, who published the Universal Natural History and Theory of the Heavens. And so basically it's all, even geology is all to hide God, hide the creation, and to get away from the young Earth theory, tack billions and billions of years onto everything, because they don't know. There's no way you could say something's that's 59 million years old, and the Lena pillows over here, they're 580 million years old, and the Earth itself is 4.8 billion years old. Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, they can test for that, That's sarcasm. They can't prove anything. So, for me, I don't say, try to form a conclusion as to why they are doing it. Is it about the Bible? I don't know. Is it about something else? I don't know. And I like to kind of sit in the I don't know, so that I keep asking the questions, so that somehow, somewhere, little bits are going to come in to help me fill it in fully.
Yeah.
Because,
when people lie, it's because they're hiding the truth. They're hiding something. And these are huge lies to tell people and to get us to believe it. Everybody across the plane all agrees, for the most part, that space is real and we're on a ball and everything took millions of years to form. And so, it's huge, whatever it is.
But the amount of energy that they've put into it too, Jen, ever since we were reset, they have put all of their resources into creating it. Yep. This facade,
Exactly. That's why I feel like we are definitely in what we call the short season of Satan, where the name of the game is deception on every level. And we are not meant to know. We're not taught what we're not meant to know. And we're not meant to know none of this stuff. So they have to give us a lot of these narratives at a very young age, so that we don't ever critically think it out and ask the larger questions later down the road.
Yep.
I mean,
that looks like
I
was just going to say it looked like a pyramid. Sorry, Jen, go ahead.
I know, you're good.
Oh,
You're
yeah,
good. It does look like a pyramid. Look at that.
Yeah, just tumble on the side or something.
When you look at a lot of this stuff, like volcanism and geology and the sciences for space science and everything, they're all theoretical.
Oh, every single subject.
Yeah.
All of them are theoretical.
Whereas the Big Bang is real and that all took place and space is real and all this stuff, it's all theory.
Yeah, but they create some tools to make their theory a real thing with the so-called tools, like carbon dating, and when they told you how to tell the age of a tree, you need to count the rings, So,
yes.
But this only applies to trees, wait, can I count the lines here to know how old this thing is, No.
Yeah, can you count the sedimentary layers?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, right.
No, you can't, SHEPU, because it's been pushed up from the iron molten core of the earth.
Yeah.
So you can't count those.
No. Yeah, I have to believe them that they saw that they they know exactly that this is what there is underground there, you know. But
Well, if that was the case, wouldn't it at least once in the last 200 years, or say 400 years, 600 years that we've been recording history, wouldn't the tectonic plates have pushed land up during our recorded history?
yes, but they
Right?
say it moves so slowly that you cannot
You
see
can't
it,
see it.
Right.
feel
Just
it,
like you're not
or
high enough.
know that it is, you know. So okay.
You're not high
Sounds
enough
like
to see the curve. It's there. You just can't see it. The cop told me one time, I said, he pulled me over for tinted windows. I look over at his car and I said, well, your windows are darker than mine. He's like, they're not dark. They just look dark. Oh, but mine are dark past the
Oh my
limit. You're going to
God.
give me a fucking ticket for it. Give me a break. You're insulting my intelligence right now, you jackwagon.
Oh,
this
yeah,
guy
that's
is-
another whole area of contention,
Yeah, the
straw
universal.
man.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
straw man, UCC, Uniform Commercial Code, Admiralty Law. They have us under the law
Yeah.
of the sea, but we're living on land. I don't walk out and step into an ocean when I leave my house.
Yep, exactly.
No, but you
So-
came from your mother's waters. So.
That's right. And the doc gave me the certificate, capitalized my
Yeah.
name.
Give you birth.
Yeah, I birthed from my mother's waters. Yeah, all that stuff.
Yeah, the language, they made it so to be this way.
So I was watching an interview with whoever this guy was, and the guy said to him, do you believe in the Tartaria old world stuff? And he goes, it just doesn't seem plausible, because if they were this advanced civilization, there's no way some low-life parasitic, underhanded people could come just take them over. And I'm like, he didn't even bother to learn about any of this. He just kind of came up with some quick ass answer
To
and
dismiss it.
carried on, and just to dismiss it.
Yeah. And it wasn't taken over. I don't really look at Tartaria as being this worldwide thing like everybody else does. I agree that it was on maps and it was taken off the maps for whatever reason, and erased from his story for whatever reason. But, I think the people that come out on the other side of the reset are the X Factor event are the ones who reset everything and teach a whole new narrative. But if you were in the millennial reign, or the 1,000-year period of peace and prosperity, or whatever, higher spiritual being, even, there was no lies to be told. You can't lie to people if they can read your mind and all this stuff. If you had a higher vibrational awareness of where you're at and how you're being in this environment. But the short seasons that take place in this cyclical nature, that when these gods judge down, there seems to always be people that come out the other side of it and decide they want to control everything, rename everything, and put out all these new narratives so they can control everything else under it, and hide God.
Yeah, well, this was kind of what my point was, that they didn't conquer this advanced civilization.
Right.
They're parasites and leeches, and they just had a really great opportunity. Just like, if you have a weak immune system, you can get yeast in your mouth and end up with thrush, right? They are like the thrush. There was a weakness. We went through a cataclysmic event, and
My son had thrush when he was a baby.
Yeah.
He had these little white dots on his tongue, and he had to get antibiotics stuff. Look at that! Wow, that's crazy looking.
I know. I always like to imagine, how do you think this looked in its day? Because it would be like quadruple the size. Just how massive everything would be.
Yes.
They had to come out with geology to explain all this stuff away. They had to make up all this stuff, millions of years, billions of years, sedimentary layers, catastrophism, gradualism, and what was the other one? There's 3 theories for geology here. I'll pull them up. And they're theories. They admit it.
Of
Three
course they do.
degrees of geology. Covered all this a while ago.
But it's shocking how well it worked. You know,
yeah.
that like none of us could see it until we could see it. Even though we were looking right at it, we couldn't even register that those
Yeah.
were bricks and those were structure lines. And anything that did kind of sort of look like structure, they'd say, "Oh, it's carved." You know, and we'd go, "Yeah, it's carved." It's just amazing how well their system worked.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if you think about it, the people who make up like movies and stuff and make up a story to tell us or whatever like that. Here, hold on, where is it? Where the heck is it? I mean, if you're gonna make a model, right, like the globe model,
Yeah.
and then you can make it fit however you want because it's your model. It's it doesn't mean it's true, but
Yeah,
you can
exactly.
Yeah, I mean, they had to have people walk around and look at this stuff and be like, "Well, what are we going to say about this?" You know what I mean? Or it's definitely well thought out. But we're in the season of deception. It seems to come natural for them, this deception, and they stick us in their public school systems at such a young age, or it doesn't even matter if you go to Catholic school, you still get the same education. It's just they add religion onto it, make you wear a uniform.
It's a law. It's a law. You must
Yeah.
educate your child. You must.
Gradualism, and what was this fucking third one? Oh, I forget what the heck it is. I gotta find it. Yeah, you try to explain to somebody why you don't see the curve of the Earth, and oh, you're just not high enough. You can't see it. Oh, I've been at 37,000 feet in a plane many times, and there's no curve up there.
Yeah, but yet there's a curve. There's a curve when they use their little GoPros and go up in those ridiculous, and they're not much higher. I mean, it's just so bullshit. We all know that it's absolutely ridiculous. It doesn't matter what height you go up, they'll say just the opposite. It just what doesn't count what you try to refute, right? They won't. You can't refute anything with them. They don't listen. They always have some weird excuse.
We haven't known anything else, so all we've ever known was their theories and their stuff, right? So we would never think of it to be anything else because we've never been handed anything else to compare it to.
Yeah.
Right. And let's see here. Where the heck does it say this about gradualism? Gradualism has to do with the sedimentary layers, right? So it gradually layers came in, and then gradually, and then it grew. Or the Grand Canyon, whatever. Gradually, the river went down and formed it, or whatever.
You eroded it away.
Yeah, catastrophism is like volcanoes and stuff like that, earthquake. That's what formed all these other things and stuff. And yeah.
I like Johnny's comment. How many geologists can you fit in the back of a jack wagon?
I like it.
That's hilarious. You guys are so freaking funny. I have to say that in the chat. They are just such good people. All of them.
Agreed.
Wow, SHEPU, you are like rolling out these pictures. This is amazing.
I've got like 3,000 pictures in this folder just on Bulgaria, not including the folders that I got on top.
So we could be at this until 4 a.m.
We could.
That's right.
Yeah, because there's so many. I spent like many times just looking at places just in Bulgaria, more than anywhere that I ever looked. So,
like here in this book here, that we were talking about, where they can fake volcanoes and stuff. It says
Oh
now,
yeah.
yeah, it says now the recent improvements in the art of exploding at a given instance large masses of gunpowder at great depths under the water give us the power of producing, in fact, an artificial earthquake at pleasure.
Yes.
Now, I'm going to read it again in case you didn't hear it. Now, this is in uh, the turn of the century, 1700s going into the 1800s when this was written. It says, now the recent improvements in the art of exploding at a given instance large masses of gunpowder at great depths under the water. Who the hell's going at great depths under the water to put some gunpowder down there to see if it causes an earthquake when it explodes? And they can do it at pleasure whenever they want. We can command with facility a sufficient impulse to set in motion an earth wave that shall be rendered evident by suitable instruments at the distance. So they already have instruments that can detect this stuff far away, probably of many miles, and there is no difficulty in arranging such experiments. There's no difficulty, and that's back then. Imagine what they can do now, right?
Exactly.
What are tornadoes? What are tornadoes? Are they natural to our environment? Because I never felt like they were. I'm just saying. So that the explosion shall be produced by the observer of the time of transit himself through at the distance of 20 or 30 miles, or that the moment of the explosion shall be fixed and the wave period registered by chronometers at both extremities of the line of transit. It's just crazy what they got written here about all the things that they can fake. So they can create tsunamis, underwater earthquakes, volcanoes, and this shit's simple to do. The concoctions are not. They even say it's not hard to do.
Exactly. So, you know that by the time that book they had printed it, they already had more advanced technology than stupid gunpowder anyway.
Yeah.
I believe they have a lot more that they just don't hand over to us. They want to keep us, dumbed down a couple notches in the tech compared to what they keep for themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they're still saying the pyramids are tombs.
I
But the
know.
ultimate weapon is the frequency one that can
Yes.
affect everything. There's nothing more than that itself. Explosion, bombs. Okay, yeah, it's like physical, but the frequency one, it takes you on the metaphysical aspect of life. So this is
Yeah,
the ultimate
Faraday
one.
doesn't even work against that.
No.
Like you're screwed. You can't, you can wear Faraday clothing. It penetrates through Faraday.
Yeah.
So there isn't even that we've been told a way to stop it. But I'm sure there is. They just haven't. They're not going to tell us. We would have to figure it out for
Yeah, the
ourselves.
lead, but they have taken out all the lead stuff everywhere. Lead paint. If you had lead paint in your house, you could paint your all wall, and it would stop. But it's legal now. They have planned this for even the other material that was in the walls. Now we have like mineral wool to put in the walls, but we had
Asbestos?
like asbestos was the same thing. It cut out the frequencies, and that's why they put it out. Not because it's so dangerous. Yes, it can be dangerous, but people work on the mine and they still die at 80 years old. But the real reason, it was, again, just like the lead paint, wasn't because it was dangerous for you. It was because the plans that they wanted to have, it was interfering with them. So that's the
So
real reason.
lead paint, just a thin layer of lead paint would be enough to stop it?
Yeah, because
Be like
lead,
yeah,
yeah,
it's like a
lead stuff.
Faraday
Wow.
cage around your house, on your house. So they say, okay, we got to get rid of lead paint. Kids are eating it and sucking on the railings of their house or whatever and getting it, and they're getting all these diseases. So we can't have lead paint anywhere.
Yeah.
Well, we can't have you smoking cigarettes anymore because they're bad for you and they cause cancer, right? So we're going to start saying you can't smoke cigarettes here and there. I actually heard something about cigarettes and tobacco and the nicotine and something about it. I can't remember the exact words, but it had to do something about how it makes you feel and how it makes you think. And I thought,
Well, our brains have natural receptors for nicotine, and certain foods like potatoes have minute traces of nicotine. And so when we uptake small amounts of nicotine, it does a bunch of different things for our brains. Like it helps us to think more clearly. There's a whole
Yeah,
list of things. But the problem is that they put a massive amount of chemicals
yeah, that's
into
what I'm going
cigarettes
to say.
to,
Yeah, it's not
yeah,
the
just to
nicotine
make
that is dangerous. It's all the benzene
exactly.
and the tar and all this stuff that they put else that they put in it. Because benzene is really a really poisonous to us, and they put it in cigarettes. So I don't know why.
Because they can.
Yeah.
Because they're going to make the nicotine, they need to make it more addictive so that you're addicted, and they're poisoning you. Because this is one of the things that perplexes me, because when we look at these mountains and the melt that's happened here, we can tell that there was billions of people living here. Clearly, you couldn't have that much living space if there weren't people to fill it. I mean,
Yes.
right.
compared to the population that we have today, yet they have this constant need. Once they got us populated back up to whatever rate they wanted, they're just trying to cull. And I'm trying to understand why the culling. And it must be more about, it's easier, if you have a small herd of sheep, it's easier to herd that herd through the gates, right? So it's easier to keep control of them. And
Yes.
I feel like that has to be this factor why they're poisoning everything,
Yeah.
our water, the cigarettes, anything, everything. In California, I don't know if you guys have heard this, they have just started working on their toilet to tap program.
What?
What?
Yeah, let me repeat that. Toilet to tap. This is true. They are
Oh,
recycling toilet water
You know what
to
that
put
has
it
to do with? Look,
back in the tap.
what?
Luciferians eat shit and drink piss. Now they want you to do it. Just
Like,
saying.
can you? So, I mean, I'm sure
I've heard
pirates
of
should know about
recycling,
this.
like your bad water for the toilet, but not the other way.
Oh,
Not in the,
stop.
yeah, the opposite direction. Can you imagine? And it's just ridiculous because we have, like, I can't remember what state it's in now. I wish I could remember small facts, but I have a trouble doing that. I have bigger things on my mind, I guess.
Yeah.
But there's this running well, and it's like this core earth water that is pristine, and it pumps out enough water that it could um, irrigate the entire US, would have fresh, pristine drinking water, and they ignore it and then, do what they do with the water.
Yeah.
I need to find those facts. I'll bring it on the show next time. I'll go find it again. It's shocking, to be honest.
And also, when
Shocking.
they say that we are going to run out of fresh water again, it's another false statement, because we're not gonna run out, but we're gonna. They have more to treatment plants. They have to build more, and that costs
Yeah.
some kind of money. Who cares if they have the money that they want, but they make it seems like that we were gonna run out of the fresh water, but that's cannot be happening
We
because
aren't.
water cannot go anywhere. you know.
Oh, sorry, Shepu. Just a minute. I have to pick some of the toilet paper out of my teeth. Just had a sip of water. Hold on.
Disgusting.
Oh
Oh my
my
goodness.
God. I mean, that's horrific. What, like, the state of, and the people who go along with it, you know? Oh, yeah, okay, that's great great idea, guys. Let's drink toilet water like the dogs, right?
Yeah. Yeah, but you heard? Did you heard the document that the woman read? You know,
Which
they treat us like well, we already knew the term that the Jews use. You know, goyim, but now she said it that we really are treated like cattle, and if we follow what they are putting, that's our grief, not our grief, but if the stupid follow what they are putting, that's their own choices, and they're gonna have the consequences of their what they do. You know
so
that.
it's your fault. It's our fault that we're drinking toilet water because we're
Yeah,
stupid enough to
that's
do
what
it.
they're going to
That's
do.
what you're saying, right?
Yes. That's what they were going to say. It's your fault if you drink it. We've just put it. You've put it in your house. You know, because they won't
Right.
come and put it in your house, but people will do it. And
Okay, well, that's what narcissistic abusers do.
yes, that's
They
what they do.
abuse you and
But
then
the
tell you
government
it's
is a
your fault,
narcissistic
right?
abuser. You know.
Yeah. So it's just like unbelievable. I mean, it's it's not funny. At this point, I mean, it's
No, it
you
ain't.
have to laugh or else you just will go insane with the insanity of it, you know. I have to say Melanie's comment, poo poo water Cheryl, is stuck on the screen. And so every time I look at the screen, all I'm seeing is poo poo water Cheryl.
Jen probably stepped out. I don't know because I cannot see what's going on because I'm just rolling through these pictures. You know,
No,
each
you're
one of
doing
them is
a
crazy.
fantastic job. I have to say, Shepu, like, you just talk and play with the picture, and I'm like, damn, I
Yeah,
can't.
you were talking. I was just switching to the pictures
You
and
were listening.
listening to you two. You know.
Oh, I know. Jen and I, Gab, and I know I told you I'm not very good at being social, and I'm really not, but I'm just so relieved to be able to talk to other people who are completely on par. And once I get going, it's really hard to shut me up.
Oh no, it's great. I love it. I love
Great.
that you enjoy that and you have that here. I'm so grateful that everybody can come to these live streams and feel welcome and ask even, no question's a stupid question. I don't want anybody to ever feel like, they can't ask me anything, even the simplest thing. Um, I we all need a place to go to talk about this stuff, and it's usually
Yeah.
outside of our family circle and our circle of friends that we find these places to go and talk to people and everything. And so many people look forward to these live streams and shows because then they know that they're going to commune with all of us. We're all like-minded, and we're all in line with truth. And these Luciferians that are controlling this shit show that we're in, shit show, like the 2 years ago with that shit show with the toilet papers, because it was a shit show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this is why what we're seeing is because it's the externalization of the hierarchy. The hierarchy since the last reset has always been Luciferian. We are in the short season of Satan, and this is what they do. Deception is the name of the game, and they deceiveth the whole world. The highly paid Decepticons, parasites, whatever you want to call them. But what they want you to do is they want you to do what they do. And what they do is really fucked up and foul. Okay. These are the most unclean, the most foul people. And they do all this stuff. They raise their children this way. They'll even sacrifice their child's gender to Lucifer as a big slap in the face, middle finger to God. Oh, you gave me a boy? Guess what? I'm going to make it a girl. You know what I mean? And that's called sacrificing your child's gender to Lucifer and raising that child as a living, walking, breathing deception.
Yep.
And that's shameful. And the acts that they do to get us to partake in the same things that they partake in, but under disguise of something else. Like the things that are in our foods, we would never eat, there's things in there that I can't mention on this show.
Yeah, exactly. But
they
you
want you to
know,
drink toilet water. Well, what goes in the toilet? Your bodily stuff. What do they eat on a daily basis? Their bodily stuff and other people's bodily stuff and everything. It's disgusting. It really is. But this is how they get down, and they do everything completely opposite of what's righteous, pure, clean, just godly. Cleanliness is next to godliness. Well, it's complete opposite when you live in a Luciferian family. It sucks that I have to know this stuff and that I know this stuff, but I have to know my enemy. And when I see them come down the pike with this kind of stuff, like this toilet water thing, or all this other crazy stuff recently, even the shit emojis that they put out over the last 10 years, 5 years, or whatever, the shit emoji has become popular the last few years. It's because of them. It's all around that stuff. They want you to be accepting of it. But you're doing it. You don't even know what you're doing. And so they got us worshiping Lucifer too. You know how many kids are running around with Monster drink shirts on and drinking that Monster drink, not knowing that it says 666 on the can, and that there's probably some kind of like sick, twisted stuff up in there. That I can't even mention.
yeah, or when Rihanna or Beyonce or whatever he's called is up on stage with their, big devil horns. Katy Perry does it, their big Lucifer attire,
Mhm.
right? And they're on this big show on this big stage. It's just, and I mean, I'm not for or against the Bible or anything like that. I'm very spiritual though, and whatever brings you closer to God on a path of love and light, like I honor that no matter what it is, right? Because but I still, regardless of that, I still can see quite clearly that those guys are evil.
Oh
They
yeah.
absolutely are worshiping, a very nefarious freaking, I don't even want to call it a power because then it empowers it as a power.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't even want to
Yeah.
give it the privilege of that word,
Yeah, I mean, you
because
could say you don't believe in it. Not saying that that's what you're saying, but some people are like, oh, I don't believe in that, whatever. They believe it, and they've been doing this since probably 13 generations ago when the X Factor happened and they reset everything and came back out. And we don't think of ourselves as their enemy, but that's exactly what we are to them. They hate humanity. And
exactly.
yeah, and now their God is Lucifer's the great deceiver. He goes forth and deceives the whole world. And whether you call him Lucifer or Satan or Beelzebub or Methuselah, it doesn't really freaking matter. It's the same entity and there's the same agenda. Now, people who worship Buddha want to be more Buddha-like. People that worship Krishna want to be more Krishna-like and try to follow those attributes of those gods.
Yeah,
Well,
you
the
want
most
to emulate your higher power, whatever
want
you
to
believe that
emulate your
higher
God.
power to be. Yeah.
So what's the best way to emulate Lucifer? Well, you
Oh,
want to
yeah.
go forth and you want to be a great deceiver and you want to deceive the whole world. The more people you deceive, the better. And it doesn't matter how you deceive them. You can deceive them any way you want, as long as they're deceived and they're living a lie and believing the lie and never seeing the truth. You are, esteemed to the highest levels. And what these people do when you start to study their rituals, and it gets really dark, especially when you look into satanic ritual abuse and hear
Yeah.
those stories and stuff. A lot of people can't go there, but I had to go there because I am always questioning everything. Okay, these are the people that are lying to us about all this. What are they into? Oh, they're into Luciferianism. Great. What's that? And how? I couldn't just be like, oh, I can't look at that. No, I need to know exactly how freaking low these people are going to go to get their agendas through, and how it's going to affect me and my children and my future generations and all the bullshit we've come through to this point. So, it just depends, I guess, what you want to, how deep you want to go into that rabbit hole. But I would say, there was nights that, and I'm not saying it kept me up or anything, but when I read the stuff and heard the stories,
It
of
stays
what
in your head, Jen.
up
Like,
to,
not that it kept you up, but I mean, it hits in your heart. It's heavy.
yeah.
When you're not an evil person, when your heart is good and pure and true, and
Yeah.
you know, come to understand what you're actually up against or dealing with, it's like,
And then the fact that
what?
everybody's not like you, like you start to
Yeah.
realize, oh, well, this person could be compromised. If they were offered this, this, and this, they would do whatever this person or these people want them to do. So then you start to realize everybody's not like you, and that, it wouldn't take much for them to turn on you or stab you in the back, or, have this kind of mindset of do what thou wilt. I'm going to get what I want, and I don't care who I got to stab in the back to get it. And take advantage even of your honesty and kindness, to exploit and deceive you even further. And
But I don't
Yeah.
know. I have more faith in humanity. I mean, people do that, and absolutely, yes, they do. But I feel like I have to hold out hope, because when
yeah.
I look at people one-on-one, like I always try to make contact when I go out, like to the grocery store or shopping. I always try to make contact with people, like in my eyes, and I always try to smile, even if
Yes.
I'm having the shittiest day. And I find that most people, their eyes perk up and they kind of spring up, like, because they recognize that love and kindness, and we all want to be respected and loved. Those are just, basic
They're
core
natural
human needs.
attributes. Yes, you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
They are natural attributes to our human being.
Yeah.
Each one of us
Yeah.
are inherently good, I believe. But when you are, say, born
But
into a family,
yeah.
right? And what
Yeah.
I came to realize rather quickly was that these people are networked everywhere. There's the low class, there's the middle class, there's the upper class, and then there's the upper echelon. They're embedded through everything. And we're at the point now where, I mean, maybe like 100 years ago would have been a little bit easier because they weren't so tightly knit. But now the network is on point and right where it needs to be for whatever's going to happen next.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's hard to escape, but I see what you're saying about people out there. And it's really nice when you run into something, because I never let this jade me in any kind of way. I don't go out into the world and look at everybody like they're going to stab me in the back. But I am very
I didn't get that from what you said. No, you didn't come across that way.
What I mean is that, most people, especially the way they're struggling and all this different stuff, if they were offered something, or, okay, well, I'll give you
way
this
out.
amount of money if you screw over this or just do what you got to do over here. You're going to screw over this person, but they'll be fine and you'll get 10 grand out of it or something. And most people would do that. Not all people, but a lot of people would, especially when they're pushed to the brink of the financial struggles that we've been under for a good while now. At least I'd say the last 24 years. Anyway,
Exactly.
but the thing is that the people that grow up in these families, right? They don't really know anything else. They're brought into it that way. And
the system's designed that way. Like it's designed to do exactly what you are talking about right now. The whole system.
Yeah.
To keep people in that place of desperation that they would do something against their own, inner knowledge of good or bad, that they go, you know what, that's a really shit thing to do, but I'm desperate. I need to feed my family, or I need to just get out of the pain of this life if I do, that whatever evil job.
So many people would be happy and living, abundant, beautiful lives if we all we're living in abundance and joy and grace and love and all this stuff. But, they have people struggling. People are divided on every level. Everybody's arguing with everybody, or it only takes that one little thing that ticks somebody off. And, it's like everybody's has this strife on them. And it's really shameful what they've done, where they've brought us to. But at the same time, it's like you can see that they're trying to get people to be all inclusive and accepting of everything. This is why it's, especially now, it's even more since 2012, heaped on us all this stuff. You can see where they're going, what they're targeting. They're targeting our kids because they target their own kids. Their kids were already brought up in this stuff. When they're, this is why you see all these big Hollywood people with their kids transed, or they'll
You mean like
adopt.
Megan Fox, who has
Yeah,
3 trans children under the age of
exactly.
10? Are you
That
kidding
tells
me?
you that she's sucking Satan's banana, and her kids are too, unfortunately, but they don't know any better. Okay. There will come a point in their lives where they will know, and then some shit will probably go down. Like when you see people that are, usually, they get on drugs and they freak out in
They're
their 30s.
wrecked.
Brittany shaved her head. She probably found out she couldn't have kids. I don't know. But some of them don't even know that they've been transed until it comes to the point where they maybe realize they don't have the equipment to have a baby. You know what I mean? Well, they had
Yeah.
to take hormones all their lives. Their parents probably just told them it was for something else. You know,
Yeah.
and the cremation of care ceremony that I had learned about a long time, because I could not figure out, why don't these people care? Like, how could they not care that they're killing all these people? They're starving all these other people out. They're burning these people out of their homes over there. And they're just taking everything they can. How could they not care? I mean, sure, they don't know us one-on-one, and they're up in their high buildings and we're down here on the ground struggling. But at the same time, how do they sleep at night? You know what I mean? And they do this cremation of care ceremony. And that's where they cremate their cares. And
Yep.
that's when they vow to, they'll be the ones that benefit them and their friends, and they'll always have each other's backs. And basically, we're the enemy to be exploited because we don't worship their God, and we're on the side of righteousness. And they're trying to, at this point, corrupt every little aspect of our lives, and to get you to cave on anywhere they can. Anywhere they can. I couldn't even watch a movie over the last few years at all, like without them saying some weird Luciferian shit in it, talking about like, a bag of penises and,
I know. And I'm laughing not because it's funny. Yes.
And now the latest thing is, golden showers is in style as some kind of weird sexual thing. And I'm like,
oh my God.
Luciferian. They do that. That's what they do. You know what they do if you're in a Luciferian family and it's your birthday? Yeah, it's not good. Okay. You know how we have a great time on our birthdays? Everybody's loving us and we're, having a great time and have a birthday party and gifts and all that stuff. Flip it and make it the complete opposite in your head. I'm not even saying it on air, but when you realize what they're doing, how they're raising their kids and like the Angelina Jolies and the Brad Pitts and whoever that are our age now that we've known all these years, and now they're having kids. They came from a Luciferian family as well. It's no accident that Katy Perry came out. It's no accident that Brad Pitt became an A-lister or Angelina Jolie. They're already born into the families and groomed for these positions at a very young age. The readings that you used to do, or you might still do them, their readings and their life plan is planned out from the day they're born. And they have a destiny to fulfill. Every family in the Luciferian, everything's planned out. And they're hypersexualized from birth as well, to where that is normal for them. Children having, intercourse and all this stuff. Nobody's disagreeable in it. It's just what they do. And as sick as it sounds, but like, we would never do that. We're not those kind of people. We would never do that with our kids or teach our kids anything like that or feed our kids whatever. It's disgusting. But they do the complete opposite. Everything is opposite. That's why where we're at now at the end of the short season of Satan, we're seeing the complete opposite of everything we knew even 5 years ago. Everything's flipping. And it's crazy to see. But when you know that these people are running the show and that they're all sodomites, and then you got the gay agenda, the LGBT thing, the drag kids, all this stuff that I've gotten taken down for talking about. These are the people who are behind the steering wheel of this shit show that we're in. And they own all the big pharmaceutical companies and all the power plants. They have it all on lock. I mean, we're at the end of this whole crescendo here, and it's going to be really interesting to see how it all really transpires and everything. But most of these actors and singers and all this crazy stuff that people admire and love and all this stuff like that, if you knew who they really were, you would just, I can't even look at those people, you know?
It makes it hard to watch shows. And that's what I was kind of alluding to earlier when I said ever since, our big great toilet paper shortage in 2020, I've had a
Uh-huh.
hard time watching media, like,
Uh,
shows, TV shows, movies, any of that stuff. I'm just like, it's so hard now
right.
because
So
it's so in my face. I feel like
it's
it's so
profane. It
blatant.
really is.
Yeah.
And Patty just said something here. It's even the sports as well. The sports figures. Yes. Now you got some
Yes,
people.
absolutely.
People are coming out of college or whatever. They're getting recruited. They're made all these promises of, you're going to be on a big NFL team and you're going to get paid millions of dollars. But at some point, you're going to have to do something for all that. It's not just going to be your talent that they want from you. They want, even if you don't go full Luciferianism, they can't convert you all the way. They get you to do something that will compromise you in some way. So, you know what I mean? It's like, and whoever sticks to their guns and doesn't go along with it, they don't last long in acting or singing or sports. You don't see those people anymore. It's like, oh, I wonder what happened to that actor. I never see that person around. It's because they didn't.
Yeah. Wonder what happened to him.
Yeah. And, all the stuff we're seeing now with P. Diddy, that friggin' crazy person.
I'm not up on any of it, like, because I'm not on social media at all.
Yeah.
Like, I post my YouTube videos, but I don't do social media. I use Linux. Everything I use is free open source software that has no spyware in it. I mean, I'm so that
Well,
way.
this is
So
what's
I
going
don't
on.
know any of the gossip. So you're going to have
The
to
thing is
fill
that
me in, Jen.
we're in the apocalypse and all is being revealed and everything is coming to light. Now, back in 2016, it was the Pizzagate stuff. Okay. All that was coming.
Yeah.
They couldn't stop it. They just had to sit back and hope that we were all asleep enough to be like, oh yeah, wow, somebody will do something about it. I'm just going to sit here and do nothing. Well, that's exactly what happened. All this shit came out, all the child trafficking, and nobody did nothing. Nobody did nothing. They're still out there. Okay. So we clearly with what's it when you don't respond, it's like compliance. Okay. If you don't take a stand, if you stand by and do nothing, then you are complying with whatever they're putting out. Nobody went to jail.
It's condoning. Right? You're condoning it. You're not just complying. You're saying it's okay.
Exactly. Silence is compliance, right?
Yes.
So let it not be said that we stood by and did nothing. I would never look at the creator in his face and he says, well, he'll know in my heart what I've done here. Yeah, I've made a lot of mistakes along the way, and I'm sure there's things I could change and things I regret, but I forgive myself and I know he forgives me, and that's in the past, and I got to keep moving forward. This kind of stuff. I can't live in the past, but at the same time, it's like, I don't even, it's so diabolical and so crazy. But once you get like to the melt and start to realize where we're at and how we even got here. Okay. And it makes sense that the Luciferians are running the show right now because we're in the short season of Satan. It makes sense that they're bringing everything out now to be seen. Not that anything's going to be done about it. There'll be the promise of something's going to be done about it. Like, oh, okay, Epstein went to jail. Oh, sorry, we looked away for a minute and he killed himself. Yeah, okay. No, he just went back to his island. Okay, it's business as usual. They just tell you he's dead. It's all coming out because they want to normalize everything, so we be accepting of it too. Because see, judgment's coming, and they know it's coming, and they want us to be judged just like they're going to be judged in the same fashion, and show allegiance to their God. People walk around with the peace symbol on them thinking it means peace, but it doesn't. It means death and ruin. There's not much peace in the world, is there? You're being deceived into thinking that symbol means something. And, in your heart, you took it to heart. That's what it means to you. But it doesn't. If I gave you the middle finger and said, this means I love you. And you're like, oh, okay. All right. You walk around giving your finger to people saying, I love you, right? And you're like, dude, what are you giving me the finger for? No, it means I love you. No, it doesn't. It means fuck you. And you're like, oh.
Well, you know what a heart means, right?
You know what I mean?
Yeah. You know what a heart means? The little hearts that we use today is a woman's bottom. She's bent over.
I gotcha. Oh, that's a good one. Yeah.
But that's what a heart means. And I heart everything. So I'm just so full of ass. It's not funny.
When you learn something new, you apply it and you won't use it anymore. That's what you have to do. Now, if you don't do that, I'm not judging you. But when I learned about the peace sign, as you can see behind me here, I turned that shit around. Okay, the arms up, giving and receiving love and light. That's the way it was supposed to be. They took it and changed it, made it 180 degrees, flipped it over, and made it death and ruin. The complete opposite of love and light, death and ruin. You're on a ball. No, you're on a flat plane. You're spinning. No, you're stationary. It's always the complete opposite. God gave you a girl. No, it's going to be a boy.
But, like you started the show tonight, you were talking about manifesting and that we are creators. And, I think that that's something that I strongly agree with you on. And when we're talking about, the heart was a woman's ass and peace sign is, all messed up, they are sigils that does carry an energy. Yes. However, I am a child of God, creator, the highest power. I come from the light. I am the creator here. I am the final word. And when I know my power and know the truth of who I am, that sigil, that upside down peace sign, it doesn't have the power to be able to affect me the way it does when I am asleep to who I am and to what I am and what I come from.
Yeah. Yeah. I got you there. But there also is power in their symbols, right?
Absolutely. Sigils have power. Yeah.
So, because if it didn't, then it wouldn't even make sense to use them, because you'd be like, okay, well, this sigil over here means death and ruin. And that one over there means peace and love. But today, I feel like this one over here that's death and ruin, I really like it, and it's going to mean love and light to me. And it would make these symbols and sigils obsolete. You know what I mean? It would cancel them out if you. So
Yeah, I agree.
Red has a frequency. Your thoughts have a frequency. This computer has a frequency, and that peace sign there has a frequency. Now, where it originated from in the very, very beginning of this peace symbol or whatever, I don't know. But with it down, meaning death and ruin, right? And you all your life thought it meant peace. You have it all over your kids' school clothes and their lunch boxes, and you might even have got it tattooed on you somewhere. And it happens, I get it, but I'm just saying is like, you could look at it that way, well, for me it means this, and in my heart that's what it means. But at the end of the day, when it was originally created by whatever group of people created it, it was created with the intention of being a negative. You know what I mean?
Yes, absolutely. And I agree with you. Like that's why I was saying sigils do have power. I totally agree, Jen.
Right. Like the cross. If it's upside down, that means they hate Jesus. They're suckers of Satan's banana. You know what I mean? Like you instinctively know that, but you can't be like, well, I'm going to wear an upside down cross, and to me it means, Jesus ascended into heaven or something, and it's a good thing that this cross is upside down. It's kind of like, that's so in this duality, we have to have these positives and negatives, these opposites of it. So the one extreme to the other, in order for us to hold meaning in this 3D reality that is a duality, like the sun and the moon, night and day, love and hate, all this stuff. You live and you die. You're young and then you get old. All this stuff, so it's very interesting how they use all this stuff against us and deceive us into accepting it. Like we've accepted walking around with the peace sign, even though it means death and ruin. And people who even learn what it means, they'll still walk around with it this way in death and ruin, which means even more that they've accepted it, even though they know the real meaning of it and they don't want to accept it. You still accepted it. What you got to do is turn that shit around, face it upward.
Yeah,
if you realize that the upside down cross is not what you should be wearing, or it's a bad thing, then you would flip it around and put it the right way, right?
Yeah. Even what we use as a peace sign, when you say that it's upside down, because it looks like the other way around, your arms are like up in the air, like
up and open,
praising. Yeah.
And
also what we use, like when you say peace with your fingers, supposedly victory, but we now use it for peace.
Yeah.
But it's not you don't put your finger towards the ground, you put it towards the air, Even the sign is not. Yeah.
And I noticed too, when I was a little girl, my mom had the peace sign over the doorway into my kitchen. And I remember, her telling me it meant peace, because that's what she was told. And I was like, why is that the peace symbol? Like, it looks not good. Like, it doesn't look good. and it was only like what 2009 when I learned about the real peace sign, and I turned it around and I was like, wow, it looks great. Like you totally get the positive vibration from it. Looking at it this way, the right side up, the way it's supposed to be, it's like, oh, okay, yeah, there it is. And when I bought this peace sign, the store that I got it at, I told the guys there who were selling these that they needed to turn all their peace signs around so they would mean peace. And I flipped one around for them, and it's like, oh yeah, okay. You instantly get that vibe from it that is like, oh, okay, now that's how it's supposed to look. Like it even feels better. It looks better. It's just, the other way, it just looks not right. Like something's not right with it.
Yeah,
But a
exactly.
lot of this, the duality that we are experiencing is for us to ultimately come into the truth of who we are,
Yes.
right?
And
That
at the end,
we are actually non-dual. The truth of
exactly.
our soul is non-dual. And that
And
is
then,
the power that's been hidden from us. Our
yes.
own truth and power it rests right there. That's the biggest key, I
And then
feel.
when you get to that point, the symbol is irrelevant because you've already
Yeah.
risen from
And
it.
it's a long way. We are a long way from that. But that's
Exactly.
kind of what I was trying to say earlier
Yeah.
was exactly that because at some point, like ultimately that lower energy vibration of whatever it is, because I don't even give it the energy of my words, but it has no power. Ultimately, in the end, it does not have power over us. But as
Right.
long as we are immersed in this skin suit, in
Yes.
this realm, having this experience in this dual reality, then we have to,
Yeah.
work our way up.
Yeah.
Work
See,
our way
Yeah.
up.
like at this level of truth, where we're at now, it's like, the stuff that they're doing, I know what they're doing, I know what they're up to and stuff, but it doesn't affect me like it used to. This peace symbol behind me here, if I'm gonna have it, I'm gonna have it the right way.
Damn
However, I don't
straight.
need that peace symbol. I don't need it. It's irrelevant to me at this point. I know the deception I was under. I found out the truth about it, and now I can, you know what I mean? You can combine that into yourself and take it and move above it, and then these.
Lesson learned. You powered up. You leveled up.
Yes, exactly.
You know?
And then that's same what goes with this world that we're living in. Okay, yeah, I got
Yeah.
to play the game. We got to pay the bills and all this stuff like that. But I don't let this place affect me the way it was because now I know the truth of this place, and in turn from that, I've learned truth about myself. Like I said, if I learn something new, I apply it to my life. I learned the truth. I'm not going to still believe the lie. Stupid is knowing the truth, seeing the truth, and still believing the lie. And that's what we're dealing with a lot of these people out there, including our family and friends, for some of us even. And it's hard, but because they're still entrenched in the duality of it.
They are, but they're also entrenched into this brainwashing machine,
Yeah.
and it's really hard to pull yourself out because I feel like on a deep subconscious level, they know the truth, just like most people know when their partner is fooling around on them, right? And they just don't want to admit it. It's kind of the same thing with the truth of what's going on out here. You have that instinctual gut feeling, but then if you are going to admit it and go, okay, they're lying, then you have to deal with the consequences of waking up to that. And I
Waking
think
up
that
to it, and
that's
it's going to be life changing as well. And
exactly, and I feel like there's so much fear. They've created so much instability in the world
they're
that
more
what
comfortable living with
stability exactly what they do have, yeah, is
they're more comfortable with living with the lie because they've already lived with it for so long that they're going to be okay with it because dealing with the truth is too much. But they don't understand it sets you free. It sets you free from truth and lies. Because this, it's part of your growth, your spiritual growth, in your mind and in your spirit. When you, I don't even know how to say this. It's just, I guess it's when you're getting a higher vibration because you're in line with all this stuff and you're figuring it out. The truth is coming to you, and you're realizing what you've been doing with your life and how you've been
Yeah.
living it, listening to these people. And then
Yeah.
go ahead. Were you going to say something?
No, I'm agreeing. I'm just
Okay,
agreeing and nodding as you're speaking. I wish I have tape on my camera so that it's not going to work, but I'm nodding right now,
in
Jen.
Riddick, in the movie Riddick, where the guy's like, y'all need to convert and all this stuff, and Riddick's like, yeah, I ain't with these people, like, because he's like, they're like, why didn't you kneel? You need to kneel. He's like, I'm not with these people. Like, you can't pull this shit on me.
Yeah, once you're empowered, once you know the truth of who you are,
yeah,
you don't need to kneel to anything,
exactly.
anyone.
And everybody's still living, for the most part, under the deception, one way or another, and they're trapped by the deception. They become trapped by it, mentally and spiritually stunted in their growth, and why they don't even understand why we're here. Because the more you learn about all this stuff and figure this stuff out and get in line with truth, you start to realize what we're doing here and how we have not accomplished anything of what we were supposed to be doing here, because we've been living under this whole time. Everybody at some point asks, like, what am I doing with my life? Like, what is this? I know I question, like, I used to be like, what are we doing here? Like, why am I here? What is this place?
Yeah.
Something ain't right.
Something's not right.
Yep, I totally agree with you, gals.
Gosh, we've been on for 5 hours, guys.
What?
Jen, this is the problem. We waited for a friggin' month or two to talk, and now that we're just like exploding, and we have all these different points of views that we're talking about, and we're like coming into this middle line, and it's enthralling. Like, I thrive on this kind of conversation. So it's been absolutely a blast, to talk to you.
For sure.
SHEPU,
I agree with what Mr. B said. I could listen to Jen and Cheryl all night long. For sure.
Well, you say that, but if you really had to listen to it, you might not. You might go a little cuckoo.
No.
If you actually had to listen to us all night long, you might go a little crazy.
You know what? I rather like listening than talking.
Yes.
I've been here for maybe an hour. I didn't say maybe 10 words.
Exactly, but meanwhile you have tendinitis in your clicking finger, right?
Yeah. I mean, there was a couple of times SHEPU couldn't even do shows with me because his arm was hurting so bad.
Yes, that's true. That's
Oh my God. No, you need one of those devices that the paraplegics use so that you can blink your eyes and it'll click.
Oh.
Click, 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 You
can call me the next not Tom Hanks, Stephen Hawking.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I'll just stop talking and just say words like sounds, and I'll have Jen translate what
through the little voice box. Yeah, but it'll have to still have your accent. Like, it'll have to still say, "This is tick tick with a brick."
Yeah.
You can't hear that I'm talking in an accent when I do that. See, Jen, I said on the Brickathon, I'm allowed to tease SHEPU about his French accent because I'm Canadian, but only because I'm Canadian. That means I'm French English, so I'm allowed. But Americans aren't allowed to make fun of our French people. It's just like you're allowed to beat up your little sister or your little brother, but nobody else can.
Yeah.
What you talking about? I don't have an accent.
That was very good. You even SHEPU, you even spell in an accent, so you sound out your word, and if you will spell it the way you sound it out. So it's really funny. So when I read what you're saying, sometimes I have to stop and sound the word out to go, oh, because it's his accent. Do you know what I'm talking about, Jen?
Yeah. But you know what? When he first started doing shows with me, and I dragged him on, kicking and screaming. No, I get it. His accent was a lot thicker. He's gotten a lot better because he uses English so much more now, I guess, and stuff. And yeah, so you've come a long way, SHEPU. You sound really good, I think.
Yeah, thank you, Jen. I've seen it when I first listened to the first show we did, when I reposted, and I said, "Oh," because before, I always my family is half English and half French. My grandfather only spoke English and Chinese, and I always been raised around English, and all I've been watching movies and TV in English, but I don't really
Speak it,
like
right?
to speak, and I don't really speak to anyone in English in my life, really, except for here and you guys. And I wrote it to my mom in English. All my texts, when I speak to her, I speak in English, because she was raised English. But
Oh, that's why your English is so good. Because most people who come from Quebec, you know what it's like. They're completely
yeah,
immersed in the French
yeah,
world and the
yeah,
French language.
yeah,
And, they don't know English and we don't know French. So
yeah.
I was really shocked by how like amazing your English is. Like you get all the subtle nuances, like with the jokes and everything, you get it all. So now it makes sense because you were born in a half English household.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
But never really practice speaking my English. That was a problem.
Well, I mean, between Jen and I, you don't have even 2 seconds to be able to practice your English. You can only practice your uh-huh.
Yeah. Exactly.
Oh boy.
Oh,
But
it's been
guys,
such a blast. Thank you for having me on, Jen, and
Oh
thank
yeah,
you
no, we're
for
gonna have to have you back for sure. Set up a show just exclusively with you as our guest, and we'll dive into all kinds of stuff. We can get. I just like flying by the seat of my pants because I love to where these conversations go. And I like hearing how other people feel about things, how I feel about things, and that we can talk about it and brainstorm things, and it just feels so good. I love you guys so much. That's all I gotta say.
yeah,
yeah,
same,
same thing
same.
here.
It's a
I
big
just
love fest. I even said that to Freya earlier tonight. Love fest. So it's just like going around.
I never thought I'd have so many friends that I've never met before,
Oh my God. I
yeah.
just said that yesterday.
Really?
Those exact words.
It's
How could I
amazing,
have?
isn't it?
Yes, it is.
When I
But
went, go
yeah,
ahead.
go ahead. No, you go.
When I went to the first Flat Fest, Brian Stavely was calling me on the phone because I was a little late. I got there like an hour after it started, and he's like, "Where are you?" He's like, "There's a whole gaggle of people here waiting to meet you and stuff." Like I was like some famous person, and it was like surreal to meet people that knew me and watch my shows, but they see me all the time, and I've never met anybody in person. I usually just
Yeah.
see the little icon, and usually it's an avatar of some sort.
Yeah.
So it's and this to be on the same page with so many people and feel such a connection with people you've never actually even physically met. That's why I went out to meet CFM and Jeannie, and we had a great time. But I'd never seen them or met them before. Well, I did meet CFM at that last Flat Fest that I went to, and I met Steve there too. Steve was my old co-host when I used to do shows with him. It was really cool that the three of us got to meet each other for the first time. It was epic, actually.
Yeah.
But it is because you're solidifying these relationships. And, when you have online relationships, even though you get to chat and all that stuff, it's not the same as meeting that person in real life, and like getting to mingle with their energy. And it just makes it, I don't know. This has been amazing.
Yeah.
I'm going to
Just
screen
amazing.
share real quick, Shepu.
Go ahead, Jen.
I just wanted to show.
I don't mind.
He's like,
I've
thank
been
God,
sharing
Jen.
for-
Thank God.
We've been through 2007
Oh my God.
6 pictures.
Where's mine?
Yeah.
Is it? Oh, there we go. Oh, that's you. Hold on. Screen share. I got lost here. What I'm doing. Screen share. All right. Entire screen. Boom. Share. All right. I'm not going over a tab. I want to come off a screen share. Actually, that's what I want to do. Duh. Okay. This is a picture from the last Flat Fest I went to. And there's
Patty was
CFM.
showing what Patty, did you? Oh no, Flatfest. No.
Yeah.
Okay,
No,
she was showing
she was
something
showing
different.
the meetup at Mount
Okay,
Chino.
yes.
So this was 2
But
years
I've
ago.
seen this picture before.
Yeah.
Okay, so I know that's CFM. Oh, who's on your other side?
That's Steve JMO right here.
Oh, I don't know him.
Right here, Steve JMO.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's my old co-host. And this was a photo bomber in the background here, as you can see, jumping in on the photo.
Who is
But
it?
yeah, that was when we got to meet each other, and it was so amazing because we had already done so many shows together and stuff, and we always have so much fun and have such a good time and everything. I consider all you guys family. It's just an amazing time to be alive, and I think it's awesome that we're using the internet, the airwaves, their tools, their weapons that they use against us. We're using them to take them down. You know, that's why I keep getting taken down from YouTube and stuff. Is because I use YouTube against them, and they don't like that. Here, let me come off of this thing here real quick. I don't know, guys.
We can't see you, Jen. We can only see the picture.
Yeah, you're stuck on your picture.
Your
really?
Yeah.
My internet must be lagging or something because I'm already off screen share. That's weird.
Yeah, we're just stuck with your finger pointing at your photo. It's a lovely fingernail, well filed.
Yeah, I'm off screen share and I'm back over here with the three of you on screen with me.
No, we don't see you. We see the picture again.
See if you can take me off, SHEPU, on your end.
Yeah.
Well, if I
was going to say
to
something
remove you
very
from
dirty.
the stream, and you have to come back, I guess. Yeah. Hey,
How's
Cheryl.
that?
No, you're black.
Oh, now she's booting.
Come out the entire StreamYard and log in. Yeah.
I gotta close some of these tabs is what I need to do.
Oh, there you go. There you go. You came back when you closed.
Tabs. That's what just happened.
Yeah, you heard that was something playing. Probably.
All right.
That's perfect.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Gabby wants to know where was that picture.
That picture was at Spartan. We went to the last Flatfest. So it was in October 2 years ago. Oh, I guess 3 years ago now because we're in 2024.
Yeah. Oh, and Patty said, "Oh, now I see the peace sign." She didn't because when you were talking.
Oh yeah, here, there it is, right there. So yeah, store we got it from had them all over the walls, and we were talking to the guy about how nice they were, how well made they were, and everything. And I had to tell him that they were upside down the wrong way and what it really means. And I think he turned them all around. I don't know. He seemed like he was one. He liked the way mine looked. I turned one over and hung it back up on the wall, and he's like, "Okay, yeah, I see it now." Like it makes sense that way. The other way, it just made no sense to me, and I could feel that it didn't make sense. You know, I could feel that it was not right in my soul, and I didn't even know anything about it. I just was like, no, something ain't right about that. When I found out, I was like, motherfucker! All these kids are running around with peace signs on them and stuff. You know, whatever. People. I mean, look at what happened in the '60s. Was there a lot of peace? No, there wasn't. Okay. I don't know.
Where's Jen? Your cat never shows up. Do you keep the door closed?
My cat's right over here right now sleeping, and I do have the door closed. My other two cats are downstairs. Lola, when she was alive, she used to come and jump on my back like that and sit on the back of my chair. I actually have marks up here on my chair from her. She's like getting a little attention. I'll bring Pepper over.
What's she doing? Yeah.
Say hi, look.
Yeah. I call her my little eagle.
Oh, now you guys are just bragging.
No,
I lost my cat. I lived on a racehorse farm, and we had 60 acres. And the cat didn't want to go out. And one evening, I pushed her out the door. I said, get out. And she never came back. And it broke my heart so bad that I've not had a cat since because I cried for weeks. I loved her so much. So,
I'm so
yeah.
sorry that happened to you. That's awful.
It was 25 years ago, so I'm pretty healed with it. But
how old was she when you let her out? Was
she was about 4 years old, and
So
she was
she's never
born
been
in a
outside.
barn. So it
Oh
wasn't
my-
like she wasn't used to the outside. She was a barn cat. So, but the coyotes got her. I mean, they just did. So
Yeah, my favorite cat also did the same thing. One day, I had it since it was born. I had his mother and father with me, and he was born, and I had him since from like this big.
yeah,
And one day, maybe at 4 or 5 years, he got out and never came back. I don't know what happened. I
it's
searched.
heartbreaking, isn't it? I
Yeah.
do, Melanie. I do need a cat, but it has to be at the right time in my life. I have Melt to go get, girl. It's out there in the world, and I've got traveling to do. So
Oh, Red Storm has just happened to Red Storm.
Oh no.
oh no. Still hoping. Yes, because you never know. Cats
No.
do crazy things, and they come back like even 2 years later. They're like, "Hey, what's up? I'm
I have a
back."
story like this. My father had a cat, white cat, and it not run away. It always went outside, but one day it never came back, and it took like a month. And when she came back, she had like a I don't know how to say it in English. These metal wire thing that you put out when you go hunting for rabbits or anything.
A snare.
Like a snare. She had a
Yeah.
snare around her, and
Holy
she had cut the with her teeth. All of her face was like open.
Oh, no. Oh.
But she came down. She just had the side of her face paralyzed, but she came back like a month later, and she's still not she died a couple of years ago because that was like 20 years ago. But yeah, but she came back.
Made it through all that. She came back.
Yeah.
So hopefully, Red, your cat will come back in perfect, healthy, happy. She's just out getting some right now, and she'll be home soon.
Yeah. So I'm kind of like a cat whisperer. I train my cats. They know their names. When I call them when they're outside, they come. If I go out and walk around in the woods, they all follow me everywhere I go.
See, that's surprising because I love cats, but they are such assholes.
Oh,
They're
yeah.
like, I'm not doing that. What are you talking about?
Oh, no, my cats.
You must be kidding.
I train them from when they're little. I just instinctively know how to do this. It's pretty remarkable, actually. But yeah, when I let them out, they come back. Or if I can't find them, I haven't seen them in a couple of hours, I'll go looking for them, and I'll go back behind people's houses. I don't care, and calling them, and they come.
Wow.
My cat Bella used to walk with me when I would walk the dogs. He would take a walk with us and walk all the way back with us. He wouldn't go anywhere else. He would like go climb up a tree, jump down, follow us some more, go in this yard, go in that yard, keep following us, come back, and come right in the house. And
that's amazing. Pepper. She's like, yeah, I'm out walking the dog.
Pepper was across the street. It was like 1 o'clock in the morning, and I'm like, Pepper, I'm looking for her. I'm calling her outside, and I see her walking across the street along my neighbor's house. And I'm like, Pepper, get over here. And she kind of looked at me, and she's like, okay. And then she stopped for a second, like, nah, maybe not. So I ran in the house, and I got her little treat thing. And I ran back outside, and I went, and she was like,
oh, it's right there.
That's right. It's in the house. But yeah, so and my cat Bella, he could be just went out and he's been in all day, and if I call him, he'll come.
Or a cat that comes when you call them. Okay, Jen, my challenge to you is get that on video. You're gonna say it. You got to back it up with a picture.
No problem. No problem at all.
No, it's so shocking because they're so freaking hard to train, and they just do what they want.
Yeah.
So that's amazing.
Once they know their names, what I see when Lola was little, I'd let her out. At first, she had to be fixed, of course. I let her out, and then I'd wait like about a half an hour. I go out, I don't see her anywhere. She's somewhere, but I don't see her, so I call her, and I just keep calling her like repetitively, but not like, get home right now. But I want her to know which direction my voice is coming from wherever she's at. So she gets too far away in her hunt or whatever, I want to make sure she can find her way back, and I know within the radius, you can hear me yelling, the echo and stuff of the woods and everything around us. And they just come when I call them. They'll follow me all around. Like if I'm out there looking for Pepper, Lilu and Bella will follow me around as I'm out looking for Pepper. They'll come with me for the whole
Oh
thing.
my gosh. That's crazy. That's crazy. I mean, you could have a second gig as a
cat whisperer.
Cat whisperer.
Yeah.
If the big bucks ever stop rolling in from the Meltology, you have something to fall back on.
Definitely not in it for the money, but
there is no money. We do this for the love and the passion, and it's not about that. But I think everybody wants to
rainbows and puppies all day long, get millions of views, and super chat it all up and everything, and probably have a big merch store and all this stuff. But that's not what I'm here to do.
Oh, hell no. No, absolutely not.
Not beyond my purpose if I did that. I have no
Exactly.
interest in anything like that.
Yeah, I can't deal with that kind of superficial stuff. I need something that's meaningful. And I'm even that way in my relationships. Like I want a meaningful relationship with the people that I have relationships with. I don't want, just to talk about, I don't know, what do people talk about that's superficial? I don't know, because I don't do
stuff,
it.
Yeah. But yeah, I can't even. We went out with some people a couple weekends ago, and talking about Tucker and Russia, and I'm like, dude, you're here. I'm here. Because I'm trying to let them know that I know some stuff and try to enlighten them on a few things, and then he'll come back at me with something that's like so 10 years ago. But I listen to him because he thinks he's on to something, and then I have to be like, but what about this and this? And then I have to, kind of get them to see that all the players are all on the same side. I know they say they're not, and it look like they're enemies. They're all on the same side. Oh, you're just a Democrat, or you're
there
a Republican.
Is no opposition. There is no opposition.
Yeah. They're in that left-right paradigm.
Good night, Johnny.
Good night, Johnny.
Love you. Have a good sleep.
Going to bed soon, too.
Yeah,
yes,
I think
it's going to be time. Yeah, it's even later for you guys because I think you're both 3 hours ahead.
Yeah, she's between me and you, so she's in the central.
Central.
Oh, central. Okay.
Yeah, Daryl, watch out for Dogman. Have you heard any of my Dogman footage, Cheryl?
Dogman?
Oh, see, this was a few channels ago, and it's not up anymore. So have you ever heard of Dogman?
No.
Oh my gosh, this is awesome. Somebody who hasn't heard about Dogman. We'll have to save this for another show because that's going to be a good hour and a half, 2 hours.
Okay, so then I will show you guys the hole in the wall, the evidence that I found, and you can do Dogman. SHEPU, you're going to click, and you're gonna do something there, buddy. And I don't know what, but you are.
I'm the dog man.
Yeah, everybody's like, do Dogman next show.
Do Dogman. Okay, yeah, I have no idea what you're talking about, and I promise I won't Google it to try to find it, or if I can.
No, I think you should. I think you should look up on YouTube Dogman or Dogman Encounters, or it's a cryptid like Bigfoot, but it's called Dogman. It's a werewolf. That's all it is.
Oh,
they're real.
Oh.
It's a thing. And they're not just like shapeshifter, whatever people.
They're not skinwalkers. They're
something
specific.
Can be them. Yeah, they can turn into wolves and stuff. But these are some type of creature, like Bigfoot.
Okay. All right. Okay, that's a whole nother show. So
I was
But-
laughing because of Melanie.
Look, see, Daryl says there's a lot of dog men. Jen, did you tell me that St. Christopher? Yeah, St. Christopher was a dog man. Look up St. Christopher. You'll see St.
yeah,
Christopher.
I actually have heard about St. Christopher being a dog man.
Yeah.
But I didn't know what you were talking about. If you had some shtick, a thing you did on your show that was the dog man thing. I didn't know the context at all of what you were talking about.
Well, what it is there was a very strange noise that I was hearing outside in the woods. And since I've listened to so many dogman encounters and know all their MO for dogman, and I'm like a dogman expert. I'm not bragging, I'm just saying. And I heard this noise in the woods a couple of nights in a row, a couple of years ago, and I recorded it. And everybody agreed, that it sounded very sus, whatever it was. And my neighbor, before she passed away, had a really interesting story to tell me when I first moved in here about something that was lurking around her house, and it was large, and she could hear it breathing outside her window. I know that sounds whatever, but she could hear it walking away, even. That's how big it was. And there's a lot of people who have had these encounters with these creatures, and they have the head of a dog or a wolf. It's really large, and they got the torso and arms of a man, and then like the back legs, like same as a werewolf. But this is where the werewolf lore comes from. It comes from the dogmen. And they're throughout his story as well. How true that is, I don't know. But there seems to be there was a race of beings called cynocephali. And when you look up cynocephali, you will see that these are dog-headed men.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. I just didn't know what dogman you were talking about, like in general, like. So now I totally get. So I'm completely down for that. I can tell you my little tiny skinwalker story when I was staying with Hopi people in Navajo land, which was very.
You're falling into Jen's.
Yeah.
What? Oh, okay, good.
Yeah, because I'm not all about the melt. I'm all about the melt. Don't get me wrong, but I used to cover all kinds of different stuff. I stick with the melt generally now because the melt, I still get in trouble, but I don't get in trouble like I used to when I would, talk about
like paranormal, if you want to call it that. I don't know what to call
and everything,
it.
all that other stuff. Yeah, I used to cover all kinds of stuff. A lot of Mandela effect and flat Earth stuff. But yeah. I like the whole cryptid scene and all that stuff because there's a lot more to this place than what we know. And
exactly,
whatever dogman is, it's real, and they're here, and they're around, lurking, and people have encounters with them, and they're quite frightening. Some of the stories I've heard, crazy stuff.
Yes. Anyway. I grew up with all that.
It might have been pre-flood. I think it could have been a pre-flood creature, something that was like a hybrid, like, man mixed with wolf or something like that. You have Anubis in Egypt that has the dog head with the man's body. He's the guardian of the underworld.
I know Anubis. I do astrology. Anubis is a asteroid.
And there's actually armor that SHEPU has shown, knight's armor that has dog head armor for the dogmen that used to fight in the wars and whatever. They would hire them as mercenaries, and if you had dogman on your side, you weren't losing. So
there's tons of like historic drawings of dog people and weird ass animal human creations. I don't know like
the
what
Lemmy,
they are.
I think the Lemmy or whatever they were called, they were like their head was on their torso.
Yes, I've seen those pictures.
Yeah.
Yes.
And they're all over this Montebano map too, from 1587. These really strange looking creatures.
Yeah, the one with the foot, but not the big foot with the air, but the big foot with the foot.
With the big,
with the big
foot. The
right.
big foot.
1 foot.
Yeah.
The big 1 foot.
The big 1 foot.
Yeah.
So
So I think I'm going to wind it down. We're at 5
yes,
hours
it's
and
time.
36 minutes. And I had a really good time. Shepu, thank you so much. You are awesome as usual.
No,
Your
thank
photos tonight
you
were
you
exceptional.
guys did all the thing. I just went through my photos like I usually do every day.
No, but they were exceptional. They
Yeah.
were brilliant photos. And as Jen and I were talking, you could see the comments about your photos. So it was great, wasn't it, Patty? Yeah, I totally agree.
And
I
you know
just
what?
hope you guys had as much fun as I did talking. So
I know I did.
I know I did too. It's great talking to you, and I think you're doing really well with the live streams as far as speaking with people. I mean, the comfortableness, I can hear it in your voice. So maybe you think you don't make sense and you sound nervous or something, but you sound really comfortable and like you've been doing this forever. So and you know, coming into this research and being so new, you're so on point with everything too, and it's
Thank
great
you.
to see that, and to have new people come in and feel as welcomed as you do, and appreciate all of our work, and as we appreciate the work that you're doing and starting to introduce this topic to your subscribers. It takes a lot of courage to do that, to totally go in another direction on a platform
Yeah.
that you had for a while, you know, doing a certain thing.
Yeah. I've sold over 100,000 copies of my cards and books. I have it, and my cards are in 5 different languages. Like
Wow.
I've done so much public speaking and talking and touring and workshops and book signings and all that. So, you know, that's not the trouble. It's that with what I'm doing here with the melt, for me, this is more personal. Like, I'm not being the persona Cheryl Lee Harnish. I'm being Cheryl. You know what I mean? And so that's why I feel like I get more nervous, because I'm just being me.
Right.
And
Right.
it's always hardest to be ourselves. And,
Right.
you know, yeah. So.
You're a meltologist, Cheryl.
Oh, sorry, Jen. Jesus. When am I going to get it?
That's right. I'm gonna have to get like meltologist lab jackets made up for everybody, because you know nobody listens to you unless you have a white coat on. So yeah, I got mine at the thrift store last year.
So a
But
white coat is mandatory. I'm going to have to.
yeah, I'm
Jeez.
gonna have meltologist Cheryl right here on it.
And then people will go, "What's meltologist? Is that like ice cream?"
Well, we're gonna have to get you a hoodie or a shirt with the definition on it, like Shepu has. Like here, like just like this right here.
Well, I saw the one he had, your white one that you had the other night when you were doing your nipple show, Shepu.
Yeah.
Oh, did you
Yeah.
grab something, Jen? Yeah, it was the white one that he was wearing the other night, right?
Yeah, you want to get
Meltology
that one?
101.
Yeah.
What?
No, she showed you her chair. She got like the shirt on the back of her chair right there.
Oh, that's what you were doing. I thought. Oh, okay.
So you can get meltology with the definition, and this way, you know, you can wear it. And if anybody's asking you, you'd be like, "Well, here it is."
Yeah, Freya, she's in. She'll take a meltologist jacket.
Nice, yeah. We're gonna have to have a college for meltology, you know, and start teaching this to people if we last that long. I don't think we'll be around for all that, though. I think we're at the end of the road, and this is like one of the last major reveals to come out before the big crescendo happens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Hopefully.
interesting if you think about it. It was flat Earth Mandela effect almost at the same time, running neck and neck with each other for a while. And then it was like, you know, God, what else is going to come out? Like, and then the mud flood started up. That's that whole thing. And star forts. It started with star forts, and then it was like mud flood. And it's like, you know, that was really steamrolling. And look at where we are now. We're right here in the middle of the melt, and talking about all this stuff and seeing how it all ties together. So meltology came out and to the forefront when it was supposed to. It's all part of God's plan, in my opinion, because I feel like I'm being used by God to reveal this stuff, you know, just like we all are. I feel like I'm doing what I was supposed to be coming here to do by doing this.
You definitely are. And your gifts, Jen, with being able to convey your message and saying it in a compelling way, I mean, it is a gift that you have. And I really hope that you will be able to see what it is that you offer to us, why people want to hear you. Like,
Thank you.
Yeah,
someday,
exactly.
someday you'll get it.
Yeah, I just try to stay humble. I don't want to take, like credit or nothing
Mhm.
or anything. I just, like there's no I in meltology. So, I want everybody to just, share the information and realize that, this is just the tip of the iceberg, this whole meltology.
There's only a me in meltology.
Yeah, no I, just me.
No, I.
But yeah, so, but it's just the tip of the iceberg. What all the stuff that we're looking at.
Yeah,
there's so much
exactly.
more to it and beyond it. It's like, what will we know tomorrow, right?
It's exciting.
Yeah.
It is because, we're on the front wave, and then just imagine like all the children, the young ones as they grow up who gets exposed to this, they'll be like,
Yeah.
really
Yeah.
rocking it out.
Johnny Cool's daughters are into the melt. They came up to the meetup and they're very curious. They see it, they get it. A lot of the younger people are starting to get it. A lot of people are homeschooling their kids, or at least undoing what the school does and tells them the truth. Maybe you still got to send them back to school or whatever, but at least you're giving them an alternative thing to whatever they're being taught, to show them, at some point you have to teach your kids this stuff. There's no way you can learn this stuff and still, sit there and look at the globe and talk about, the continents and stuff, or the oceans and all this stuff like that. I don't know how anybody can do that. My kids are grown and out of the house. They learned this
So
stuff
am I.
2005, and they're 34 and 29 now. So,
And that's, oh my God, that's so funny. I think you and I had, because my oldest is 35.
okay.
35 and 25, 10 years apart.
Yeah, not that far of a difference at all.
Yeah.
Somebody's asking here, what's the name of your book?
It's all on Amazon, but my stuff is the cards and the book and stuff. It's all new age. So I don't know if it's very new agey, spiritual, that sort of thing. So I don't know if that's really something you would be into or not,
Right.
That's the thing with crossing fields, it's, it makes it hard for yeah.
Yeah,
No,
but
I
you
get-
can
I
like many different subjects. It doesn't matter. But if you search for your name, you will find you on Amazon. Is that?
Yeah, on Amazon. For some reason tonight, my name wouldn't come up in the stream.
Oh,
It wouldn't
Jen.
show up.
No, Jen as
Yeah, I don't have our names on here. I don't know why I didn't do that tonight, but look, show display names. There it is. Boom, baby.
But you
Look
don't
at
have
that. Well,
There it is.
I was playing around with things as we were talking, trying to get it to show up, because I don't have my my external drive to put a picture on it, and I thought, why isn't my name coming up? But at least because I have no picture. But
Yeah, you
next
can add
time
in a
it'll be my face.
Yeah, or you can add a picture in anytime you want. Those three little dots at your square there, where you see yourself on the bottom of the screen.
Well, I don't have my external drive
Right.
plugged in, so I don't have access to anything.
Right, I got you.
Okay.
I
Yeah.
gotcha.
No, look, Patty's saying to you, so it's okay to have more than one subject.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
it's something that I like to do and everything, but I like many other things that I do in my life, like photography. I like to play guitar. I like to make a lot of things with my hands, and not just meltology, but they're all things that I love to do. If you still love it to do it, just do it.
Thank you for that very sound advice. Shepu's always giving me advice. He's like my little French Buddha. I swear to God.
I'm just telling you what I would do. you know.
Yeah, I know, but you just say it in such a nice way. You're like, I don't know. I guess I would do this. I'd be like, yeah, you're right. Damn.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't judge anybody for anything or whatever they're doing. You know, you need to be kind and a good person and treat others how you want to be treated and love your neighbor. It's pretty simple.
Yes. It
And-
is. It's that simple.
And how you affect other people while you're
Yeah.
here. Did
Yep.
you stand by and do nothing when you knew that person was over there guzzling down some aspartame, Diet Dr. Pepper? Did you say anything? Did you know the truth and not say anything? Yeah. I didn't live with myself if I didn't, do something or say something.
Do his accent again. Okay, I can't.
All right, guys,
all right,
I'm ready to go.
Yes, I'm ready too. It's I haven't had a drink the entire time, and I was very nervous in the beginning, and my mouth dried out, and I was trying to keep my lips from sticking to my teeth because my mouth was so dry.
Yeah, I know what you mean. My mouth's drying up too.
Yeah. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl. We're definitely going to have you back on
Thank you,
for
Cheryl.
sure.
Awesome. And I
if
hope
that's
you
not-
guys in the chat enjoyed it. I love you. Thank you for listening. For sure.
Yeah, I think they all enjoyed it at the show tonight.
It was exciting. Women getting excited is always exciting.
Isn't it though? We should do an all-girl show. We should be me, you, Tony, Patty,
Freya, Nell, Patty, you guys know
They already made it click.
we were already starting this all girl thing, and I want to use SHEPU's name, which is the Brick Chicks, and I don't care if anybody's offended by that. Like,
why would it be
cares?
offensive?
No, they were offended by the pictures, not the name.
Oh, I thought it was the name.
because it was bikinis, like not all,
Like,
not
built like
quick,
a brick
just
house.
people with in bathing suits with melt behind them.
Oh,
That's
I
all
gotcha.
I went. But
Well, you know what we can do is we'll have to take our faces and put them on those hot bikini girls.
You know what?
That would be
Heck
good.
yeah. Heck yeah.
Now,
We can AI that shit all day.
Yeah. Look how sexy Meltology is. 'Cause you could melt all this stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, it's too funny. Krista says, I'll do it. It's not always easy to coordinate when you have more than like two people on different time zones and everything, but we'll figure it out, guys. We'll do something.
Yeah, we're going to figure it out.
And Melanie, you're going to have to borrow somebody's phone or get a laptop for this show, okay? She's like on dinosaur technology over there. If dinosaurs don't even exist.
She was talking about a flip phone the other day. And I'm like, where did you get that from? Fred Flintstone? Like, where do you get a flip phone?
Oh, God.
Love you, Mel. Only teasing. She's my partner in crime because I'm very bad in the chats. Like, I'm very, very bad. And Melanie is my excuse to be bad because I could just blame Melanie for everything.
Yeah, we know that it's always Melanie's fault.
I know, exactly.
You have no idea, Cheryl, this shit from even like a year or two ago. There's all kinds of stuff going on, and Melanie was right in the middle of all of it. And another thing I got to say about being in line with truth is no matter how much shit somebody slings at you, you don't got to do nothing. You just got to sit back and let God sort it all out. Because literally, he did. And I did. I sat back and let it all just bounce right off me. I did not retaliate. I did not have one negative thing to say. I only corrected anything that was said wrong that I said, because I'm not going to have somebody say I did something when I didn't say it or whatever. And of course, Melanie was always there up to bat for me and everything, always had my back with everything. And she took a lot of jabs at her for sticking up for me and stuff. And she's a soldier. Yes, she is. She's my girl.
But we stick up for Melanie. Yeah,
That's
also
right.
after the last thing that happened, So
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. You missed out on a lot of crazy stuff, but be thankful because it was just too crazy to
Yeah.
even rehash.
Yeah. Yeah.
Uh,
I'm down to skip the crazy. I've got enough of my own crazy.
Yeah.
Like I don't need more crazy out there, you know.
I hear you. I stay in my lane. Best I can, anyway. I might be doing 100 miles an hour, but I stay in my lane.
Yeah, but every once in a while somebody comes and sideswipes you, you know, even when you're in your lane. But that's life, you know, it's how it
Yeah,
happens.
that's when I'm like, what the F, bro?
Yeah.
All right,
Exactly.
guys, I got to get
Okay.
going.
Good
Thank-
night. Good night, everybody. I will talk to you guys soon. I'll talk to you somewhere.
All right, girl. Let
Okay.
it not be said that we stood by and did nothing, guys. I'm not going to go out with a song tonight. SHEPU, I love you so much. Thank you for everything. And we're going to get going. I really hate to not go out with a song, but we're almost at 6 hours now.
Yeah, thanks everyone. Thanks
Yeah.
everyone too.
My ass is asleep. I don't even know how I'm going to get out of this chair.
We had our own mini brickathon tonight.
Right?
Yeah.
All right, guys.
Okay.
We'll catch you on the next one. Love you. And we are out of here.
Good night.
Bye everyone.